did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect? Who did you expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Black as shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. He ain't come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad, but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' regress. Locked and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for a guy here. Hopefully see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Tell that my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision, now they see it, they want them to convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing. They'll let them watch windows, punk gas for a bag of chip shot with the water. But no, they got size, I don't need no patchouli, I just want water. Star bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Chop to a motherfucking church. They got my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth of my property. They just sold out the cab, always a lot in the world, and I'm on it all like construction on this side. I'm taking my time, now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no, I'm writing rhymes. Late night, now the early morning, like an alchemist, I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's no more around this town. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin call, he almost out. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them look in themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones that breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can't trust everything that you saw and I cheat. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started the league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connecting no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, this shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we're fucking, and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture, blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming with the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send their verses back to me and they be terrible, just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Big as the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Yeah. Everybody think it's a game. Boy, I ain't playing no games. No. Boy, I ain't playing no games. Yeah. Don't nobody know about the late night, early mornings with no sleep. Don't nobody know about the low time we ain't really had nothing to eat. Don't nobody know about the time we had to ride around without tank on E. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know nothing but me. Don't nobody know about the grind that it took. Don't nobody know how many times we put ourselves out there and got overlooked. Don't nobody know our pockets was low. Don't nobody know they think what they know. Don't nobody got love for a man, especially when a man hitting it low. Everybody got words of wisdom. Who putting in the work though? Everybody wanna get a trophy, but you ain't make it to the ship though. Better stick to your sailboat. I know you love to ride the wave. I see you really love to follow. Should've said it was over here though. Whoa, everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played. 2K. Pat me the pressure, I handle the rock. Stay on the ground till I shoot to the top. Harder than lava, I fire the op. Stay back and shoot, my heart is just hard. I don't miss nothing, my shot can't get blocked. Bust in my face like I'm Curry on God. My mentality win at all costs. Snakes in the grass, had to cut a few off. Keep my head low, my focus is pivotal. Confidence is key, don't let haters get to you. Critics always wanna say something negative. I can't mind them, I know that I'm better than them. I just know I gotta grind for my team. Take the title on me, be MVP. Once I do, I'ma show on the king. Finger to the left, so quiet my demons. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game until you get played, yeah. Everything seem like a game till you get played.
Yep. Welcome to the Aftermath. Welcome to the Aftermath. We are tuning in live in the Bay Area. Big things to cover today. But I must mind my manners. Of course, before every show, we acknowledge the supporters of the show. And the last sponsor of the show was none other than my brother Spence himself. So big shout out to Spence. I appreciate you for supporting the show. Gang. Now, we got a whole lot of things to get to because I see the controversy is out there, okay? It is out there. And we gonna tap in, okay? Last Aftermath, okay? I had a after show interview with the general himself. I will try to stay consistent with a after show interview with EtheMan Williams as well so that I can get a real strong feel about how this debate went, okay? A lot of y'all said, some of y'all said, I think DB said she was in and out. I was too. Some of us were a little preoccupied, but I caught a little bit here and there. And then I came in towards the end when the votes started coming in. I was like, this is getting interesting. So first, let me bring up the special guest of the show himself, EtheMan Williams. My bad, the wrong one. There we go. EtheMan Williams, welcome to the show. How are you, brother? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I felt like I definitely helped my own. What I tried to do is I looked at the shows before, and then I said, what are some of the things I think someone's debating can improve on? First of all, keeping the level of entertainment. I think you can argue that I kept a level of entertainment throughout the whole 2 hours. So I tried to actually, maybe because I went to college, I tried to make it into like a debate thing. So I came out with my opening statement. I told them the 3 things that I will be covering over the next 2 hours. And I covered those 2 things. I even reached out to me, Fatty, and Podcast. We was in all talking, and they said we was going to cover 3 things. And Podcast.
Wait. You going right into your slip. Are you feeling like you got robbed or something? Because the way you coming in is like you feeling like you got bamboozled, robbed, clunked over the head, unjustified. Like I think I'm
absolutely. Let me tell you why I feel that way. So first of all, when we first started podcast, so anything about debate, we should have an idea of what we're talking about. You agree with that, right? So
you need to establish a position. Yes. So I'm clearly the best moderator when it comes to these debates in the space. So now, Team Fatty, I'm letting you know now I'm upping my price. Okay. Price is going up. Every show, my price is going up. Okay. Go ahead, EtheMan.
So yeah, so like we first came on and podcast started, and I'm not doing verbatim. He said, "What is a conservative douchebag?" He said it was exclusive to black people. So only conservatives boost. That's what I'm saying. He literally was making it up right then and there. He said conservative douchebag is someone who have made it financially, like who hit this financial printer and they forgot where they came from and they turned their back on the community, right? So you got to remember, Aaron, when he said that.
No, I went back and watched it. The beginning part. That's why I was kind of confused a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. When he said his position in the beginning, and then you said what you gonna argue, I thought that was establishing. So at the end, when they said he was leading the definitions and the whole arguments about what his one baseline was, I thought that was a little. I don't necessarily agree with it. So there was some information either I'm missing, or I don't know why they honed in specifically on
only what he said. Like
yeah, I didn't understand that. But
disregard, that was crazy. So look, think about it. So this is all my notes. I had notes for this. In my notes, what I was going to talk about was conservative douchebags, because I thought white people, black people, everybody can be conservative douchebags. So once he said that, half of my notes was gone because I couldn't use it because most of my when I looked it up, it was no way I could have knew he was going to talk about black people. It was no way I could have figured out that definition. It was no way that I could have prepared for what he said right there. So then that's my circle back, because you remember I reached out in the back chat, hey, can we talk about these three things? These are the three things we're going to debate, and it's going to be three separate sections. That's what we talked about. So we was going to talk about one section, two section, three section. He agreed, Fatty agreed, everybody agreed that those are the three things. So that's why my opening statement was because we had already agreed that we was going to talk about.
I just had to tell you, I would have destroyed podcasts. Oh my Lord! Oh, I was watching. I'm like, you know what? He was slipping up more than I've seen him slip up. And I don't know.
He wasn't answering questions. That was the first time I saw that moderator asked a question. He said, "I don't have to prove that." And he's
right. He's right. He does not have to answer it. Now, how they base the point, because he's smart enough to know it. And I actually think it's smart. Don't answer questions you don't need to answer to give your opponent an edge, right? It's about the right questions. Like, it's, to me, what I do is in that situation, if he don't answer, I ask a question that's rhetorical that he don't have to answer. And his lack of answer will lead into the judges go, So like, if he don't answer, then he leads into an agreement position, right? So there are ways around it. I thought I saw a little bit of a slip up from him, but he's smart for not answering a lot of those questions that he said I'm not going to answer, because it's actually smart idea.
The problem is he was making up the definition as we went. So he first said it was one thing. And I said, okay, why is when we asked the question, why is DJ Hamp is not a conservative? Do you think what's the opposite of a conservative douchebag, right? And he said DJ Hamp. I said,
you know what's funny? That actual word is actually a word that YouTube doesn't like. That's really interesting that people don't actually know that, right? So that's definitely going to flag the heck out of that show, just for the record. People don't actually know that. The thing is, right, I don't know if you did a good enough job making him cement his position and holding him to it, right?
He wouldn't answer the question. I would ask him.
You don't need to. So you don't need to, right? So in those situations, right, if he don't answer the questions to your best of your ability, this is what a conservative, deep, but. So I'm going to respond based upon this, right? So now you're reestablishing the baseline. If he chooses not to answer this, and that, that's his decision.
That's the point. I was not being acknowledged on that because I reestablished what we was going to talk about at the beginning, and they completely put that out at the end. I reestablished, hey, these are the 3 pillars that we're going to talk about. So it was almost in a way they was like, you got to prove Pridecast wrong. That's kind of the position that the moderators took. They said, it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter that he conceded to getting to the bag. It doesn't matter that he conceded to getting married. And then when I asked him what was the foundation, he was like, Jesus. Jesus is the foundation of the black community. Like you kind of get what I'm saying? Like, I just thought, first of all, I thought we was going to follow the rules that moderators, if you don't answer moderators, you'll be penalized. And he didn't answer moderators and he didn't get penalized at all. So, and do you know one thing I do got to remember, Aaron O? He chose these people. You know what I'm saying? He chose all 3 of them. So he had the chance to choose them. And I get it. Like, I get it to the point that I get it. So, but the whole point is, I do think that I at least establish how to come into a debate, how to talk. Like, it's, you do that whole debate from beginning to the end. Is nothing in your mind to say you didn't know what I was talking about. And I also establish each point. So that's just my opinion. But then again, I might be going from a literal debate. I did a good faith measure by telling him, man, I don't want to blindside you. These are the things we're going to talk about. He said, I agree that we're talking about these and we're debating about these. He refused to really debate any of those things. So I just think we just came from 2 different perspectives because I really want to give the people a good show.
Yeah, I heard you was in there doing your thing, though. I ain't gonna lie. When I stepped in, they said EtheMan put on a show. I said, well, so I heard that was going well. I want to know which arguments that you present that you thought you presented well and actually should have given you a point, right? So I want to start there. Which positions, which statements did you give where you feel like kind of cementing your points and positions to where you may not have got enough credit for it, or judges may have not identified in the moment? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I've moderated and I do a really decent job at trying to stick with point for point and segments and things like that. But the conversation moves extremely fast. And nobody can recall every single word verbatim, and we understand people nitpick and they try to fixate on words and things like that. So what things do you think maybe the moderators, not specifically just them, maybe even the audience or during that debate may have been overlooked?
I think Cheeky indirectly, he said that I came with
no. You don't call out the general. No, you don't call out. You don't call out the general. What you say?
I'll just tell you what he said. So
say is
this is why I think he had a level of bias.
One of the moderators.
Okay, you're right. One of the moderators, he came at the end. And he said Beans is the only person that came with statistical data, and I'm like, it's no way he was listening. I was listing statistical data all the way through here. The first statistical data that I think that got passed over, a lot of people had 59% of the people who get married stay married. That's the majority. Majority of people who get married stay married. 59%. Right. Another thing that I was talking about is that you have a higher level of being successfully married than you have being an entrepreneur, being a real estate agent, being a DJ. Matter of fact, all the other things you have a higher probability of fail. Then I start putting people that quote unquote they said that will be listed based on his definition as a conservative douchebag. Then I went to Robert Smith and I explained what he did, the 34 million. This is the thing when he said, I didn't come with no data. That was crazy with me. This is one thing that
Where's Black Don at? Black Don is actually a pretty fair person in this space when it comes to a lot of things. I would like to get his opinion on it as well, because I'm sure he will stick to certain points and he won't play favoritism, whether he likes you or not. So I would like to hear his points too. But go ahead. So you think you gave a level of statistical data that you weren't given credit for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me give you another statistical data. I said Robert Smith would be considered a conservative douchebag. I said what he did is he paid $33 million in debt at the graduate of Morehouse. That is statistical data. That's good. That is proven that he did it. Another thing is I brought up the Stewarts, David Stewart. David Stewart been married over 50 years. He's making $7 billion. That's data. I'm not saying exact numbers, but I'm bringing data and fact that I felt that I didn't get no credit from. Right? Of black people that are considered conservative douchebags based on the data.
Yeah, I think we're going to use the act. Like we're gonna probably phrase it as CDB, right? CDB, right? I think that's better for YouTube, to be honest with you.
Okay, you can just tell us that, yeah.
Yeah. I want to know this. What I have a strong question, but I want to save that because I think this is very important. But I want to save it for a moment. What points did Beans present that you thought were well presented?
None. He didn't present a point. If you really go back and watch it, this is what he said. This is my opinion on CBD. Mm-hmm. This is my definition. And he repeatedly said, I don't have to prove it. I have to prove, and I can't argue his opinion. He literally gave us his opinion and then give us no statistical data behind it. He said, I believe, and this is kind of the problem I had with one of the moderators. He said, I believe 10% of the population are conservative douchebag. You can't push that back because that's his belief.
The moderator pushed back against his own position.
No, well, the moderator was like, you should have pushed back when he said 10% are conservative douchebag. So he think 10% of the population. Hold on, he thought 20% of the population was conservative douchebag when he felt that he had 10%. He said, and it was a financial component. And then he went back. I really got him on this point. This is the point that I couldn't believe that I did not get credit for. He said 20% of black men were conservative douchebag. And remember, it had an income component to it. So I said, cool. So we start having a conversation. I was like, so he says he believes 7% of black men, 7% of black men make over 100 figures. He said another 7% make over 80,000 and 3% make over 6,000. That's the 20%. And I asked, I said, so you're saying that you believe the top 20% are all conservative douchebags?
Yeah, so it sounds like you haven't learned how to land the counters in the YouTube world, right? Because if those are the points you're presenting, there's a certain way to land the counters, right? Because that makes sense to me. I did hear something around the fact that can 10 to 20% actually be the pillars of community, right? And most people will agree that this very small percentage of people control everything and run everything and move everything into directions where you live, how you operate, your food deserts, all those things. So you don't actually need a majority to be the point proven of the ones that generate the movement, all those type of things. So I think there's a way to highlight that. This is the bigger point that I want to know. What is his actual position? Did he just say what a CDB was and left it at that?
It didn't take a position. That was the point.
Okay, so
I lost in the debate where he didn't take a position and I took a position and proved my position. So Aaron, how did I lose that debate?
You actually can't lose a debate that way. So like I said, it depends. So we'll have to hear from other people that would. I want to hear from Venus. I want to hear from Lauren. I want to hear from Moxie as well, because I know Moxie is she's relatively fair in her assessments from what I've heard and how I watch how she interacts. That would be my issue. You have to be. I understand that you're like, yeah, you ain't take a position. I don't know how he can win a debate with no position by just giving a definition of something. That doesn't make sense.
So, and that was the problem. It was very similar to me, right? Like, Fantastic didn't have to take a position. He just had to disprove mine. And that puts you at a disadvantage. You get what I'm saying?
But that's not what happened. There's a difference. I watched your debate. Fantastic actually took a position. He says, I'm going to stand for more of the traditional man, and I believe that's better for as opposed to your position. So he actually took a position.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is, even with that being the case, you can't name the pillars or the layouts in the same way. Like, for example, EtheMan gave 3 distinct points that he wanted to talk about. And when you do something like that, you're making the ball, you're having an uphill battle that way if your opponent doesn't do the same thing.
See the point that I was making is that he agreed. When I made my opening statement, he agreed that those was the 3 things that we talked about. His opening statement was only to divide. The only thing he did in his opening statement is tell what he told a bias on what he believed this word meant. He did not take a position throughout this whole debate. And so my question to you is, what position did Beans take?
The position that Beans took was that he gave an explanation of what conservative douchebags were, and that they don't help in the community or they don't do the things that you say that they do. So you said that that the conservative douchebags are, what was it, the main in the country, or?
No, you misquoted me. I wrote it down. You said, I said that the conservative douchebags run the country. I did not say that. So that's what I'm saying. Even the notes you took, I was like, where did he hear me say that? No, Beans repeated that 4 times. I didn't say that. If we can go back and actually play the things. I never said what Beans repeated 3 times.
So I don't mind going back to look at it, but hey, if you say you didn't say that they run or they're not the bosses or they don't run the country, then I don't know what did you say then?
I said that the words that came out my mouth, I said they are the example in the foundation of the community.
That can't matter.
I didn't say run the country. So first of all, my definition of conservative douchebag wasn't based on a black person, black or white. That was something he introduced into the conversation. And when he made it clear, we can play it. Let's play just the beginning. Can we play the beginning, Aaron, or no?
So here's the thing, right? And this is why this is important to happen. You didn't rebuttal his definition. You didn't say anything. So if you don't say anything while he's giving his definition, the assumption is you agree to these terms. Now, if it's me, I'm going to go, I disagree with this premise, and here's my definition of it, but you didn't do that.
But he made it up. That's the whole point is, how do I give a definition of something he made up?
Well, I'm going to play the video, but I'm going to just say this, E. I do believe you said something like that. CDBs run the world, like something to that degree.
You did. Look,
I'm not going to say verbatim, but there are points that stick in my head that I know I need to combat when I don't want to say debating because I'm a conversationalist, but if people want to lose in the debate, they can. I definitely heard something to that degree where I'm like, and I kind of agree with it to a point. It just has to be presented a certain way. You don't believe you uttered that statement because remember, Beans is extremely literal. He'll take your words verbatim and repeat them to you. You're saying that is not what you said, or you didn't mean to say that because I played the video.
So this is what happened. He gave his definition of what we was talking about, black people, and I answered the question. I said the foundation of the black community is the conservative douchebag. I didn't say black though. So the foundation of the community was conservative douchebags, right? I didn't say that they run the country. I'm telling you, I didn't say none of those things. It literally, like, we can play it. We got the footage. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like the one thing is It's what I'm hearing is that something was said and somebody heard something different, and the footage is going to tell what it says.
So as it stands, GBG General believes you said something very close to that exact thing. I also believe you said something very, very close to that.
I might hear.
You might, yeah, you might just.
I wrote down what you said. You said run the country. You didn't say the world because Bean said the world. I didn't say the world, and you didn't say the world. You did say country, and I go, okay. Well, if that is the case, what needs to happen now is Bean's just got to bring up something to disprove it. He did.
So the biggest thing is
you didn't fight.
Well, I didn't
the point. But go ahead.
You know what I didn't understand about you? He didn't bring up nothing to disprove my points, and you didn't speak about that.
I believe because they think you were arguing from a position that was immaterial to the actual debate.
Oh, but and I can say, to be fair to the moderators, they should have been previous of the information that we was going to talk about 3 things.
Yeah,
there's no way I would have just talked about 3 things. I thought we all had agreed upon it.
You mean privy to, not previous, you know.
Yeah,
don't let me put that shadow realm up in here this review. Because I won't be so nice. Okay, so I'll play the beginning part so we can get a baseline about what we would agree, what we disagree, things like that. Fantastic, what up? And we'll go from there. Let me make sure we give a big shout out to the Victim Olympics. Victim Olympics said, I'm part of the GBG.
Before we play the video, you want to give your take, Fantastic, or no?
No, I don't want to hear Fantastic's take before we get a video. Not at all, because Fantastic needs to keep himself neutral. And if he goes out and blurts something out before we have material to discuss, he will shed the light on which side he takes. I'm doing this for your own
debate, though. I already seen the debate. I gotta rewatch it.
That's a fact. I'm messing with you, bro. Go ahead, bro. But I'm just telling you now, we might go Shadow Realm on the review now.
Hey, it don't matter. Hey, listen, I'm the Shadow Realm King, baby. It don't matter to me. Shout out, man. Appreciate you, Aaron, for bringing me up. Listen, bro. This was the thing, right? And you shot yourself in the foot, EtheMan, especially when, and I can understand your frustration because you pretty much gave him the keys to beating you. So the hard part is arguing a philosophy. So you were arguing a philosophy that he made up, right? The conservative douchebag was like his theory, his thing, literally something he made up. And when you ask certain questions, the problem with that is he gets to shift it to whatever it is because there is no concrete definition outside of what he makes it. It's like the wise man versus the parable, the fucking the angry man or whatever. I forget what the fucking thing is, but the dude would pretty much like, it's the dude, he's the wisest man in town, right? And a man wants to make him look foolish, so he says, hey, I will have a bird in my hand and I'll go amongst the crowd and I'll ask him, this bird I hold in my hand, be it live or dead. If he says alive, I'll crush it.
I think it's the wise man and the elephant, but you know.
Well, yeah, however it is, that the variation of that. So whenever you're making an argument against somebody that has a theory, philosophy, or whatever, that's not already preset, Christianity, Islam, whatever, that's an uphill battle, bro. And then furthermore, like you said, you gave him the tenets that you made. That's were good tenets for the argument. But all he had to say was, I'm not arguing that. And then I think Hamp and Cheeky gave you very good. You were too nice in etiquette, right? So you had the etiquette, although you were shooting jabs and shit there, but you missed critical moments as to where you could have capitalized, especially when he said, my bad, go ahead, Aaron.
I need to ask you this because you watched it throughout, right? Because I know you're a competitor and you want to see you got to beat and all that stuff. So let me ask you this. What is Bean's actual position?
That's what I can't. It's nothing solid. That's what I'm saying.
You can't win a debate without a position.
You can't. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and that's what I'm telling you. So
he
didn't
say Beans win. He didn't say Beans win.
That's true. He did not say that.
No. That's what I say. Then that's what I'm saying. And now it's a art and it's a way of doing it, but you have to be very, very cognizant of what's happening and how it's shifting. and it was times where even though he was using that thing, he cornered himself for you, but like you say, you didn't capitalize, and they gave you those key points.
Well, that was the problem with the moderators. I asked him questions 5 times, and the moderators would jump in and move it. That happened. Like if you go through it, I would ask the question, and I try to hold him accountable, and then the moderators will jump in and say, "Oh no, I want to ask him this question. No, he must answer this question before we move forward."
EtheMan, I don't think you realize how much we actually helped. I really don't think you realize how much we kind of set up some layups. Like some of the questions that I asked, I was just like, man, let me think. Like he's giving me all these nebulous things. Let's see if I can get something concrete. And some of the things he answered, I'm like, oh my God, if it was me, I would have jumped on it.
Hey, General, you are supposed to be neutral. How dare you come out and say we was giving you something? We are going to strike that from the record. The General was joking.
There's nothing to swipe. What I'm saying is, I'm asking a question to understand, and within understanding and clarifying, if you give me an answer and I'm thinking just the way that I think, I'm like, why wouldn't EtheMan jump? If it was me,
it's the reason I did that.
Hold on. I know I'm gonna let you go in just a sec. I'm gonna say this though, man. No, those mods was asking a lot of questions. I will say that they was in my estimation, too many questions. All right, that's just my opinion. Too much. One thing we figured out is, and Fatty's probably similar like me in the part of the controversy is cool. Like I don't need to shy away from it. We know the mods should not do too much, but if they do, y'all pissed off about that, we'll tie it in. So I was like, but so you don't think that they asked good questions?
No, so I think what they was doing was they was trying to throw me an alley-oop, and I wasn't taking it because the premise. So, for example, I was about to make a point, and Hamp made my point for me. So I was literally he said, "I know you about to say this." He said what I was about to say, and then I repeated what he said. I was like, "Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say." And I was like, "Hey, I think the mods just have to understand is that you have to stay out of the debate." Like they got caught up that they wanted me to debate the way that they wanted me to debate. So they said, "Let me hop in here," and I think it showed. And because if I would have took it, it would have been like only reason I made that point was because I was thrown an alley-oop.
Fair point.
No.
No. That's not what happened at all. I didn't do that. I asked clarifying questions, and through him answering those clarifying questions, he gave away like some. I'm like, is anybody listening to what he's saying?
I just want to mention I'm the first one to talk about clarifying questions, and ever since I've set that precedent, it is now the thing.
But it was not just so cheeky. Yeah, you guys was not just asking questions. Y'all was making statements too. Y'all was literally making statements.
Who made a statement? What statement did I make? Honestly,
I'm talking about all 3 mods. Do you feel like none of the mods?
Well, I mean, of course, Sarah did. So Sarah did because she just was not supposed to be in this one. She was not supposed to be in this debate, bro. This is not the one she was supposed to be in. Sarah was definitely making statements. I think Hemp did take away a point from you when he did make that point of, I think this is where he's leading to, right? But outside of that, for the most part, me and Hemp were very quiet. The main person that had questions.
I think he cut out. But yeah, so that's the point is like, I was literally, so the thing, I think it was one part, I didn't talk for almost 8 minutes. It was just the mods and beings going back and forth. And I counted, I think it was almost like 8 minutes. So that's the point is I kind of get that, y'all guys there, y'all want to be a part of it. It's not my show, so I can't do it. But I was every time I would go somewhere I would corner Beans into a corner and I'm like, ask him a question. I asked him a question again, and he would refuse to answer the question. And then as soon as I try to get him to answer the question, the mod said, I got a question. And they asked him a question that had nothing to do with my question. And then I come back to my question and I say, hey, can you answer my question? And they said, now we gotta we gotta get you to. We don't want to talk about that more because we don't move the conversation.
So part of the reason for that is the mods understand we have a show to run. We have to continue to move the conversation forward because it can get stagnated. And if he refused to answer your questions and you don't attempt to speak through him and utilize that strategy more, then they're going to have to move on. Because if you're just asking and then hoping he responds so you can make your point, it wasn't working. At least that's they identified.
But that was the rules. The rules was he had to answer my question. See, I was just following the rules. If I ask you a question, according to, if we pull the rules up, I got the rules right here. You cannot avoid and you have to answer the question. So the reason I kept repeating it is because every time he did not answer a question, the mod's actually supposed to dock him and say, hey, you're not answering the question. He got away with not answering half of the questions I asked.
Wait, so are you saying when you asked him questions, he didn't answer them?
Yes, I asked him straight up questions.
I'm gonna review it, but I feel like he answered almost every single one, and they were a lot.
I think he answered. And mind you, I didn't hear everything, but Achiki was there. I think he did answer questions. I don't think he answered them the way you wanted to answer. Like podcast is smart. He'll go, no. He's smart. Like that's something honestly I would do. I'm not going to give you a 20-word answer. I'm going to say no, yes.
Yeah,
I'm not going to push the point for you.
I agree. And again, that podcast, and even still, he answered a lot of questions and gave explanations. And so to me, he answered so many questions. The ones that he didn't answer, to me, I wouldn't be able to count because of how many more you asked. I don't think you should have asked nearly as many questions as you did, right? Because it puts your opponent in a position to be more loquacious, and that in and of itself can sway a debate. I think you should have made a lot more points, and you should have stood and made them very poignant. And the moment you would have done that, I would have been able to go, oh, I get where he's going. We can land the plane. But instead, what you wanted him to do was strip his own words up and fumble into a point. And it's like, nah, you gotta make the point.
Well, that's what I did at the end, and I think you personally didn't when I brought the financial aspect into the place, and I was like, hey, it's proven that people who get to the bat are the statistic that I brought into it that says that, hey, if you're married, it is statistical that you're going to make twice as much more money, almost twice as much money than if you were single. This is a correlation.
I think you made an executional mistake by you allowing podcast to say you got to prove the point. You should have made him prove the point, right? When he moved the goalpost to like, hey, you're the one that got to prove it. Actually, you don't. He actually had to. He was the presenter of this. And I think you missed a perfect opportunity to put the burden of proof on him. And I think if you would have done that from the beginning, because I was watching, because in the beginning I was watching, then I fell off after that because I couldn't keep up and I didn't have connection. But I was listening. I was like, oh, yeah. And in this moment, I'm like, yeah, I can separate the fact that how I would respond and not thinking that you need to respond that way. But in that moment, I was like, it's over with. If it was me, I saw too many opportunities that podcast gave that I don't think he will do in a second follow-up because he'll be able to critique himself pretty well. But this particular debate was yours to dominate, actually. Especially the way it was presented from what I saw. And I think that part is kind of where you I think that's kind of where you kind of like it. To me, it's an executional mistake by you allowing him to put that on you to prove a point when you know he hasn't even presented a point to argue against.
Yeah, but I was in the understanding that we had to answer the question. When Fatty read us the rules, see, that's the thing is, so usually, like if you debate outside of YouTube, when they tell you the rules, you have a group of judges. When you don't do what the rules are, you get striked. Like you get striked, and then you get penalized for not following the rules. I didn't know that. Just this is new. I didn't know that.
I get it because I don't want to say in your defense, but I agree with the way you thought about it because podcasts always say, I want it like collegiate style. Like that's what he want. So in your mind, you're like, all right, if I just ask you a question and you don't answer based upon, because Fatty sends out a whole breakdown of the stream. He's very, very good at kind of, that's what he does well. And I've seen him before, and I know what you mean. If you go into it with, this was said, you got to answer questions. But I think one thing, look, this is what it is. You have to come 100% correct in the sense of, we saw how the other two shows went and they getting better and better. I think you have to let the check with the moderator. Say, were you guys given the rules for this particular debate? And asked him. I know it sounds crazy,
but they was there.
Do that.
He read the rules. That's the point. He read the rules to them at the beginning. Maybe they weren't paying attention, but he said, I can read the rules.
But also, you keep stating he didn't answer questions. And I believe he answered questions, at least in a small time that I saw, because let's be honest, you go on, he might shrug you off. And they may not be to the degree you liked. But I think if he answered enough questions and then some,
I think he completely avoided some questions.
Okay.
Completely avoided. But like I said, when we get a chance to review it, yes, he did answer. I'm not saying he avoided all questions, because he did answer some questions. But I do think he was able to avoid questions. The reason that I asked multiple questions because I thought it was a rule. I just know the rules now that you don't have to ask a question, because a lot of questions I just wouldn't answer if I knew I didn't have to answer.
So that EtheMan, I want to go over it again, because I promise you that man was answering so many questions. I couldn't believe it. I was like, there's no way. Like, I don't think he does any questions, to be honest with you. And I'll go over because I could be wrong, but it's just like, man, I'm looking. He gave answers to everything. And from my memory, from my perspective, he answered a majority. If I had to put a percentage on it, it was 95 up to 99. That range.
Okay. So yeah, I think that's the key. You think he was answering y'all questions too, the moderators?
Yes, I know you were saying he didn't answer my question, but he did.
He said, "I don't have to." Oh yeah, you're right. That's the answer. I don't have to answer your question. Is the answer? You're right. Okay. So yeah. But let's play the first part of it because I'm taking notes. I want to get better. I definitely want to get better because I think this is going to be kind of the future of this space.
I'm gonna say this. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna just stay the conversation list because yeah, man, I would have looked out like prime Mike Tyson in this debate. Stan Ultra in the building says, "Tell me how a person that dropped out of school says he had a collegiate debates. Make it make sense." So podcast did enroll into. I'm assuming you talk about podcasts because EtheMan said that he went to college. I didn't, so I don't take no offense at all. It doesn't bother me at all. It does hurt my feelings on the inside though. But I think podcast took some collegiate courses. I don't necessarily recall if he actually graduated college, but I know he took some collegiate courses, even though he may not have finished school. So that's what as far as I know, that's what he expressed he did. So that's why he makes these claims. Now let's get to the beginning of the opening statements to get some clarification on the ultimate statements.
For the sake of the judges and for the audiences, explain the term conservative douchebag. So I was asked this a couple of times on a few other shows the last couple of days. So conservative douchebag is a term that I came up with, and it refers to specifically Black people, pretentious capitalists, right, who espouse right-leaning racial and political views, right? So a conservative douchebag is that Black person who they reach a certain level educationally, or they reach a certain level financially, and all of a sudden they're not really Black anymore, right? You know, when OJ said, "I'm not Black, I'm OJ," right? So they tend to lean more on the conservative Republican side with their political and racial views. They tend to forego the historical evidence that supports the narrative of Black people being victims and oppressed in this country. And they tend to just want to say, no, y'all are lazy, y'all are bum, y'all are uneducated, y'all are single moms, are this, that, and they don't ever want to discuss how we got to that point. So that's what a conservative douchebag is. It's a black person who's a pretentious capitalist who puts money over everything. Money comes first all the time. That's
now puts money over everything. Money comes first. So that is the primary indicator. It's actually probably the requirement. Outside of those other things he listed, they put money over everything. Right? That would put, to me, that would says that's the primary thing that he's speaking.
That's
to.
what a conservative douchebag is. So that's my open statement.
All right. So guess what, guys? And so let me start like this, right?
Now, to be clear, that opening statement just gave a definition. It didn't say if he think we don't need them. It didn't say if we should get less of them. He didn't say they are bad for society. He didn't say they are good for society. There was no position presented. And now maybe I skipped over some things in the beginning. Like I said, I don't know. But I don't hear a position being taken. And if the smoke was up with me, or if I was a particular mod, which obviously my prices just went up at this point because it clearly needs to, I would have got some clarification around that. Because at this point, I feel like we're not arguing anything, and no position was presented in the opening statement. Now that could be strategic, which I still wouldn't let nobody get away with that with me. But I understand that I didn't hear any position there. General, you heard a position? Fantastic. You hear a position? Because I didn't. Well, Fantastic already said he didn't hear a position earlier. So
Yeah, I didn't hear one and this is what they do. I didn't hear one specifically, but I'm going to believe that you should challenge that. If I'm not debating, so look.
I got you.
Right.
I got you. Okay. Yeah, bet. So same here. I'm not debating because if I was, it would have been over. He know like this. Well, it would have been over. But like I said, nothing presented as an argument. Let's go to EtheMan Williams in his Dwayne the Rock Johnson shirt that he refused to wear on my. So my show ain't good enough for you. So you telling me? No. You telling me the Team Fatty show is you like that's the show now? Forget my little old show. I see what's going on here. That's crazy. And you had your fake people's eyebrow and everything. That's crazy, man. All right, we're gonna get to these opening statements.
So I had a chance, DJ Hamp, actually podcast. I had a chance to go get me a massage today as I was laying on the bench getting this massage, and I start having this feeling. You might know this feeling podcast. No, you're selling drugs. DJ Hamp, you might know this feeling because you played football before, right? You know that feeling before you about to go to an away game. And that feeling inside that you understand that you prepared for this. And so I start getting that feeling I haven't gotten. It's funny that we had that Friday Night Lights feeling tonight. So I'm going to tell y'all guys something really simple. The three things that I'm going to talk about. First of all, conservative.
Right there. EtheMan presents. These are the three things that I'm going to talk about tonight. And let's get into those. Okay, Stan Autry says, I'm in the building. He says he cleaned it up later by saying it was a YouTube education on debating. You cannot save him, fam. wait. I don't know if this is true. I didn't watch the show, Stan. My brother, please don't hurt me. You telling me that he said he got a YouTube education on debating?
Yeah.
I'm not fighting my brother Stan. All right, let me just say that now. I'm not fighting him. If that's what happened, that is something interesting. I'm gonna just say that. If that's what happened, I did not know that was the case. Now I don't know. Maybe you could argue that's school, but is that college? If you watch a collegiate debate on YouTube, man, I'm gonna leave it alone, Stan.
No, so you said I should have responded to his opinion because
not yet. No. I'm the most neutral person in this. So, okay. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, currently reviewing it right now, I'm neutral to it because y'all already went through it, right? So I missed a whole bunch of stuff, so I don't have any bias either way. But what I heard podcasts say in his opening statement, which is normally you take an affirmative or you take some position typically, or you talk about how you're going to defend or prove something. Now, I didn't go to college. I live in my mom's basement, so I'm not somebody you should take a lot of credence from, but I didn't see that presented in his statement. Now we'll go EtheMan Williams. He says, I'm going to give y'all the 3 pillars that I will be debating or discussing in this particular show. So let's get to it.
Feeling tonight. So I'm going to tell y'all guys something really simple. The 3 things that I'm going to talk about. First of all, conservative douchebags run the world. That's that we need conservative douchebags.
Now, we can't go past that, EtheMan Williams. Now, you said conservative douchebag, they run the world.
Correct.
So that was said. I heard it. The general heard it. The thing is, right, I'm going to just say me, but I know Cheeky experience and Fantastic experience. We get attacked a lot. And part of the ways people debate us, and it's cool because we're fine to do it, is they nitpick language with us, right? So there are certain things that we know are going to be attacked in a discussion or debate, right? So when you said you didn't say that, I knew you said it because I know what I would attack, right? And so Cheeky as well.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same
So to be fair, when I wrote
send me and Cheeky our $50 because you was wrong. Now
I got it. All right. So the whole point, to be fair, when I first wrote my opening statement, I didn't look at conservatives douchebag as a race. I thought conservatives douchebag was the Donald Trump of the world, was the Mark Zuckerberg.
It's not. It's not. It's not you actually allow yourself to be pinned to that position because you thought you came so prepared. You said, we just gonna remove all the that was a strategic mistake. But
you got to listen to my whole statement.
I'm going to listen to your whole statement, sir. You don't need to be defensive against me.
No.
I am doing the aftermath review, sir. On the aftermath, it's my strong opinion. Right. Plans or not, y'all got to get this work. Beings gonna get.
I took away the white people. I took away, like in my next sentence. So first, when I first put my opening statement, I was talking about all conservative douchebags, and I said he said let's take away the white people. So when I made that opening statement that conservative douchebags run the world, white people was included.
And you know what? When I heard that, I was in step with you because I'm like, he didn't say that he's removing them when he said that. And I heard later on he said black people run the world, and I'm like, that's not what you said. So when it comes to nitpicking words, you had an up. But I think once again, you don't have to concede positions. That's one thing you got to understand, because when people move in, this is when you think that you're in the best position because you're like, I could argue either point. It's totally fine to be able to, but don't force yourself to do it. Like, it's cool to be able to, but he needed to prove that point. And there's nothing in that is it specific to blacks. But if he makes it, it centers your argument, and then you have to recenter it. But you have to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I got it, but that's what I'm saying. If you would have took my whole statement, what I'm saying, I literally took white people out of it. And like the next, well, I'll let you do it.
I get it. I get that part, right? I totally understand. You took them out. I totally get that. But I don't know if you have to adjust your phrase, because at that point, do they run the world? It's like, whoa. But I understand what you're trying to say, so I'm not going to hold you up on that. Truth, in reality, is undefeated. It says conservative DB, any black person that made good life choices, stayed out of jail, has a relationship and financial success, and dislike losers. So he basically saying that's essentially what it means. If you made good choices in your life, you stayed out of the prisons, you have a good relationship and financial success, and you dislike the losers, that's what you are, CDB. Okay, Ed the Unchained says, EtheMan, is that shirt Denise made for Theo? Is that the shirt Denise made for Theo? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. Shout out to Ed Unchained, because Ed Unchained was holding me down in all the shows. So shouts out to Ed Unchained, okay? That's my guy. Got to make sure I show Ed Unchained some love. Now, we're going to get into some of your breakdowns, but I'm just saying, in my estimation, because look, I know how Fatty is going to progress it. You're going to start seeing 2-on-2s, right? And I'm just going to tell y'all now, ain't nobody beating the GBG. There ain't nobody can do it. It ain't no souls lined up. So I'm just giving y'all fair warning. It's going to be really bad for people. Now, I just want to stay out of this, but a lot of people be mentioning my name and this, that. Leave me alone. That's all I'm going to tell y'all. Leave me alone. Cheeky is a nice guy. He like, yeah, I got you guys. It's all love. Leave me alone. I ain't going to be so nice. Because when I like to win, I like you to know I won by 195 points. But I'm fine with taking a 2-point win as well. Okay, truth and reality is under 50 says that's Bean's definition, and I don't agree. So, but when you agree, when you don't push back about a definition he gives, then you have to accept. Like, it's kind of like you saying you accept it. It's not 100% definitive, but it's kind of like saying you accept it. And when you accept it, now you have to structure your argument.
You don't push back in your opening statement.
For me,
you don't supposed to. He's supposed to make an opening statement, and you're supposed to make an opening statement. You don't ask questions in your opening statement. So I couldn't say, "Hey, I disagree with that" in his opening statement, right?
I agree with that.
Okay,
I agree. The opening statements are supposed to be uninterrupted. Now, here's the thing, right? I keep telling people, right? I'm not as smart as I need to be, right? People think that I am, but I'm not. I know this is YouTube. I'm not one of these people that don't understand what I'm dealing with because of everything that I experienced on YouTube. People clip me, all these things. I know this is YouTube. So because I have that experience, I go, all right, y'all gonna get caught up on this extra debates and stuff, right? Showmanship matter. Your ability to land points, all these things matter. Heck, knowing the moderators and their tendencies, all of that stuff matters. I'm sorry. So we just got to come into this a little bit more understanding of that. This is not Harvard, and we're not debating Harvard. Sal, go ahead.
So to be fair, you let Beans pay his whole opening statement. Can we play my whole opening statement to see what I said in full? Or no?
Of course. But the reason why I cut it off is because, one, the general's here, and you pushed back against both of us when we said you said that, and you made it seem like we don't listen well. And I'm gonna just tell you this: I can't retain the information the way that Beans does. That's not my skill.
And I wrote it down.
At this point, Cheeky saying that me saying it at this point is that I lost. I lost a point for this based on his
I don't know if that's the case, but I will lean into that, finding that out, because there might be more reasonings behind when you are a moderator. And I'm going to talk. If Fatty's interested, I'm going to talk to him about a scoring system. And I actually prefer.
I gave him a score.
Calm down, General. This ain't about you. So about
it about me.
So, but like I said, I like the fact that there's nobody centered to be forced to judge a certain way. It makes it entertaining. This is YouTube, but I also think there's a different way I think should be presented, and that's something me and him will discuss and see if he steals all my other ideas anyway. So he might as well go ahead. You know what I mean? He gonna acknowledge. He knows. He knows where he got that moderator thing. He know I'm the man. Now, if y'all need any consultations, now I'm joking. Let's get to EtheMan's full thoughts after he said conservative douchebags, they run the world. Now, after you said that, we're gonna get to your full thoughts. Okay, let's do it.
Funny that we had that Friday Night Lights feeling tonight. So I'm gonna tell y'all guys something really simple. The three things that I'm going to talk about. First of all, conservative douchebags run the world. Matter of fact, we need conservative douchebags. That's the first thing that I want to help y'all guys understand.
Now, you just took another position, and I know you want to hear it in totality, but the aftermath is the breakdown. You said we need them. So I'm going by point, right? So I'm analyzing. Can you prove we need them? And I'm not asking you to prove it because you're not debating me, but I'm saying now, once he tells me that we need them, the second he explains how we need them, it better be on point, because I will destroy that point. So let's get back to it. So we need them. Gotcha.
Run the world. Matter of fact, we need conservative douchebags. That's the first thing that I want to help y'all guys understand. The second thing is, don't get me to start talking about a married conservative douchebag, because those are the ones who actually build the foundation in this country to be able to make some things happen. And it wouldn't be me. That's why I had to put on the money shirt. If we didn't talk about getting to the bag and getting to the money. So those are the three things in this debate that I want to talk about. I want to talk about how a married conservative douchebag that's getting to the bag is what's needed in this world, and not what podcast is.
He says, I want to talk about how a married CDB is what's needed in this world. This is your cemented position, right? You talked about what you want to talk about, and he talked about, in my estimation, no position. So if this is the premise of the debate, all you have to do is prove your positions and not allow him to disprove your positions. Because at this point, he's in the catbird seat because you made an executional mistake. You never made him pick a position. You never made him pick a side. None of us know how to properly assess whether he's right or wrong because he's not in a position to have to be right or wrong. You are arguing both sides right now. And that's just what I've identified. But I didn't go to college. Don't hold me to that because they will laugh at me and take advantage of me in the sense of that I don't know any better and I've never argued on a collegiate debate. But I have common sense. And I argue sports very, very well. People don't really know that about me, but they used to call me, and I'm not happy about it. They used to call me mini Stephen A. Smith. I'm not happy about that. Let me just say that. But I really know sports way more like than people actually know. I just gave up on it because it occupied too much of my life, and I needed to excel to a point to get past that. But so I know how to debate stats, points, and lean conversations in the sense of that. But you hurt yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying by you hurt yourself in that area? I know in the moment.
Yeah,
like,
I get what you're saying.
This don't mean you lost, by the way. Like so far, what I'm saying, this no way means you lost.
I get you saying is that I did not. You never made him pick a side, and up until this point, you correct. But I held him to make. That's why I was asking certain. We'll get to it. You're right. At this point, I don't think you. I think it's too early for me to hurt myself in the debate because he haven't responded yet. But
no, you can get hurt early, my friend. And I get what you said. This ain't enough for him to win, right? Mm-hmm. But you put him in a prime position by not identifying there was no position taken. Now we all assume that if you take a position, and this is important about understanding the moderators. You got Hamp there, extremely bright. Listens extremely well and really knows how to break things down, right? So you got him, Chicky there. I don't know the lady, whoever she is, but they love her, right? Whatever she did, they loved her in the debate. So even though the guess is this, look, if EtheMan position is this, we all assume that podcast is the reverse of that, right? They're like, I'm against whatever he's talking about, right? It's fair to assume that position, but the biggest point is he never stated it. And if I have to nitpick and go, and if he tell me, Cheeky, I never stated that position, you can't hold me to that, he's right. And that's the difficult part. So it's important. It's important for you to nail people down to certain positions on YouTube debates, even though I get your point and premise, but this is the aftermath, and I have to give it to you just like straightforward like that. That's the way you have to make those points.
I think that's a good point. You must make your opponent pick a side. That was a good takeaway. I like that.
And JJ in the chat, hate. He got his hater hat on today. Okay, he acting up today. I don't know what's going on. Let me see here. Stan Archie said, let's be honest. He took a handful of his antidepressant medication. He looks casket ready. That is wild. That is crazy. Wait, you telling me you don't like the Chicago hat with the glasses on? Y'all don't like that? I ain't in Chicago. All right, okay. Look, let's get down to this because this is actually really good so far.
Press my mic there. I don't have to open up too much.
So, really quick, first question. I got two.
Well, you got questions already, Cheeky Banner?
And listen, even in this, one of the moderators is going to say that they had an understanding that we was going to talk about these three pillars, and then they want to discard the pillars at the end. Play the video. I just want y'all to play the video.
Well, look, I don't know why there's questions already. I don't know. So I'm going to just tell you, I don't know what's going on here, but it's questions already. Let's hear the first question. And if it's because he don't feel positions were taken, let's find out.
So conservative douchebags run the country and then married conservative douchebags are the foundation. What was the third?
The last thing is getting to the bag is a must. So those are the three things. I don't want to make sure y'all guys are not.
Oh, well, Cheeky wanted clarification on your positions.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get no clarification on our podcast positions, but maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
So maybe I'm gonna be on. I don't think he got it.
How am I supposed to get clarification on something that ain't there?
Another
I'm gonna
point
ask,
being.
right, like I'm gonna ask the person that made the point, and if there is no point to debate, that's not on me to point that out. That's on the debater. If it's me and you, like we just said, if it's us on that panel, we going. So what are you debating then? I'm not understanding. EtheMan didn't do
Well,
that. It's not my.
I know if Aaron was there, based off seeing him moderate, he would have got his position. Aaron did do a great job of moderating. Go ahead. We'll play video soon.
Don't try to turn the moderators against me.
You're not trying to look. I'm new to moderating. This is my first time moderating a debate, and this is my first debate ever. And I still dusting him out the water. So everybody got room to grow.
I'm just joking, bro. Go ahead.
All right, let's get back to it. This is hilarious. I can't do this no more.
Not confusing this debate. My goal by the end of this is that you understand that these are the three pillars. These are the three pillars to be able to get ahead in this country. So I turn it back over to the podcast.
Yeah. Beans, question. In order to qualify as a conservative douchebag, do you have to be pretentious? Like, does it have a negative connotation, or can somebody be successful but be humble and therefore not a conservative douchebag?
So yes, to the latter part, right? Because the point of it, the douchebag part of it, right, is that you are taking on this other persona, so to speak.
Just for clarification, right? That is a good question by Hamp, and I see what Cheeky was saying, right? The questions that they asked really set you up in a good position, because if you remove pretentious, right, other elements exist. But the part that, so like when you remove that point, then that's not required to be a CDB, right? So he kind of just removed that point. Like that's not a requirement, right? So the only requirements that exist are I think the two other or three other points that he laid out. You see what I'm saying? So that first one, he removed that element for you. You ain't even got to argue that point at this point. So that was a good question to help, but it's also because Hamp don't know what his position is. Hamp don't know. I don't know. So they're trying to, and this is the part you guys got to understand. We know as mods, there's an assumption that y'all are looking for our bias, right? So we're trying to ask the most fair questions without it sounding like we're actually debating, even though in our mind we like, boy, if it was me, it's over with. But I have to come across a certain way. So I think that's what's happening here.
Point of it, the douchebag part of it, right, is that you're taking on this other persona, so to speak, right? It's not necessarily you. You came from this place, you knew what was going on in this place, and you understood it. But now that you're away from this place, now all of a sudden you can't remember what was happening in this place anymore. Now all you see is the problems of the people, but you don't see how they got there anymore. And that's the douchebag part of it, right?
Okay.
Like, oh, this is interesting. Like he would have got destroyed. You can't prove that. You can't prove for a second that they don't remember how they got there. For a second. You can't prove that. Man, oh man. Oh Lord. Yeah, let me stay out of retirement. Yeah, he gave this one to you on a platter. Man, oh man.
The part of it is that they're right leaning in their political views and their economic views.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. The part of it is that but you don't see how they got there anymore. And that's the douchebag part of it, right?
Okay.
The part of it is that they're right leaning in their political views and their economic views.
Now I don't know if he said they're right leaning. I don't know if that was the requirement as well, because the sound distorted. You probably didn't notice that. So I didn't hear if he said and they lean this way, because if that was the case, then we have a specific phrasing of who they are, and they can't be these other people. But he already disconnected that if they weren't pretentious, then they could still be, which could open the door to right-leaning people. So I understand why you might think that he was all over the place. Because
but then he gonna say it's 20% of black men.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. I don't know. I ain't got no time stamps.
Understood. Is there anything you want to clarify from him specifically, Beans? Like his pillars that he's resting on as an example?
No, I mean he can make his statements and state his positions on it, and I'll make sure I tear him down. I mean, you can't say that the pillars, you know what I'm saying? But that's okay. So it's up to him to prove it.
Understood. Sarah, anything?
Right there. It's up to you to prove it, right? He put that narration out there. It's up to you to prove it. In my humble explanation, I think it's all on Beans to prove this. This is all his positions. This is all his thoughts. The onus should be on him, sir. And you should have went in there with that battle. It's on you. You're the one saying this. So why you saying it? What's the problem is? And you had all the data, everything to back things up. It would have put you in like a much stronger position because and I think Cheeky would agree. This is Bean's argument to prove. You actually don't have to prove anything. You just have to disprove his arguments that he's given to you. And I think you could have done that easily because a lot of what I heard, I don't even think is provable. Like they forget where they come from. How can you prove that? Like it's just you can't.
But I didn't want to argue his opinion. That's the point. But I get what you're saying. I should just ask, how can we measure it? How can we prove it?
And that's your problem. You came to YouTube talking about, I went to college and I don't argue opinions. That's your problem because if his premise is just an opinion, this is why they think you lost.
Well, they biased. That's what
No. See, and this is the problem. It's not about being biased. It's what you can prove. This isn't
debating what you can prove through either statistics or persuasion. You made official points that you could not prove because all it took was one disapproval and there was no comeback. That's the problem.
So hold on. So you believe I did not prove the point of marriage, right?
No, I gave you that point. That's the one I did give you because he agreed with.
Did you? What about? Did I prove the point about getting to the bag?
No, because when he was asking, when the question was asked, what is getting to the bag, and you said, I think getting to the bag is advancement. Now you're pigeonholing yourself even more. No, my bad.
Well, I got you.
You didn't say
no. So what he said was he can add a level of advancement. Also, you got to take care of your own 4 plus more, something like that. I don't know the goddamn phrase he used. Right?
What he said was you have to be able to take care of yourself and the people around you. It's what he said. Getting to the bag is.
No, he said 4 for 4. Something like that. I don't remember the exact words. But
I didn't even say advancement. That's the point. I said. I can tell you what I said.
All right. Look, Aaron, we just have to watch the video because I know I heard these words and I know I heard them from somebody. Now I could be absolutely wrong.
You heard it from Beans, but what I said. You asked me a direct question. First of all, you asked Beans a question about what getting the bag is. He refused to answer your question. He just wouldn't go answer. He answered your question?
He did answer. He answered the first part of the question. It was a 2-part question, which is getting to the bag necessary? He said no, because most people can't do it. And the second part of it is, when I asked him, okay, what was it? I can't remember the second part, but it led to the point of what is getting to the bag. And I was like, well, what does that mean to you?
No. Your question to him, what is getting to the bag? He did not answer the question.
That's because it wasn't his position to give.
It's not his onus to bring, and
it's not his onus to bring that. It's on you, and he had a point. That's why when he said that's not on me to answer, that's the truth. It's a part of your pillars, which is why I said.
Podcast said, what is the specific amount? What amount is it? What's the number? Right? He tried to get you to take an exact position, right? Once again, realizing he needs to corner you. Once he gets you to take exact position, then he can execute his offensive. But you still didn't bite on that. You decided, I'm not going to answer that question that way because you knew that was the angle. But the answer that you gave, although it was an answer, it was, I don't even know if you can measure it, right? Because it is a little subjectivity involved, right? When you say take care of others outside of you. So if you want to tell us specifically what it is, because I don't have the timestamps I told y'all so.
Yeah, so specifically what I said is to say getting to the bag is when you're able to take care of all of your responsibility and also contribute to the community, right? So I was talking about your 4 and no more, right? So when Podcast made the example, I know an Army dude who could take care of his 6 kids. His 6 kids will still be considered in his 4 no more, obviously. And the reason, the answer, the only reason I chose to debate this is because I was asked and I wanted to see the debate go moving forward. So I could have just said no, I didn't want to do it, but I think it would have. I do think I brought a level of entertainment and level where the debate should go based off what I did. So.
You know,
Look,
I mean,
we agree. Yeah, no, we agree. You did your thing, dog. Well, that's why everybody's like, bro, you entertained, so you was hellified with that, right? And I think the probably the most how a debate should go was probably be between me and Fantastic. That's
He biased.
that.
That's
I'm not
biased.
biased. All right. Okay, dog.
now I'm gonna strike that from the record because he is biased to the point he cannot, as a judge, use himself as the example. He know that's not a good idea. Okay, even if it's right, he need to let somebody else present it.
I lost.
It does not matter, sir. You are part of the apex of the layout there, and y'all at the top of the mountain there. So you, even if you lost, you still the example. So no, we're gonna strike you from the record. Let's get back to the video though, because I think they said they wanted, because maybe they heard something I didn't hear.
I think I'm gonna sit and wait, and I want to hear some more about
ma'am.
this conservative douchebag.
Okay. Cheeky, what was the first pillar you want to hear more about? And Beans can challenge it.
So I think the first one that Beans can challenge is get into the bag is a must. So this is one of EtheMan's pillar. EtheMan, do you have them prioritized by chance, or
You see that mistake where Lord Hamp says, Cheeky, you want to ask the questions for EtheMan's pillars or Beanskin, and there is no pressure on him to prove nothing. Absolutely nothing. All he has to do is wait for you to make a mistake to get an edge. That is the one big thing that happened here. And I think you probably didn't catch it until later on because you thought there was an already agreed upon expectation of the battle, right? Would you agree that's probably what happened?
Yeah, well, I think that we had already agreed. Yeah, I think it's like I said, the private conversation was we was going to talk about three things, not one thing. And then when we got on, and that's why Fatty said what he said at the end. Then when we got on here, we act like I didn't say my pillars was what we agreed upon. These wasn't things that I made up. That's like me coming to you and say we're going to debate these three things, and then I make my points to these three things. And you say now you got to stand on it. No, I just followed the rules, in my opinion.
It's fair enough. Let's get back to the video.
it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. I haven't prioritized, but you know, champions and just when
Well,
you're
no,
a winner, Cheeky.
wait. Let's go back order. Let's go back order. Let's go back order.
Hold on. Let me hear what he's about to say. So what were you about to say when it didn't matter about priority? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I prepared for this debate. So the first thing I'm saying is I personally had a list. But yeah, but like I said, my goal is this right here. Since I'm a leader, I am a winner. Since podcasts identify me as a conservative douchebag, we adjust to the field. We see that they in the cover too. So since we see them in the cover too, so Cheeky, you tell me where you want me to start, and I'll start cooking. Go ahead, Cheeky, and ask your question.
So let's start off with the most important, since they're prioritized. What's the number one priority for the pillars?
Conservative douchebags actually run the world. They're the one who actually gave Beans those government cheese that he had. They're the one who paid for his Section 8. They're the one who put pillars in place for him to be able to live a free life that he don't have to worry. So they are a need in society. You can complain about them, but your whole life is based on being able to benefit off these conservative douchebags.
All right, so Beans, any rebuttal?
Yes. So who pays the most taxes in the U.S.?
The conservative douchebags. Let me give you an example. I can elaborate. Thank you. I appreciate you yielding the mic. I just wanted to make sure I gave you your 1 minute when you want to talk. Let's start talking about some of the people who would be considered a conservative douchebag. Let's remove the white people out. We're going to remove them out because he said white people ain't conservative douchebags. It's only.
Yes, EtheMan. What is it you want to say, sir?
So obviously, I've been talking about white people up until this moment. Would you agree or disagree with that, Eric?
I don't think it was just limited to them, because I would make the argument, right? Even if you look at, I don't want to argue for you, but man, it would have been destruction if it was me there. Okay, do I have the toxic CEO in the building? Black Don? Okay, I don't know. You let me know if you come back because I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I don't know if that's you. All right, so here's the thing, right? I understand your argument is using them, right? 100% agree, right? But the problem is, once you remove that, you still can make an argument, but you have to restructure it. You have to restructure it because I think that's
I definitely do that.
Yeah, because I could make the argument. I understand what you want to say. Let me see if I got the toxic CEO. Is that you?
Yeah, but fucking it's using the wrong audio again. God damn it. Yeah, that's me.
I bet. So like that was part of the issue that I was having. EtheMan, it's like, but okay, fair enough. You removed him from the conversation to meet him at his point. Cool. I go with that. Let's see here.
And I'm gonna change my. Let's remove the white people out. We're gonna remove them out because he said white people ain't conservative douchebags. It's only a black thing. Okay, we'll do that for you today. So if we go ahead and just start, right? Let's talk about David Story. Do we know who that is? The owner of the worldwide technology company. $7 billion. $7 billion who went out there. He changed the world because he's a conservative douchebag, right? He's a black man. I'll stop right there. But I got a list of conservative douchebags that's changing the world, providing jobs, making sure that people, family eat in the black community that we call sellout because we go out here making jobs for other people. I rest my mind.
So the pillars.
God damn. Oh shit, I am hilarious. That was funny.
I just want to say, EtheMan, stop making arguments you don't have to make. So you have to understand, you overtalked early, right?
Yeah.
I did it on purpose.
Yeah, that's cool.
I did it on purpose. So you gotta understand, from an entertainment purpose, I understood what position he was gonna take, and it was gonna be boring. So I knew that I had to put it on my back, and I had to entertain the crowd. I know everybody said I could have, if I would have did what Bees didn't answer no question, and I would have set that, this would have been a horrible show, in my opinion. So I said, hey, you know what? I'm going to engage more because he's not really engaging with the crowd. He's not like making points. So I take that. You can say, EtheMan Williams, you talk too much, but if he wasn't talking and I wasn't talking, this would have been horrible. Somebody had to talk.
But
is that the reason why you wore that short, to be more entertaining?
Yeah, I think I was entertaining. It was the talk of the night. You didn't know? Everybody talked about that shirt.
So you chose to wear that shirt. You volunteered.
Black Don, this is the aftermath, okay? So my point is,
got the Fedation.
My point is that yes, you can overtalk, but certain points you can't. You cannot put yourself in a bond where when you overtalk, it kind of hands him a strengthening position. I didn't think you needed to expound in areas when he asked, you didn't have to do that. You can still overtalk and do your thing in other areas, but don't let like him be able to advantage points. And I think there were certain places where I'm like, oh, advantage point, and like I'm good. Nothing wrong with talking, getting it going, but you have to pick your spots because when you see the angle that he's taking, what he's doing is trying to let you talk yourself into a position where he can finally find an opening. It's like taking 100 shots.
And also another criticism, I think both of you, your posture, well, both of you guys is like physical posture was kind of questionable, but I think yours is a little bit more, like you kind of had like one hand on your hip, another one slinging around. You was like, I'm the bad bitch of the show. Look at my shirt. Look at what I'm the bad bitch of the show.
What's going on?
You're not gonna gaslight me here. I'm just like, all right, bro, this is kind of
okay.
Like, you're being entertaining, and I get it. I'm all for it. I like it. I love the energy. Just that was a little bit too much energy. We got to bring it down. A little podcast was worse. That guy, the way he was sitting on his chair, I don't like the way his like chin kind of folded on this polo.
This is not the roast of EtheMan and podcast. Okay, this is not the roast, Black.
No, this is the after.
It sounds like the way how y'all talk. I didn't get to see it. I was out there enjoying my life with my baby girl. Yeah. I took her to a Foo Fighters concert. It was amazing. We had a great time.
Yeah, I watched like half of it too. Yeah, I kind of ducked out.
It sounds like EtheMan lost.
Did you? Oh, you won?
Hey. In my opinion, no. Technically, yes.
And what's a win?
On a technicality, yes. But like reasonably, no. But hey, sometimes you only have to win that way because once again, no position was taken by Beans, and he allowed himself into this role. And everybody that's strategic in our space sees that.
I was rooting for Beans, but
it
hey,
seems like that's the way
to-
how you win debates nowadays. You don't take no position,
You
and
just
the other
go.
person carry the show. Whoever carries the show is the one that loses.
No, people take positions. Is that you got to make sure you get them to take a position. If you don't make nobody take a position, why would they offer themselves a position? You see what I'm saying? Like, why do that?
No, I don't see what you're saying. I'm just saying every show that I've seen, the people that when we go and we mine it out and we start saying we go point by point, the person that won live didn't actually win.
So that might be a good point. I'm saying so far from what I've seen, because mind you, I've missed a lot of it. Right. So Cheeky was there, obviously, Fantastic saw it. Black Dom was in and out. I'm going by so far. I know the outcome of the votes. I think EtheMan, either it was 3-0 or 2-1 or something like that, right? So I know the outcome of the votes that EtheMan lost to by the judges. But from what I'm saying right now, I'm saying technically Beans can't lose because of the opening statement and no position. So technically he'll win that way, but there's no position that he took that he technically should win. But he can debunk all of EtheMan's points and take a win that way. So it depends how you view it. So that's where I was like looking at it from. So I mean, it is what it is. I mean, once again, it does what it does. It gives controversial outcomes where people can have fun with it and give their views on it, honestly. But because like everybody thinks differently. So like he's like, I don't technically have to force that. He has to prove this. And some people are like, no, this is YouTube. You need to force these positions and take points. So it depends on how you look at it. But so far, from what I'm watching, EtheMan is putting himself in impossible situations for no reason. He didn't need to do it. And that's just my honest opinion. And Beans is either
Aaron, why are you advocating for a boring show? I'm telling you, if I didn't take a position and he didn't take a position, we both would have just been on here for 2 hours.
I do agree with that statement because I think podcast took this extremely serious in the sense of he wasn't going to be on that like extra things like that. He wanted to keep it really like debate style because he's been arguing that. So if he goes and violates his own stances, it would make him feel a certain way. So I understand you're right. He wasn't going to try to engage that way. Because I don't know, did you guys get into the Shadow Realm?
Yep.
Oh, so you guys did. Okay. So
shit. Okay.
Well, depending on how that went, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. So the Shadow Realm definitely can shift. So, let's get back to it. Sharon, don't you have manners? Why are you always eating on stream?
Yeah, turn your fucking camera off.
Jesus freaking Christ, man. This guy, he don't have no manners at all. Every single show, he always stuffing this every show.
They don't have no outside food for me. I went to the goddamn Foo Fighter concert, took my daughter to her first concert. It was actually awesome, by the way. The live music, it was great. It's about 40,000 people in the audience. It was great. It was awesome. We was damn near. We had the club seats, so this way we have our own bathroom because I don't like to be using the bathroom with the commoners. So I had me the box seat. So it was really fun. It was enjoyable. Yeah. They had no goddamn food. The only thing I could eat there was French fries. It was horrible. So now I gotta eat.
Still fucking rude though. You still got the fucking hat on.
Huh?
You still got the hat on, and you're not eating any protein either. That's also rude.
Let's get back.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll get back to the show. I want to go to the general. See if you have something to say. Cheeky, what you got?
All I'm saying is, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're kind of all over the place. Yeah, go ahead.
All I'm saying is when you put yourself in a position where all you have to do is disprove, it's the bad position. And I understand that because that's what happened to me. You just have to disprove. You don't have to prove, you got to disprove. And when it happens, you got an uphill battle. That's why I was saying at the end, you had an uphill battle, and that's how you lost. Not because it wasn't because I'm biased or anything. We're literally breaking it down point by point. I can't hold nothing against the man.
So no, what I'm saying is, so you believe he out-debated me?
Yes, because you had points and stances that were rebutted, and you didn't your rebuttal back was questions and not actual statements, which makes it look like a weak rebuttal. Instead of saying, no, these points here. No, this here. No, this, that. It was more like, so what about this? Are you saying this? And so it led to him to get more time to even point that could have been nipped in the bud because it was a quick response or a quick jab back. So are you saying 10%? His response to one of your things was, are you saying 10% is enough and or is enough to make an impact or foundational? And you said no, and that was the end of that. If it was me, I would have been fine on that.
Because 10% is enough.
It's substantial, yes.
Yeah, 10% is a lot.
10% is enough because we all would agree. If you put somebody in the corner and say, all right, look, do black men in this country make the laws? They'd be like, no, we'll make the laws, right? So who run everything? The 1%ers. So if you make the argument that the 1%ers run everything, 10% is enough. And I would debate that point.
Well, EtheMan, before you go, so that was another good point too, EtheMan. You didn't stick on that at all. When you made the mathematical equation point, you definitely let that shit go, and you shouldn't have let that go at all. Because that right there, I said, to me, the debate was over. When you cornered him to the point of where he started breaking down what that was, and then you backed it up with you're a CPA, you know what I'm saying? You went to school for accounting or whatever, right?
But the funny part about it, Mr. Fez, I didn't even get credit for that. Cheeky ain't even acknowledge that.
You didn't press, and I'm telling you why. You didn't press the issue. You didn't stay there long enough. So listen, and this is not a shot in the podcast, but podcast is really, really good at this, and that's why I be telling y'all, it's like, styles make fights, so debates make fights. Podcast is really, really good at what did I say verbatim, and he wants to corner you into a verbatim thing. So as long as it's there verbatim, and well, the definition is this, and this, but then he'll make a nuanced argument when it's in his favor. You see what I'm saying? But if it's something where anything to where he has wiggle room, where he can corner you for that. So when you had those opportunities, you didn't capitalize, you didn't emphasize, because that right there, I'm telling you perfectly, if that would have been for me, because everything was so subjective in between, and we're trying to lock down shit for the most part of the debate, and the white lady was right. Listen, man, even me listening to the debate, I'm like, okay, he's changed the definition of conservative douchebag. He's changed his angle. So it's like we got this constant back and forth of like, we're not in a solid position. So what are we really talking about? What are we debating about? What are we trying to get to here? And when Cheeky go back to when he was saying the alley-oop part of it, not to give you a favor or put it favorite, but it's like he's trying to level set and lock it down to where, okay, we can go from here. Because like you said, when you came with your tenants and shit, cool, fine. But now you just gave podcast your entire playbook on, you know what I'm saying? So all I got to do now is say, no, I didn't mean that, or I'm gonna dance around that. You feel what I'm saying? So I just like.
So I definitely believe that I locked him down on that 10% and 20%. At the end, when I was pressing on it, if you look at the end of the interaction, a moderator jumped in and asked a question about something different. So even though I was pressing that, they wanted us to move because on that press. But I'm not gonna be here when y'all get here, but if you'll see what I'm talking about. But that's way later in the video, so I don't know if we're gonna get to it. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna I'll find it, clip it, and I'll respond to it.
Yeah,
no, that's fair.
Because I was watching at the beginning, I was like, yeah, you can press him way harder than the way you're doing. Like you kind of let him out on a lot of things. But I don't know, it's just me. Like for example, when he said he told you to, like what Fantastic was saying, he told you to take a position on how much percentage of people are conservative douchebags. And then when you actually try to nail them on the position, well, okay, how much money does it take to be a conservative douchebag? You kind of just let them like, well, I don't know. I can just do whatever I want. I was like, wait, so you have to do something.
Yeah. I think he said there is a financial component. Like I even think Podcast said that himself. So what is that component? And it can't be, well, whenever they feel like they made money, that ain't gonna work.
And again, that's up to the moderators were doing their jobs when they didn't say anything, and that's the point where you go, hey, what does that mean?
Yeah,
I did. I asked that question 3 times and he did not answer. That's the point.
Well, you don't have to do that. What you say is, I just want to let the moderators and everybody know, not only was the question asked, but it was not proven. I'm gonna move on to my next point, right? Because then you acknowledge it, And he can't push back on it because if he don't push back on it, he's going to concede that point to you.
But he gave an income requirement. We'll get to that because he did give one, by the way.
A solid number?
I didn't hear a number.
Hello,
I didn't hear a number either.
So we'll get to it, but we'll press play real quick.
Yeah, but if he didn't, it's not just like asking questions back. Like you have to like showboat it a little bit. Like you have to, what like being like rhetorical is. Whenever you have an argument, you have to get on the rhetorical level. Like that, my opponent is incompetent. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He hasn't laid it out perfectly, and he's just making shit up out of his ass. Like if you get on that rhetorical
I definitely
level,
did that. I did that throughout the debate. So I said that at this point, he's giving his opinion. He's changing the definition as we going. Obviously, he don't even know what the definition. I did those things. I might didn't do it in the words that people wanted me to do it, but I definitely did those things.
well, the words matter if it's rhetoric.
Yeah, cool. That's when we start playing semantics. Why you didn't say something exactly the way that I would have said it is because we're two different human beings and we process information different. I think it's an unrealistic expectation to say, Aaron, why didn't you do this exactly the way I would have did? Because I'm not you.
Okay. All right, let's get back to the video.
Of the country, the ones who create this foundation in the country, and you're calling them conservative douchebags, and yet you just acknowledge that a conservative douchebag has to be black. Do you know what percentage of wealth black people hold in America?
No, sir.
I just want to point that out. You never acknowledged they had to be black.
I know.
Right? So when I heard that, I'm like, he didn't say that, right? But when you're dealing with people that know, like Cheeky heard the same thing, like he didn't say that. So he's not giving him no point. But it's your responsibility to understand he's trying to shift your statement and narrative, right? And you can't let him get away with it. That's the key thing that you got to understand in these things. You can't let them shift your position. And that's one thing I think Mr. Fantastic does. He goes, no. You're not getting away with that. That's not my point. My point was this, right? So, but I understand if you think people are smart enough that they're supposed to be able to figure that out.
I didn't understand the rules. I thought that I couldn't interrupt him in the first minute. Like, and so it was his minute. Yeah. So
how you know something about y'all know no rules?
No. The rules was you give the person a minute and you let them make their point, and then you get a minute to make your point. I didn't like what they're saying is I should have stopped him in his point.
Once again, you be thinking that the world is gonna judge something the way you judge it, and that's what I keep saying, y'all. This is YouTube. This is YouTube. You'll get 7 people to be like, I like the collegiate style and all this style. They are here to be entertained, sir. So if you cut somebody off and your point is better, they ain't gonna even care. They not gonna care a bit.
And most importantly, he did it to you. He did it to you.
Facts.
Multiple times.
I wouldn't. But that's when I was turning to the judges, and I was like, "Hey, I thought we could not do this."
Yeah, and they
told you that you could.
They didn't answer. They didn't say nothing at all. They didn't even respond.
So that's what he's saying, man. Listen, you have to. This shit is really like you have to go with the flow and adjust accordingly. And you know what I'm saying? Whatever the temperature, if they allow it, it's legal. You feel what I'm saying? If they'll allow it, it's legal. So I go ahead.
Cool. You want to get back to the video? Because I know EtheMan is. Yeah, let's get back to it.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, it's 4.7%. Would you consider 4.7% the foundation and the pillar of the country?
I think it's the foundation of the black community.
But that's not what you said.
No, you asked me a simple question. Was it the foundation? Because you made it about black people, and now you want to talk about the United States and the nation. So which one do you want tonight? Do you want to talk about the United States? Hold on, I got you. Do you want to talk about the whole United States nation as a whole, or you want to talk about black people? I can go any way because I can do both ways. Just tell me what way you want to go.
Right. So what I want to talk about is what came out of your mouth. You said they were the pillar of the country, not me.
Black.
You said they were the foundation, not me.
Of the black community, yes.
You said of the black community, you sure?
The reason that I said black, we can break it down. You in your opening statement, Beans, you had already declared that we was talking about black people. So I don't have to use black in every statement now. You said that you want to talk about conservative douchebags with black people who sold out. So now I don't have to say black this and black that because you already set the narrative. I do this. So I don't have to even talk about white people anymore. That's why I gave the disclosure up front, is that we're going to exclude white people. So let's really be honest. If we're going to do this, we 10 minutes in, don't try to gaslight me 10 minutes in.
Did you say the conservative douchebags run the world? Yes or no? Moderators, don't forget, if he don't answer questions, you have to make them. Did you say that conservative douchebags run?
Now, that's interesting, right? Because Bean says if he don't answer questions, you have to make him. Interesting, but then he did say he ain't got to answer questions. That's interesting. I'm not a judge though, so they couldn't afford me. So
they didn't hear that part. They didn't hear none of this. They missed that part. So again,
I'm not assuming that they didn't hear it. I keep telling y'all
it's crazy, Aaron, when I hear this back, because at the end of the show, I was like, did I hear what I thought I heard? Did I literally made the point that he wanted to talk about black people? Like I made these.
I heard it. I heard it. But
we can't hold me accountable and say that, I want to talk about all people. I changed it because he wanted to talk about black people. That's why I changed my whole talking point.
But you didn't change it enough, and you didn't highlight enough of the actual change. What you said was, I'm saying of the black community. Cool, but I understand, but I think it could have been more concrete, right? But I'm still not gonna give him an edge because it wasn't as concrete, because I do understand it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not holding that against you. It's just in this moment, he kept trying to present an idea or a statement that you didn't say, and you didn't make it unequivocal of the position. And you kind of was just gleaning around and smiling like, other black community. And he was not trying to move off that point that's not what you said. I want to fix on what came out of your mouth. And in those moments, you have to identify that if you see that's his angle. And I think that's what
I thought that's what I identified. I said, we can go two different ways with this conversation. Do you want to talk about the whole world, or you want to talk about the black community? Because if he would have said that he wanted to talk about the whole world, I would have included all conservatives douchebag in that.
But agreed. But you said douchebags run the world, and the black community is part of the world, and black people are part of the conservative douchebag. So by technically you saying that, even if they're a faction of it, you're saying they run the world.
But even here, I gave a clarifying statement. See that's the point. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. You're not getting a big argument from me. I'm just saying, in those moments, right? If you go back and watch the debates that Fantastic did, he was not letting those. Nope, that wasn't my point. Let me go back to my point. He wanted to make it as clear as can
be.
He
watched a losing.
What?
Play the video.
Oh, wait. Moderator is talking shit. Well, I'm confused. The nigga that's a fanboy of the nigga that lost, the partner, the sidekick to a loser, talking about losing.
Oh shit!
Let's play the video.
Okay. Just play the video.
I need a little bit more.
Damn, I think I heard some screaming rims.
I think
coming from a nigga that like to get pegged, coming from a nigga that say pegging in school, talking this rim shit. What are we talking about, man? But these some weirdos, man. And this nigga, listen, man. Hey, I don't have to leave here, bro. Jesus Christ, I don't feel comfortable.
I can't do this.
7 minutes.
All right, let's get back to the video, man.
Please.
Y'all's too much.
The world, yes or no?
Yes. I said that. Hold on, I get a chance to respond.
You do.
I said it because we already put the premise that we was talking about the black community. So I don't have to say they run the black community. I don't have to. That's the whole point that I'm saying is you already told us what we're talking about. So either we're going to talk about white people in the whole America, or we talking about who set the standard with black people.
Can I ask a question? I don't know if I'm still allowed to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so basically from you, EtheMan, I'm getting 3 things that sound like they could be shown with data, right? You're saying that it's building a foundation for the black community. There's a marital foundation as well, I believe you said. And then to you, little podcast, I see things that I don't feel like you could actually show proof for, because these are kind of projecting people's feelings for them. So you said that they pretend like they put money above everything. They forget where they came from. They see the problems, but forget how they got there, so on and so forth. These are kind of presumptuous thought processes that I don't know if you can actually prove that with data. So I kind of wanted to know if you had anything that was a little more sound coming from your argument, something you could potentially show with data or something to that degree.
Ooh, she gave podcast that smoke.
Hey, listen, hey, this was the best part of the debate. And EtheMan, again, you missed out right there, because now She said it. She without saying it. This was your biggest part right here because she could have swayed the other people had you pressed. I think she would have. Because right now she's pressing him. She's saying, "Hey, look, EtheMan, you have substantiated facts, data, and things that we can say for sure that's concrete. Now, podcast, you're saying all this shit where this is how you feel. Okay, can you give me something that's substantiative? Okay." So had you jumped in and hammered that point, well, hey, that's his opinion. That's not a fact. That's his opinion. That's not a fact. That's his opinion. That's not a fact. And like Aaron said, that interjection is important. Now it's already difficult. And like I said, a person that has the philosophy has the upper hand. The person that's saying this is what I think. This is a new theory. This is a philosophy. You know, Rim Brothers bullshit. Shout out to Cheeky and the house husband. Modification, change, or whatever, right? Those are their personal theories, right? So now I'm in the position where I have to navigate.
Not.
Huh? Not what?
They're not personal theories at all. These are legitimate things that exist.
No.
House husband is a theory, brother.
House husbands is not a theory, sir. You out of your mind.
Brothers is not a theory neither.
Oh my
All right,
God.
well, I don't want to turn this into a debate, but I just say
You don't want to do that. Leave the house husbands out of this, sir.
I'll say this: it's a philosophical position. We'll just say that, right? It's a philosophical, ideological position. Okay, that's what it is.
No, it's not. All right, so hold on. Before we do this, let's hear Beans' response to this, and I'll let y'all finish it up.
All right, let's get to Beans.
I don't need the data. I'm just saying something more sound.
So respectfully, I don't have to, right? Because and that's the point. I coined the term, right? So the term is in reference to people who I have experienced, right? So that's the point. Unless you're arguing that you don't believe those people exist, then it wouldn't make a difference.
Well, I'm not making an argument for anything. I'm asking for.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying it in like it's rhetorical, right? It's not a real question. That's what I'm saying. I coined the phrase. So the phrase reflects a certain type of people who obviously exist per my experience, right? So it's not like it's encompassing a certain number of people. It's just that they do exist.
So to clarify, we're actually having a debate over a made-up word.
No, we're having a debate over a demographic of people who actually exist.
Based on a made-up word that you've coined.
Well,
yes.
So what it is
I kind of want to
a
understand where that's coming from, and you're saying it's based on.
EtheMan, why did you press
But
him
are
on
there
this?
maybe some other experiences from others you could provide into that? If not, we're having a debate about somebody who's providing some type of like something that could be shown with data and analytics. Ideally, I would hope, versus like your own personal anecdotal experience, and I want to make sure I'm understanding that. Or can you go further and provide further information?
So respectfully, we're not arguing or debating on whether or not they exist. Right, the premise is set that they exist. It's granted.
I'm not denying the existence thereof. What I'm asking is there something further than just your own personal anecdotal experience with people that you presume to be under this minted word?
Hey,
Yes,
I got one question.
it's unnecessary for the sake of the debate because they're already granted.
Right. So I think just for the sake of the debate, we may have to move forward. Podcast has already defined conservative douchebag. This is not verbatim as black people that are potentially black, air quotes around that.
Just to let y'all guys know, there's no way for me to press him on it if Cheeky said we got to move forward. That's the whole point. I keep saying,
what happened to Beans? What happened to Podcast Neck? Where did it go?
I got that.
I already made that joke, Sharon. You're late.
Yes, but that's the point. When y'all say, well, Emmanuel, you should have held this, so I should have cut the moderators off. I should have said, no, Cheeky, we gonna do this right here, and I'm not gonna follow the rules. That I give it.
Yes, that's what. Yes, that's.
I'm not listening to no moderators. It's my show.
Pardon me. Hold on, pardon me. But I would like to. The previous moderator made very, very valid points, and I would like to establish for the record what type of data. What type of, again, solid, substantive information we're going to have other than his personal opinion. Beans gave you the whole thing right now. He said, this is what I made up. I created this. This is something that I made. So that's where you highlight to the mods. So you see what we're dealing with here. My opponent has no substantive, no data, no analytics, nothing other than his own personal opinions and feelings for what this whole debate is about. I'm presenting to you things that are verifiable, that are factual, that, you know what I'm saying, all these different things and so on and so forth to try and counter his narrative. Now we can move forward.
So you said I should have repeated what she said, right? I got
yes. And again, it's allowed. Listen, it's allowed. That's why I say you miss. This is the the biggest opportunity you missed, because everything she did as a moderator was legal. She wasn't leading. She wasn't anything. She's having a back and forth with him to try and actually establish an understanding of what this debate is about. And like I said, you let Cheeky, all right, and Cheeky wasn't doing anything in malice. He's just saying so on and so forth to step in because he was taking notes, and he looked down pretty much at his notes to say, hey, he already established and said it was this. Well, hold on, no. And that's for when you were supposed to step in and be like, well, no, hold on. The previous moderator, you know what I'm saying, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I agree with him 100%.
You should have capitalized on the confusion. Like you should have
definitely circled right back around right after he said that. And yes, be disruptive. You are in the debate. You got to do whatever you got to do to win the debate. That's it. Fuck them rules. If you ain't breaking the rules, if you ain't cheating, then you ain't trying hard enough.
Okay, we're not talking about that.
I don't know about that, but
the thing is also the back and forth with moderators is not supposed to happen, right? It's not supposed to just be this extended thing, right? Which is why I was like, okay, we'll just move forward, because that would have lasted forever. And one of the things that I've noticed with each show, the moderators will say, hey, I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to ask the question. That's it. So I'm only maintaining the standards already been set. Look, you said this is what it is. And by the way, EtheMan, you can say, hey, I do have a rebuttal. Or hey, can I go? Because that's what I did. That's what Fantastic did. That's what Sean did.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Hey, EtheMan, me and Mr. Rimtastic almost got into an argument when he had his debate, and it was all good. Like we still was going back and let them. Is a conversation.
I get it. Like I said, I know going into the next debate, I don't have to follow any rules. I can do whatever I want to.
Well, now you're getting a little out of hand, EtheMan. We're not saying
that's in reality what we're saying.
No.
Y'all said we can break the rules sometimes, and the rules really don't matter. So,
EtheMan, hear me out. It's not about breaking the rules, EtheMan. It's about timely interjections and assertions and addressing certain things. If the mod is out of pocket, hey man, it's 3 mods, it's not just one. So if the mod says some wild shit or whatever, so on and so forth, when he tries to redirect, no, we're not gonna redirect. This is valid because of this, and this. You know, mind you, the Oscar the Grouch beard nigga that's got his hands up right now, who said he was biased the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Case in point, right? So again, you know, when he tried to fucking get his mans out of that corner that he was getting motherfucking all them body shots in, I was like, no. It matters because of this. We're talking about marriage. So we're talking about marriage, and same-sex marriage is legal. We can't just stick to heterosexual marriage. We're making black women the topic when black women have a 30+% of LGBT representation. You see what I'm saying? So you can, if the mod is trying to move it along, because like I said, the mods are a team. They're individual, but they're a team. So a mod can sway the whole thing. And that's why I said, most importantly, like he just said, you did not capitalize on her doing that. And Cheeky was simply saying he was a mod. He said, well, hey, to him, he felt like it was too much of a back and forth with Beans, but Beans was giving you all the fucking ammunition you needed. The mod was right. Beans was trying to go back and forth with the mod. And his shit should have just simply been this, you know what I'm saying? Yes, no, this is that, whatever. But Beans literally gave you the whole debate then. And that's why I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? It was a big lull after that because I was waiting on like, nigga, just knock him out.
No, so but that's the key is he's self-admitted. So I get what y'all guys are saying. Like, so I thought the mod
I like that. Hold on. Any concession, that's another big thing too. Any concession made, you highlight. Any clear checkmate you have, you highlight.
I got that. But what I'm saying,
like when Cheeky made a mistake, right? Cheeky made a one, and this was a big swing for me. Cheeky misread. I knew exactly. Me and him had the same stats, and just so happened he was reading one of the stats, right? He misquoted it. So when he misquoted the stat, I capitalized by correcting the stat because the stat actually helped my position. It's certain shit in the debate, bro, that you have to use to your advantage and is major swing points. Because if everybody's being neutral, was I feel like everybody was being neutral in the situation, because this is a, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to understand somebody's philosophy. You have 3 independent people you're trying to win over. You know what I'm saying? But those 3 independent people, you know what I'm saying, on an individual basis, if they say something or whatever, can make one lean to the other. You got to get at least 2 out of the 3.
Gotcha.
And EtheMan, also you gotta remember, you know, because I'm one of the most unbiased moderators ever ever to do this damn thing. Is that when we was having a conversation and we're saying the reason why a lot of people feel like Brownsville didn't do enough because he had his opponent on the ropes and he just didn't knock him out. He just kept on jabbing instead of just hitting him with a cross or hitting him with a hook, even though he had his opponent on the ropes the whole fight.
Yeah, but that's the point. I went for the knockout. I just didn't go out for the knockout here. I kind of get what y'all saying is that I should have knocked him out as many times as I can. My whole biggest thing was to close him on his mistake, which I did. But we can play the video. I think it's some really good feedback.
And if Beans was here, he'd be getting this feedback too, but he just happened to not be here.
I'm okay with it. I'm grown. I can take some feedback.
We know what that means for those who do, and for those who don't, you can debate it. Taking conservative talking points without the acknowledgement of the history of Black people's situation.
Yeah,
so that general definition was given, right?
Yeah. And also, since here's why it's valid. What podcast is arguing in his anecdotal experience is also recognized is because he is here to debate the conservative douchebag proprietary term that that podcast invented. So EtheMan is in agreement. Therefore, us questioning whether or not we should debate it is a moot point because he is here to do just that.
I'm making sure I understand where all of the information is coming from.
Yeah.
Just,
100%.
Is this fact or is this anecdotal? And that's what I'm asking. Because if you
100%.
had something further, I'd want that more information.
So Sarah, just for your edification,
This
we
right here,
also
this is
agree
too
based
much
on anecdotal
moderation.
experience that we also share in our community that these people do exist. So it's much larger than just podcasts. Therefore, we can have the conversation.
This is the part that bothers me about, like, hey, listen, shut up. Let the 2 people debate. Stop trying to stop that shit. Let the 2 people debate. We don't need no fucking clarification. Who doesn't get it, don't get it. Let those 2 people debate.
Yeah, I get that part too. I get that part. It's just, man, oh man. Just listening to that, it's like, it's perfect opportunities, right? Because look at it. He said, we agree that these people exist. So what? So what if they do exist? What's the point? I still don't get the point of whether they exist or matters. What's the point? This is the problem. Man,
I would have taken it a step further. I want to be like, who the fuck is this we? I don't remember conceding. Who the fuck you? Who conservative? Who? I would have been fucking duplicitous and then make him stay his position right then and there, and then that shit would have been a smackdown.
There's no position taken. None.
But don't worry, Sarah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, if I may, I would like to get back to the debate. So,
Yeah,
thank you for that, also, moderators and judges. So, this is me, right? So, I listen to everything that's said. What you said was that conservative douchebags run the world. That's what you said out of your mouth, right? We can, if I need to use the Google it to rewind it back to show that that's what you said, we can. But I think you should just be, genuine enough to acknowledge that that's what you said. So you can clarify now. Do you still want to say that conservative douchebags run the world, or do you want to revamp that statement?
So I said again, and I will repeat it. My statement was based on your previous statement. Your previous statement said that we was talking about the Black community. And I was saying that was the world that I was talking about. Now you're trying to take it outside of the Black community and talk about anything. Hello, sir. I have a minute, right, sir? So the point that I'm trying to help you understand is you had already gave me a premise to respond to. The reason that I didn't say Black, because I thought at that point it was common sense that we was only talking about Black people, since I, in my opening statement, said, let's remove white people. I said, let's remove white people, and we're going to talk about Black people. So I didn't think I had to then repeat myself to say when we start talking about the Black world, things that's going on in the Black community, that the conservative douchebags are typically the ones, quote unquote, getting to the bag, quote unquote, marrying, quote unquote, setting the example. So that is my statement. So I hope that I answer your question that time, podcast, on why my statement was what it was.
Yes, I just want to make sure that the judges and the audience also understands that that's not true. So I'm just asking it enough times because I've been told multiple times that people don't listen the same way I do. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's not what you said, right? You specifically said they run the world. So you can't say, but what I meant by that is, see, this is a debate, right? Words.
And this is why I say you have to have clarified, because all you had to say is when I made the statement, it was about all of the conservative ones available, but you switch it and limit it to the argument. So now we're talking about this. So let's talk about this. That's all you had to say.
Exactly. And podcast is a master of this, man. Podcast is a master of cornering an argument, cornering a question. And again, him emphasizing what, again, like I said,
And he was
that's another thing you
wrong.
didn't do. That's another thing you didn't do
He's
either, man.
wrong.
You
But
didn't.
see, that's the thing is he repeated it enough that Cheeky gave him a point for it.
No, the problem is he was wrong based upon where each of us understood the starting point. His statement is correct. You did say this, and
exactly.
that is true. You agreed to. The problem where he's wrong at is you didn't say that the black people do that. You didn't limit it to that statement. You didn't say that. So that's why I say it starts to get a little bit some ambiguity there.
But I got doc for it. I got doc for it because I said the black people. Obviously,
Hey,
that's what you
Yeah,
said.
but and like Aaron said, that's your job, and it's on you then to make. Well, I only had to make that adjustment because we're going off of a premise that you're changing at will.
But I said that 3 times. That's the whole point. Maybe I
You
should have said it
didn't,
10 times.
You didn't, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. You said my statement was based upon your previous statement.
Yeah.
Now, if you think that's
exactly.
clear, you
things.
only are clear to people that can really, really follow and comment. At that point, I was with you. I understood. But then he further to ask the same question again. But did you say this then? Because he's right. That is not your original statement. That part's not wrong. But you didn't say what he said. You said, like, I can follow that. But you can't allow that.
I got you. You're right. I thought we was having a certain level.
No, listen. Again, not to say that.
Next time I need to dumb it down more because I repeated.
Let me say,
because that's what y'all said. Because Aaron said that he was intellectually enough to understand what I said.
I didn't say I was intellectual.
EtheMan, listen. You, it's on you to make sure that everyone understands you. It's not dumbing anything down.
So fantastic. You didn't understand it?
Yeah, EtheMan, I'm telling you,
understand it because y'all keep saying it's my responsibility to make it.
That's what, but this EtheMan, hear me out. This is what you don't understand. You don't understand that me, Aaron, and people that are analytical, Cheeky, even podcasts, right?
Well, Cheeky didn't understand.
I don't want to say even. No. Hear what I'm saying? But again, now that's to your disadvantage because listen, analytical person. Listen, wait, and Cheeky, and listen. What I'm saying. The crazy thing about it, EtheMan, Cheeky literally gave you the perfect game plan, and the reason why he didn't give you points, and the reason why you missed out on things, because you have an extremely analytical person that's telling you, "Hey, listen, you missed this." So you got to think if Aaron is judging and Cheeky and Aaron did this to me, this is why I came on this shit and spazzed out, right? But when I calmed down after the fact, Aaron was exactly right. Hey, you missed this, you missed that, you missed this, you missed that, right? So it's not the same. You can't think that every fucking judge is an Aaron or Cheeky. And then too, it's not just the judges and the mods, it's the crowd, right? So the mods can see the chat. Right, I'm not saying they're all looking at the chat or they're taking the chat into consideration, but the mods can see the chat, especially when you get to the $20 questions.
Yeah, but see, the problem with what y'all saying is Aaron said he understand it. Fantastic says he on it, and I can see the chat too. Most of the chat understand that I said that I was responding to what he was saying.
Okay,
and then what they tried to do, what we tried to do is say we're gonna hold this point completely separate, not actually holding the premise he put in. So I'm cool with that. And then I have Aaron telling me,
and that's your problem. Hold on. What'd you just say? Hold on. Go back. Rewind. Hold on. Rewind. EtheMan, hear me out. What did you just say? You cool with that? You shouldn't be cool. Your problem is you was too cool with too much shit. You didn't press the issue. You're supposed to press the issue.
That's why you didn't get the point, because you didn't fight back on that point.
Yeah.
It's an easy dub. All you got to do is, I didn't say that, and then you fight him on that. This entire time, it turned into an interview because you didn't stand on your positions. You lose points for that. It's a debate. So
no, that's not how you.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
If that case, podcast should have lost all the points because he didn't stand on your position.
Hold on.
That sounds a little crazy to me.
Again, it's not crazy. First off, it's not crazy. Cheeky's exactly right. And again, you have to the judges listen. Your opinion don't matter. The judges' grading scale matters. And when you're in a boxing match, every judge don't grade the same. So Cheeky's giving you his grading standard. So what Cheeky is telling you, regardless of how you feel about it, is right. He's telling you, and he was transparent. Hold on, EtheMan, hear me out. You say you still want to do this debate, so listen. So listen, Cheeky gave you his grading standard, and he literally went down point for point for point, and he told you where you missed and why you did not get it. He was even giving you the things where say, hey man, it was here, and here. You had great points, but the counter you missed. And the biggest thing was, EtheMan, you were you had all of the fucking the worst part of it because you're arguing a person's made up ideology. He literally said it for you, and you didn't even emphasize that. You should say, hey, listen, at your closing statement.
I get that, but you gotta let us both have a conversation. Listen,
my bad, go ahead.
I get what you said. If somebody self-admit that this is my opinion, and it's no factual to it. I get what you saying. I should have repeated it. Hey, so you said that this is your opinion. Hey, this is your opinion. I should say, hey, moderators, y'all are too stupid to understand that he just said that this is his opinion. I feel like when he enter it into the conversation, we take it for face value. I didn't think I had to repeat what he said to help y'all guys understand what he just said.
I agree.
And EtheMan, respectfully, hold on. EtheMan, guess what? That's why you lost the debate.
That's cool. You said I won earlier, so now I lost. Like
somebody took it. That's somebody took the knee. You should have punched him in the face.
Wait, EtheMan.
Punch him in the face while he's taking the knee.
Hear me out, EtheMan. None of this shit I'm saying is like on some I got you shit or disrespectful shit. I'm actually being 100% honest with you. I'm talking from a debate standpoint. I'm saying, wait. Hear me out. You cut me off. Hear me out. Listen. Listen, if you let me tell you, I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
To me, if I was a moderator, you would get my point. You won. But I'm saying the literal outcome was the loss. That's what I'm referring to it. I'm not saying it as a jab. I'm telling you, you lost the debate because you gave too much grace and too much credit to the moderators. You're thinking that the moderators are thinking like you think. No. You have to treat everybody like they in motherfucking kindergarten or preschool. And it's critical moments that you missed out on because you did not hammer down on them. You had two dudes.
I get what. Listen, fantastic. I heard you the first time you said it. I should have repeated what she said. I should have repeated all of these points that was already said. I should have said, hey, Beans, you just said that you made this word up and we're arguing your opinion. I get that point. I should have hammered down on it. I'm accepting that criticism. I just thought that we was holding the intellectual standard, and once he self-admitted, I didn't have to repeat it.
And you know what, EtheMan? Listen to what I'm saying. EtheMan, had it been because like what? How far are we into the debate right now? How far are we into the debate right now?
Third.
30 minutes? 30 minutes?
Yeah,
we probably a good 15.
So check me out, right? So at the 30-minute mark, I can give you that grace. At the hour mark, though, for a 2-hour debate, I can't give you that grace. And
that's not turned up though. I turned up the heat.
Yeah. You turned up the heat because hold on. You turned up the heat with the jokes and shit, but you didn't turn up with the heat with no nigga. We gonna stay right here, and especially even more so, what's crazy. You know what I'm saying? You had the Shadow Realm shit going. So you was being, you know what I mean, extra EtheMan and shit. But in the Shadow Realm shit, he was immediately cutting you off. Remember, now that's another thing you missed too, right? The rules, the total encompassing of the shit. Oh, nigga, it's Shadow Realm, nigga, so I can interrupt you. And EtheMan was still playing by the rules. You were too nice. And I'm not saying that's a fault of yours, that's your personality. But going forward, you can take that and hey, you know what I'm saying? The standard has been set.
Yeah, I got it. Like I said, I get that part. With the Shadow Ram, I should have cut him off. I shouldn't have followed the rules because it was no rules. I get that. I will agree. Listen, I got it. I got you, fantastic. I'm taking your criticism. I could have been more aggressive and more dysfunctional doing the Shadow Realm, but I had refused to do that before debate. So I take that L. I had already knew I had certain people that I dear and respect was watching that debate, and I wasn't going to go off the edge into that direction. So I get it.
Well, I'm not saying you had to be anything crazy or get disrespectful. I was just saying podcasts use every advantage that he had. He had the premise, right? And he literally made the debate. So it's your job to navigate. No, I'm not. Hold on, hear me out. I'm not saying it in a negative way, saying like you not he was like the more charismatic person.
The debate.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. You getting offended, brother. I'm not trying to offend you. Listen,
I promise you I'm not offended. I'm just responding to you in real time, my friend.
Listen, you saying that, but you're responding in a different way. What I'm saying is he made the debate as into where you had to argue his premise. The entire debate, you don't give a fuck about a conservative douchebag. Like you said, it's a term he coined. So the debate is already fucking tailored to him because you're going off of his philosophy or his invention. So what I'm saying, you did a masterful job. Like I said, EtheMan, if I'm a judge, you win. You get my vote. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dissing you. I'm not doing on no other shit. What I'm saying though is, again, he made the debate because the debate you're fighting pretty much against his point that he has all the keys and all the answers to.
Well, yeah, but
now, EtheMan, did you pick any judge?
No, he picked the all three. He picked the judges.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Only judge he asked for was Hamp.
No, he didn't. He asked for Cheeky too. I can send you the email. He asked for Cheeky in the girl.
So wait. EtheMan Williams, is your argument that Hamp and Cheeky are biased for podcasts?
I think they did have a level of bias, but that's my opinion. Regardless if they accept it or not, I think it was a level of bias. I think that they was in a situation that their hands was tied because I thought they knew that we was debating three topics and they only knew the conservative douchebag. So yeah, but I think it was biased, especially in that moment. When
don't make that false claim. You thought that they knew, and you know that they didn't know.
I thought that they knew,
but you have knowledge knowing that they did not know. So you can't hold them to a standard that's invisible.
Correct. So when Cheeky was judging me, he really only judged the conservative douchebag. He didn't really judge the marriage conversation or getting to the bad conversation. So he knocked me for that one section. How we
what did he knock you for? Because I told you I didn't hear it all. So what point did he take from you?
So this was the first statement he said. The first statement that he said was what we're talking about right now in the video. If you play it back 10 minutes, when he said
10 minutes.
Conservative douchebags run the world.
Girls run the world.
Okay, so he knocked you for that point.
Yeah.
Okay, did you prove that they did?
Did I prove that conservative douchebags run the world? I think I did in a certain. I do. I believe, but we're gonna get to it.
I got to go back and watch the whole debate.
It's like if you go back,
I got to go back and watch the whole debate at this point because up to this point, I hear the statements, I hear the points that I could argue, I hear the points that I'm sure Fantastic would, Cheeky would, even Sharon. But you think you proved that? Okay. All right, I'm gonna bring my boss up himself,
and I'm gonna let him run the other half. He got the next two.
That's a bet. Yeah, that's a bet, Sharon. Man, I'm sorry you missed this debate. So, EtheMan is upset because he want to believe he won. Me and Fantastic and everybody's just telling you why it did not go that way. We ain't vote. We didn't get no say so. We not the judges. We don't get to determine this. But I think the way that I'm breaking it down, I think is very fair and it's consistent. I don't want to make it seem like he ran because Beans is here because that's not what happened. I just want y'all to know.
That's definitely what happened.
And you know what though, Aaron? First off, shout out to Aaron. Exactly. You're being extremely down the middle. You're being extremely, and you're actually giving a lot of good, great pointers for debating tactics and debating analyzing. So shout out to Aaron for that. But no, I think it's actually fair this way. Beans is here. So now we have the other half of it, and we can start off first half, one person, then the next half the next. So I think it's a great setup actually.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Beans, what's going on, bro? How you feeling?
I was doing all right until somebody told me I was over here lying, and then I was like, God damn, I'm supposed to be going to sleep. Now making me something to eat.
That's how we know you lying, because you don't go to sleep around this time. So we know you capping.
That's true.
I haven't been to sleep for a long time. I was telling people they didn't believe me, like I was really nervous. And if you watch the debate, you can hear it in my voice in the first 20 minutes. You can hear the shaking in my voice in the first 20 minutes. I was really nervous, but I was also tired because I haven't been sleeping properly the last few days. So
yeah. But what happened to your neck in this debate?
It's called a button up. That's usually what happens when you wear a collar shirt and then button it all the way up to the top. Yeah, button that last button. There you go. See how it look like you don't have a neck anymore?
Nah, I still would, because if I put the tie on,
button it, and then you see we won't see it.
No, they will see it because you put the tie on right here, and it
listen. Just change the name of the show.
All I got to do is turn my. All right, I'm a chill.
Just change the name of the show to the intellectual dishonesty. That's all.
Wait. Where are you hearing intellectual dishonesty?
Well, first of all, Fantastic is absolutely being intellectually dishonest when he says that he won the debate, right? And for some reason, everybody is trying to turn him into a victim, right? So this is what's crazy. Everybody, I guess, has different experiences debating, whether that's YouTube, whether that's professional, whether that's collegiate, whether it's high school.
And you didn't know that?
Well, I'm saying that because everybody's saying this is how it's supposed to go and this is what it would do, right? So let's look at it this way. Is it okay for me to use an analogy, Aaron? Because apparently the white girl didn't like it when I used analogies.
I'm open to it.
Okay. The reason why I want to use the analogy is because everybody keeps saying they had a different experience when it comes to debating, right? Let's use battle rap, right? So I'm going into a battle against somebody. Do you think battle rappers send each other their battle raps to say, this is what I'm going to say about you, so that they can prepare what they're going to say against each other?
Absolutely not. I think that if that's what happened, like I said, so I'm limited on giving my full, complete thoughts because I didn't watch the whole thing and to be unfair to both of you. So I'm going by what we kind of read up to this point for the most part, right? So no, that's a horrible idea. The battle rappers do rap for other battle rappers, but not their opponent. Like that's uncommon. It may have happened sparingly here and there, but it's extremely uncommon and a very bad idea.
And there's rappers such as like DNA, Danny Myers.
Yep.
I'm blanking on the one white boy, the Christian white boy rapper. He rode with Los. He rode with Los a lot. He just had the battle with Rum Nitty not too long ago.
What is his name? I can't remember his name. I know you're talking about though. He actually can really rap.
And this is the thing about it. He does rebuttals in real time, right? So after you finish your round, he'll rebuttal 5, 6, 7, 8 different things that you said in your round in real time in the moment, right?
Yeah,
A-Ward is his name.
A-Ward, yeah, exactly.
Well, stop acting like you know that. You in my chat over in front. You get whoever you got that from, you give them their credit. Don't be stealing from my chat.
I don't know who those Christian rappers are.
Hey, you get that up out of here.
Rappers be getting cooked.
I just don't understand.
So here's the thing. So he says that Fatty told him, listen, you all needs to have 3 points of contention. And Fatty says, well, that was based on what happened last week because you had a panel where the guys was sitting there for a little while and they weren't really engaging with each other. And I absolutely understand that. And when EtheMan sent me those 3 things, I'm just like, in the moment, I didn't know why, but I was just like, okay, got you, right? It didn't make a difference because I don't prepare. I don't sit up and say, okay, this is what I'm gonna say, and this is what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna come here. I don't have no paper, I don't have no pad. I'm doing none of that. It's all in real time, right? So when the show first starts, Sharon, I immediately give the definition to what a conservative douchebag is, right?
Hold on, can we pause right there?
All right, everybody stop. Hold on, Fantastic. One moment. I gotta acknowledge my brother Angry Man in the building says 2 Ninja Turtles debated. How did I miss that? I don't know how you missed that. You should have talked to Donatello. I don't know how you missed the angry man, but we
Just because he's
watching some of
scared.
it now.
That's crazy. I don't
Just because he's scared.
the angry man, dude.
Hold on, like nigga, don't do this.
I
Hold
literally
on.
came up here
Hold
only
on.
to acknowledge y'all and say what's good and then dip out because I'm a little late.
Hey, what up, bro?
I felt the need to say what's good.
money.
What up,
outside of fantastic because I don't talk to them too much.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, what up?
Light skinned nigga inferiority. I know. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I ain't gonna lie to you, Fantastic. I'm just lit enough to roast the shit out of you tonight, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
Let's go. Hey, guess
Man.
what? Nigga, I just had my first drink in fucking like 60 days. Let's go, nigga. What you want?
Y'all always try to take over my
I
show.
just
Y'all wanna
nigga with
do.
the checkmark pose in his profile picture talking to me. Nigga, move your hands off your face.
Exactly, nigga. I'm
Don't be blocking there with
motherfucking
your
hands
you
to
got a
nigga.
Super Saiyan 3 forehead talking to me. I don't want to see your eyebrows, nigga. Get away from me.
Why do y'all always try to take over my show with this
I
nonsense?
said I didn't want to do it, but he started it with me. I tried to say what's up and dip out.
Well, again, this motherfucking Earl Sweatshirt looking ass nigga want to motherfucking roast. Let's roast it, nigga.
This is not the Shadow Realm.
Over here talking
This is
about
not
Earl
the Shadow
Sweatshirt.
Yes, nigga, that's exactly who you look like, Earl
God,
Sweatshirt.
God.
Craziest nigga I've ever seen.
Say you
in my
don't look
life.
like Earl Sweatshirt, nigga.
Nigga spelled bad wrong.
Stop. Because I want to.
Hey, chat, Google Earl Sweatshirt right now and tell me it don't look exactly like Sway. But go keep
Yo,
going.
Chad, Google Michael Blackson and tell me that shit don't look like fantastic.
Nigga, it don't.
Come
Michael
on
Blackson
now.
never
Get
looked
the
this
fuck
good,
out of here.
nigga.
I don't want to hear a goddamn
Michael
thing out
Blackson
of
has
this.
never looked this good,
Right
nigga.
here. He makes his whole comedic joke off of how ugly he is. I don't want to talk to
I blame
niggas.
Sharon.
Exactly. He
The
don't
irony
look
of him
like
calling
he
himself
does.
55 and beautiful is wild.
Aaron,
Irony.
Aaron, I just want to state for the record because I forgot we got to state for the record. So I want to state for the record. Fatty reached out to me and asked me to send the layout of the 3 things that we was going to talk about. I didn't just openly say, "Hey," he's like, "What I need you to do is you need to get 3 subjects that you and podcast agree upon."
Yeah, so Fatty acknowledged that later in the show, I think.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
when
and Fatty wasn't a judge.
No, I get it, but it's still his channel in this show. So if he tell me, if Fatty said, "Hey, I want y'all guys to agree on 3 things that y'all want to talk about," I reach out to podcast and say, "Are these 3 things okay?" Podcast say, "Yeah, that's cool," and then he act like he don't have to talk about it. And he wasn't operating in good faith at that point.
It's a
And
kind of
that part, EtheMan is
Really,
exactly
Aaron?
the point that I wanted to bring up.
So
but
what
the
he's
podcast
saying
act
is,
like it didn't happen.
if you agree, if he reach out to you and you say you cool with that, and then you don't participate in the show, I can see how that could be a
No,
little
what
upsetting.
the fuck is? Nope, I'm not doing this.
Wait. So are you saying?
Aaron.
No.
Aaron,
Wait.
I'm not,
Listen,
Aaron, hold on.
Hold
Let me
on.
just say
Listen.
this.
Oh, wait.
I'm not-
Hold on.
Go ahead,
Listen
go
to
ahead,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying. I'm not saying that you have to do it, and I'm not saying you should give him a win. I'm saying if he thinks that's a good idea, and he says you kind of said it was good, I can understand him feeling
Aaron,
that.
Aaron,
I can
Aaron.
also understand you saying, "What a dummy! I'm gonna play it off, let you do that, and it ain't gonna work."
Exactly.
Okay, so Aaron, wait one second, please. So first of all, I don't want you to change your mind, right? I want you to, but I hold you to a higher intellectual standard than this. I want you to think about what's being said right now. Before I came on the panel, if you need me to go find it and rewind it, I will.
I don't.
EtheMan said that I never took a position. Do you recall him saying that? If not, I can go find it for you.
So that's true. He did say that. I said you didn't take a position in your opening statement.
I said the same thing.
Okay. So what about the EtheMan saying that I never took a position? Do you agree that he said that?
I don't agree, but I haven't seen the whole battle. That's why I said I have to be careful about, saying.
Okay, but I'm just trying to make sure that the intellectual dishonesty stops right here. So do you acknowledge that EtheMan said I never took a position?
Yes.
Okay, so EtheMan said I never took a position. How long was the debate?
3 hours.
At least a couple hours. I'm so far
Okay,
behind.
so if the debate was 2 to 3 hours and I never took a position, what exactly were we discussing?
Okay, I can answer that. You want me to answer it too?
No, first of all,
fantastic. Hold on, wait.
Conversation with Aaron for 1 second, brother. Please.
Well, damn. Aaron said he didn't watch the whole debate.
And that's okay. I'm not asking Aaron if he watched the debate.
right?
Well, in order for him to give you an answer, you would have to have watched the whole debate.
No, he wouldn't have. All he needs to do is understand the problem with the statement.
Yeah,
that's all he has to be able to do is understand the problem with the statement. If
No,
I
he asked,
never
no,
took a
what was your
position,
question? Hold on, I'm gonna pull a podcast on podcast. What was your question?
The question was if I never took a position.
No. Your last question. What was your last question? How long was the debate? Was right?
Exactly.
All right, then. So if he did not
he
see the
answered
fucking
it.
majority of or the entirety of the debate, then therefore his
Look,
opinion
I
is
don't want to
irrelevant.
debate. I'm tired. I don't feel like debating. That's why I
Of
want to
course
talk
you
to you.
don't. Go ahead.
I got that nigga tired. Y'all see
Aaron,
that?
So Aaron, what I'm saying is this: you don't have to even have watched the debate.
Yeah.
If I never took a stance, then what did we talk about for 2 or 3 hours?
I think you took a position when you said conservative douchebags run the world, and you're wrong. I think I heard that. I think I heard you say he's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Am I mistaken?
So if I said he was wrong,
yes, but
I'm telling you, Aaron, as a person who watched the debate, Aaron, I'm telling you, he did not take that stance because he changed that stance later. So that's why he's
having like
purposely
200-300 people watching
a
you.
person who self-admittedly said he didn't see the majority of or most of the fucking debate. So he's going to ask you the question. As a person who's seen most of the fucking debate,
right here. This is what I mean about the intellectual dishonesty, right? I've been asking you to hold on for 1 second. You can jump right back in. I'm just trying to get something established with Aaron. No,
you got it, brother.
That's all I'm asking you. So, Aaron, again, the reason why I'm asking you this question, you don't even have to see the debate. The problem ain't for you're not solving for the question is actually rhetorical.
I understand.
You have to figure out what we were talking about. All you have to do is ask the question. Well, damn, what the fuck were y'all talking about then?
Yeah,
because what he is suggesting is that we didn't discuss the 3 things that he brought up, and that's all the fuck we discussed. I never took a goddamn stance. I never took a fucking position. We weren't arguing against my positions. We were arguing against his. All 3 of them for the whole fucking show.
I said that, sir.
Well, now, hold on. But now you just gave credence to every issue that EtheMan had. You do understand that, right? We're talking about
this is why I said people have different experiences with fucking debates, I guess, right? Because what typically happens from my understanding of a debate is there's a person who is arguing the affirmative and a person who is arguing the negative. I can just tell you what the topic is. We're going to debate reparations. You're going to argue the affirmative. He's going to argue the negative. Each of us go off and we try to figure out what the fuck we're going to say. We come back to the debate and then we lay out our points.
I do have
so
one.
what was your argument?
Stop. The one, and I'm gonna let you go right after this, Fantastic. I really don't understand why people actually yell and they have microphones. Y'all got all this money for these microphones and y'all still yell. I understand why I yell. I understand why Sharon has to yell. Y'all got all these microphones. What y'all yelling for? Like, you got to stop this.
Because this is what I'm saying. Look at Fantastic just tried to create a narrative to say that I'm asking you the question specifically because you didn't see the show. But what he don't understand is from my point of view, the question is fucking rhetorical. I know you can't answer it, but you're smart enough to know if I never took a stance, then you would have to ask, well, what the fuck did y'all talk about for 3 hours? Right? And it's the same thing when he said I took advantage of the shadow realms. No, I didn't. You can go through this show and see multiple times where I was interjected on E and he was asking me not to, previous to the shadow realm being started and after the shadow realm was over with. It's just that when the shadow realm had started and he tried to cut me off, I was smart enough to remember that it had fucking started. So I said it out loud and used it as a tactic in the moment. It wasn't me being some devious ass nigga.
No one said it was devious. Hold on, and again, hold on. You and EtheMan in the same position now, brother. Your tactics were masterful, and you went into the debate. No one said anything about devious. No one said anything about diabolical. No one said anything about conniving. We were just simply breaking down the tactics you employed to win the debate. You're taking it personal and being emotional about us breaking down the fucking debate, brother.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Is me taking it personal your opinion or is it facts?
It's factual because you
Okay,
just
cool.
said,
So wait. So let me ask you a question.
I can tell you
If
why.
it's
Want me
fact,
to answer the
it
question?
don't matter. I agree with
shut
you.
up while you
You're
was
right.
talking.
You're
You
right.
asked me
You're
to
right.
shut up while you was talking, but
You're
you don't
right.
want to shut up while I'm
Fantastic.
talking.
You're right. You don't have to
You
explain
just
to us why. You're right. I'm conceding. You're right. I'm taking it personal. You're right. 100%. You got that? Now you have to explain to me then how is conservative douchebag not factual in just my opinion?
Can I talk now?
Absolutely. I asked you a question. I hope you answer.
Okay, so the reason why it's not factual because again, it's something that's completely and totally conspired, inspired, and created by you. You are the sole. Hold on, you are the sole proprietor, like you said. You said it yourself, and this right here for me would have been an easy wash. Easy, too easy. Hey, I am simply trying to argue a made-up concept of a person who, again, and use some of EtheMan's points that it take advantage of conservative douchebag tactics or conservative douchebag benefits, yet still he wants to admonish conservative douchebags, brother. It's that easy. So again, I simply me calling out the shit that you admit is that and one key thing you did, Beans, that EtheMan fucked up on and he didn't say, this is my concept. I made this up. And I'm not saying that's what you said verbatim, but something along the lines of that. And I would have hammered down on the fact of the matter that, hey, we are arguing an abstract idea that my opponent has only in his head. So what he's going to give you is a whole bunch of feelings and a whole bunch of emotions. And the white girl really, if EtheMan knew the proper debate tactics, you would have been dead from there. It would have swung hemp and it would have swung cheeky. But because he did not have the proper debate tactics and Beans, the thing about it is, Beans, I respect you, bro.
Make sure y'all watch the clock. I want just as much time as he getting.
Okay, great. Nigga, you tell me shut up. You
Yeah,
would
I
definitely
No, go ahead. I don't have to tell you to shut up. Go ahead.
I definitely Beans. I respect you, Beans, because I know who and what the fuck you are, and I'm not saying it negatively, but when it comes to certain things, that's why whenever we're on Hamp's panel, I always say exactly what the fuck you're doing. Because people that are not, and Beans, you are a bright motherfucker. You are you are a very, very good nigga at creating points and all these different things. But what you know, I know, Aaron knows, and Cheeky knows, is that people that don't analyze things the way that we analyze things do not understand what's going on between, you know what I'm saying, superior analytical minds. You say it all the time, and that's another thing about it. Beans, you say it yourself, the chat is stupid. I may or may not agree, but you know what I'm never gonna say? I'm never gonna say the chat is fucking stupid in a chat that I need in a debate, or a chat that I need, or a chat that I need long term for a platform. You see what I'm saying? So that part of you where you don't give a fuck and you just like whatever, whoever, so on and so forth. It is what it is. Cool, you find you can live with that. But I understand both parts of it. I understand the analytical part of it. I understand the crowd part of it. And I'm done, bro. You got it.
I'm allergic to the rimology. Sorry.
All right. So, Aaron, here's the thing. If Mr. Fantastic can make the claim that right now I'm taking things personal, I'm not even on camera, right? He's just listening to my voice and he's listening to what I'm saying and he's making the assessment that I'm taking it personal and arguing that it's fact. So how is it that me listening to people on cam, listening to their words on the same space in YouTube and saying, oh my God, these people are sellouts. Oh my God, these people are house niggas. Oh my God, these people are cooning. And instead of calling them those words, I just create another phrase that's probably more palatable in conservative douchebag. But I'm making the same kind of summation that he's making. But it's being labeled as only my opinion when I do it. But when he makes a summation, somehow it's factual. How can that be?
Two things. I think you told the judge when she asked you, is this your opinion? And I think you said yes, right? I could be wrong.
Did. He did.
And then secondly, right, taking something personal, how is that defined statement-wise, right? I think that's where it gets to, right? Some sense where taking things personal is usually an acknowledgement of offense, you being offended or upset about a statement. If Fantastic mischaracterized or he's made he's a narrative that you disagree with and you think he's doing it intentionally, you have stated you hate when people do that, if that offends you or it upsets you, then technically it's factual that you're taking it personal to a degree. But all those points have to be hit. But I would agree with you. There's absolutely, in the general sense, no way he knows if you're taking something personal. And to make that claim that is fact is a little insanity. I would agree. But it's a YouTube show. I mean,
yeah, but hold on before he jumps back in. But he's asking the question, so I'm interjecting on you, Aaron, not him.
now you gonna interject me?
Yeah, I'm interjecting you. So again, as this and to you debating niggas, pay attention to this because Aaron is the judge right now. My opponent already conceded that. He literally said, I concede that I'm either emotional and or you know what I'm saying, I'm taking offense to what you're saying. So he agreed with me. So it's no need to even further have this conversation. And just a little more credit. Listen, so my opponent also said earlier it's okay to concede certain things and not lose a debate. But if he really understood the true part of the debate, this is why you never concede anything. You don't concede shit. Because see, now everything he just said has been invalidated because before he even said that, he said he'll concede that point. So he's already given me the victory on anything he has to say and bloviate over the last 5-10 minutes.
I'm glad. I'm so glad that you're laughing, Aaron, because this proves what I be saying to people all the time. Listen, Aaron, Cheeky, Hemp. I sometimes include Fantastic in my diatribes. It's certain people I only give a fuck about what they think because I know they think. And I know Aaron is laughing because he understands it matters not if I concede to what you say in future tense. When you were speaking from present and past tense, saying that you knew that I was fucking taking it personal prior to me ever saying, yes, you're right. So the question, you can't say that I know I'm right because you admitted it. The question would be, how did you know you were right prior to me admitting it? Please.
Hold on. Let me again. Wait. Again, my opponent does not understand what a debate is and the
all
rules
of this is irrelevant. The question
it is not irrelevant. Again, sir, let me explain it to you. Let me give you, you know what I'm saying? Let me give you some.
This is what you do. You go on these long explanation diatribes and stuff.
It's not just what I do.
That's why I said I didn't want to debate. We're supposed to be conversating about the previous show, not debating.
First and foremost is converse. I know conversating is like a new modern thing, but not really.
Which means it counts.
Yeah, it really don't. But
like
again, it's just like Ebonics. Ebonics counts.
It's just like ain't, right?
It's converse. So proper English would be converse. But either way, like I was saying, brother, listen, when you say I concede, future tense, past tense, or present tense, you are agreeing with my statement. You're saying what I said at the time is correct. So you trying to retroactively say, oh, I didn't know at the time, or that's my assumption, is irrelevant. You concession means you agree with me. Okay, that's it, that brother. That's presence.
See,
your concession in the debate.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Hold on. You said my name. Hold on. You said.
I know. Let me say this real quick. Just real quick. You can have the mic right back. This is why I attack the chats.
Go ahead.
Right? Go ahead. Wait, I just want to say this real quick. This is why I attack the chats, right? Because I know this thing that you're doing right now actually works on chats, right? But it does not work on the actual thinking people, right? Because what you're doing right now is what you're doing right now is you're not answering a question as asked. Shout out to Patty. I know. Right, but this is what I'm saying. You don't have to.
You know why? Because you conceded. I don't have to ask shit. You conceded.
That's right. So that's right. You don't have to. You don't have to, right? But it also proves
a concession is saying that what your opponent is saying is factual. I'm gonna say this to you again. When you concede with me, it is not up to the assumption of that I have to prove anything or that I'm thinking in the future tense, the past tense, the present tense, or anything. You have agreed with me. That makes all fucking everything that I have to say. And you know what I will hammer down on? Mods, there's no need to say anything you talk about is irrelevant. He conceded the point to me. So therefore, he agrees with everything I have to say about that point in any tense.
No,
past,
absolutely.
present,
But fantastic. This is the
whatever
point,
you want.
right? The smart people are gonna understand what it is that you're doing, right? You're being disingenuous, right?
I'm not being disingenuous.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna just try to get my point across over you. But you're being disingenuous, right? Because I think maybe because I do kind of put you on that same tier with us, that if you answer that question, you're done for. Right? It's going to completely obliterate your argument of trying to say that the conservative douchebag is an opinion. You can't make that claim anymore. The minute you say that, yes, you knew for a fact that it was factual that I was taking something personal when I am off cam, you can't even see me. You only hear me, right? The minute you say that you knew that it was factual, you can't then turn around and tell me that it is only my opinion that these people are right-leaning, pretentious capitalists, right? You can't take any of that stuff that I defined as a conservative douchebag.
Let me know when I talk.
Tell me I don't have the same power as you to surmise a person's intentions.
Okay, are you
can't
done?
Do it.
Are you done?
What makes you more special to be able to do it than me?
Are you done?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. So again, the reason why you're taking it personal, brother, because as you said in the debate, this is your personal concept, nigga. This is the conservative douchebag is Beans's, and again, everything that the white lady said confirms my point. You think you nice, nigga, but you not.
I really am.
Not nice. Hold on, stop. I didn't cut you off, nigga. You're not nice. The only thing you do, Beans, the only thing that you're good at is trying to corner fucking shit and yes and no questions, bro.
Right.
Your shit is ABC 1, 2, 3.
Right.
It's personal. Hold on, stop talk. I didn't say shit while you were
You
talking.
did, but then you stopped.
I
So
did.
just keep going.
You had 3 minutes of clear airtime. I didn't say shit
It
for the
wasn't
last
3 minutes. But
minute.
go ahead.
Nothing. I didn't jump in. Nothing.
It don't matter. You can't control me. You won't answer my questions
So
as
great.
asked.
So
You think
we
you gonna
ain't
tell me
gotta
when to
control
go?
you, nigga. You're gonna be wrong. Okay. So
That's
the
what's
reason
up.
why it's personal is because again, this debate is based off of a Beans premise. Conservative douchebag is some shit that Beans made up and thought was also motherfucking transcendental and also motherfucking great in your fucking mindset, nigga. And nobody really gives a fuck about it. Okay. We really want to get down to it. Beans said
That's
this
your
is a
argument?
Beans concept that Beans made up. Beans made all the motherfucking parameters for. So that's so Beans, hold on. So Beans has no choice but to take it personal because it's a personal fucking ideology of Beans, dumbass nigga.
Okay, so here's the truth, and I know the audience they probably gonna agree with you. You over 6 feet, right? The truth is, I'm taking it personal.
I'm over 6 feet intellectually.
Absolutely. The
Actually,
truth
it's more like
is that I'm
7
taking it
10.
personal
I'm
because
over
I
10
feel
feet.
like
I'm over
Aaron is
10
being
feet intellectually with you, my nigga.
dishonest,
It's
right?
it's
That's the only reason why I'm
it's
taking
Empire
it
State
personal.
Building
It
type
don't
shit.
have
When we
anything
talking
to do with
intellect.
you. It has
Go
everything
ahead.
to do with the person who I look up
Go
to.
ahead.
Right?
It's
So
Empire
the person
State
who I
shit
look
over
up
here,
to, I
nigga.
felt like he was being intellectually dishonest. That's
It's
why I'm
Burj
taking it
Khalifa
personal.
shit over here, nigga.
So it don't have
Intellect.
anything to
Go
do with
ahead.
you, to be honest with you,
Burj
right?
Khalifa,
I'm
nigga.
this way all the time, right? About every fucking thing. So it is neither here or there. And this concept that you saying nobody gave a fuck somehow made it to what, the first or second biggest platform in the space? But you're saying that it doesn't matter. And it literally made it to the platform, right? So, but the fact of the matter is that when you lay out the definition, which I did at the very start of the fucking show, what the definition of a conservative douchebag is, it is literally based on things that we know exist. It is literally based on behavior and mindsets that we know exist. The term is my concept. That has zero to do with what it's based on, though. It's not based on something that I made up. Coons, sellouts, and fucking house niggas are absolutely real. People who are pretentiously capitalist are real. People who have right-leaning political and racial views are real. And the same way how you can surmise that I'm taking something personal is the same way how I can surmise that those people are pretentious capitalists who have right-leaning views politically and fucking racial. You're no better at doing that than me. And any smart person would know if this was a real debate, you just lost it.
Yeah, no. Any smart person would know, first off and foremost, you love saying dumb shit and trying to make it sound smart, which you don't. do a horrible job
of the two of us. Who's the only one who keep doing that?
Habit of stop talking. You have this horrible habit of stop talking, but then start talking when somebody else is talking.
Yes, because you've been doing it to me tonight too.
Hold on. Who presented the topic to Fatty?
I don't know.
Awkward silence. Awkward silence. Who presented the topic to Fatty?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
So it's two people involved. Like you said, this wonderful platform that you made it on. Okay, and mind you, Friday is not the premiere night. Wednesday is the premiere night, but it's cool. So again, the one you made it on, right? Okay, on the secondary night. All right. EtheMan in the chat. EtheMan, did you provide this topic, EtheMan? I don't think, again, like you said, you owned it, nigga. You the one who said, yes, this is mine. Hold on, nigga. God damn. Nigga, you had like a whole 5 minutes.
This nigga keep making up shit.
Aaron, can you highlight EtheMan? Can you highlight EtheMan's comment right there? So if EtheMan didn't make this shit up, Fatty don't give a fuck about conservative or none of this bullshit. So clearly, this is podcast motherfucking topic for the whole debate that's happened. And it's nothing personal about it.
Is that right? Sharon, you do know that I have a DM that would check this nigga right now, right? But it ain't that serious because this ain't the fucking topic, right? This is what he does. He tries to go at him, personal stupid ass attacks, get the chat on his side because he's entertaining for him because he's losing the intellectual side of the debate.
Beans, you're
right?
not on my level.
You can't, but I just
Beans, you said my name for a reason.
But
you know,
I just checkmated
Beans, you know what they said when they asked me who I would rather. Beans. The difference is Beans. When they ask you who you would rather fucking what's that, as much as it pain you to say it, nigga, you know who the realest is around here, nigga. You know who it is. You said my name. Hold on. Nigga, who name did you say?
In debates?
Yeah, who name did you say?
Me.
No, nigga. Fatty asked you the question, who like the fucking debate, nigga. You said you called my name. I didn't call your name. I never mentioned you. Bro, you're not on my level.
Okay, so but here's the thing though. See, this is another thing that you like to do. You only like to tell half truths. What was the reason that I wanted to debate you?
I have no idea because you want to lose. You want to lose.
Yeah. Damn. So wait, you only heard half of it? That's crazy.
I only listen.
That's pretty good though.
When someone that's lesser than me.
This is what they want though. This is what they want. They want the jokey joke, shadow realm ass shit.
It's an easy dub, bro. It's an easy dub.
Against who?
Beans, let me know when you're done. I don't want to cut you off.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is. I'm telling you, this. Hey, fantastic. I'm gonna give it to you. This right here. Yeah, you really good at the witty, snappy. Like we probably need to go get what's bro name that used to be on Fight Club with us, Aaron, the light skinned nigga.
Sassy.
Graduated from Howard. Turned into a comedian now.
I know you're talking about the nigga that was cussing everybody out.
Eric.
Patriarchy.
Yeah, patriarchy. See, patriarchy would be the right one to play the Joneses with you.
I watched him too, but go ahead. I
don't know. Maybe you did, but I'm just saying, like, did you notice how I was in that debate? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. In real whole life, all that matters to me, like I said, is that the thinkers understand. See, you too busy worrying about what you think a motherfucker trying to do because you just can't accept the fact that I'm literally living in real time, dog. I'm not playing in shit. I'm not trying to make no moves here or there. I'm just living in real time, and I'm trying to make the best arguments that I think in that moment. And this is how you know it's true. Because by your own take, I will fucking concede to shit. And you know why? Because I can concede to the battle and it doesn't end you the war. That's the fucking point.
Again, that lets me know right there, you would never last in the debate with me, ever.
Well, in your mind, of course not. We all
not in my mind. Not in my mind. Again, brother. I'm
Brownsville. No, who did you debate last?
Cheeky.
No, before Cheeky.
Brownsville.
It was Brownsville. Brownsville think he beat you.
And he did.
Yeah, he thinks. He lost.
Okay, so that's my point. We all think we win.
Of course, everybody, every loser thinks they're a winner, brother. EtheMan thought he won. He lost.
Okay,
even though EtheMan actually has points, but we pointed out why EtheMan lost. So EtheMan, from a point standpoint,
Yeah.
He gave more. Hold on. He gave more facts and data than you did. He made better arguments than. Damn, brother, you. I thought you was done. You've been talking for 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Am I talking or am I laughing? I think it's
Well,
okay.
I don't know. I don't know. What are you doing? I can't. You're
it's
making
called
noise.
laughing
I didn't
at
make
your
any noise.
stupidity.
I didn't make any noise while you were
Who
talking. At
cares?
all. I
Noise
have no idea
distraction.
what
I
you're
thought
doing.
you were the smart one.
Well, I can't hear you, so I can't. I'm not. Again, the way sound works, brother. The way sound works. The way sound works is just sound, and you run your mouth a lot. So
Well,
I
if you
assume
laugh,
that
I promise you it ain't gonna
you're
throw me
interrupting.
off because my
So
brain.
now you're
Yeah.
definitely talking.
Yeah.
You're not just laughing.
Absolutely,
You're
because
talking.
you're not talking
So
about
either
shit.
way, you done what you was originally doing. But let me get back to my point.
Yeah.
So again, EtheMan made better points than you.
Mm.
EtheMan had to try and counter you, motherfucking. He was dumb enough to send you his whole strategy. Okay, you're trying to dance around that. So you already knew his game plan because he told you the points he would be addressing. So all you had to do for the whole fucking debate is sidestep, slip, and motherfucking evade, nigga. And that's all you did. Hold on. Now, two judges, one of the judges that you picked even said, hey, EtheMan, you had great points. You made great points, but you did not hammer down enough on the faux pas, aka the mistakes that Beans made. Beans gave concessions, and where EtheMan fucked up is that EtheMan didn't motherfucking hammer down on the concession. You had two judges, two separate judges say the same exact thing, brother. So you pretty much won by default. Or the lack of motherfucking knowledge of your opponent, bro. You wouldn't last with me.
That's
would
what's
not.
up. That's what's up. No, I appreciate that. Aaron, can you do me one favor? Let's get this shit over with. Can you share this screen that I'm sharing with you real quick?
I don't see a share screen at this moment. So once
There
you get
it is, right there.
Once you get it up, I got you. Let me just read these super chats that come in. We'll bring it right on up. Brother. Fantastic Senior 824 for the 99-cent super stick. Okay. Trish Avelian, Belly, I don't even know what that says. Sherrod usually reads these. He says, if everyone look outside their window right now, you'll see what it's like to look at Mr. Fantastic face at any part of the day.
Oh shit, I just seen him.
That's crazy. Okay. Trish A. Ville says, what does Beans and EtheMan legs have in common? They're both numb after dealing with EtheMan. These guys, man, I swear. Okay, let me bring up.
Sharon, did you watch the whole debate?
No, Sharon did not, sir.
Oh, Sharon wasn't there? Okay.
Yeah, he was doing something with Pagan. So listen, this Trisha Valley, brother, that better be a motherfucking AI thing, nigga. That better not be your real face, nigga. I know that's not your real Trisha Valley, brother. That's your real face.
Man's talking about being paid. What he do is talk about man's look.
Ever mention me again, nigga? You endorsed it. You endorsed it, nigga. I'm just saying, hey, it is what it is. Go right ahead.
So, Aaron, this is the message that they're referencing, right? That EtheMan sent me. Right, I know we got all these people up here who saying they didn't watch the battle, and then we got the one guy up here who's saying he think that I lost. Right, so of course, and he's in debate mode. He's not in converse about the battle mode. He's in debate mode right now. This is why I said I didn't want to talk to him. I would rather talk to somebody who wants to actually converse about the battle. Right. So you see this. EtheMan says, "I'm for marriage." He's against it. He didn't talk at all, right, about me being against marriage. The only thing he did one time was ask me a question if I thought that marriage would help the society, but that was based on him making the argument that conservative douchebags are more married, right? So that's why he tried to that's why he even asked me the question about whether or not I thought marriage would be a benefit to the community. He didn't actually pressure or attack me on me being against marriage at all, right? Then he said, I'm for getting to the bag. He is against getting to the bag. He didn't pressure me one time about not wanting to get to the bag. He never came at me one time about not wanting to get to the bag.
Wait.
The argument.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. When he brought up you being on Section 8.
No. Stop. That's not the argument, though, because look, Beans not being for the bag doesn't mean Beans is against people getting for the bag. And the argument is not centered around Beans' world. Technically, the argument is about people getting to the bag.
Well,
I've heard.
again, hold on. If he again, no, and I disagree. This is where we disagree, and that's
Okay,
cool.
okay. How do you determine that Beans is against getting to the bag? How do you determine that?
Because he's for himself being on Section 8.
Oh, that's how you identify he's against it.
Yes, again, I can literally, and that's what EtheMan tried to do. He can literally use his own life experience and his own life situation for fucking again him being against getting for the bad, because he's one of the person that he said in the era. Remember, you didn't watch the whole debate, so you didn't see this argument that he made. So I'm telling you, later on, he said you benefit from the fucking conservative douchebags you complain about.
I can't believe people actually think that he's intelligent.
Huh?
This is crazy.
Nah, Sharon, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not gonna lie. Right now, this is very disappointing because I know for a fact that Fantastic, he would demolish this same argument that he's trying to produce right now. If we was on a panel with niggas who was making the argument that black women, well, at least they be in a marriage for 2 years, and he would absolutely argue, well, what about the other 13 years? What about the other 3 years? What about the fact that the divorce rate is this and that? He would absolutely make that argument that you can't hold these women to a standard of 2 years. And yet he's trying to say that he can determine whether or not I'm for the bag by the 2 years at 47 years old that I've been on Section 8.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
his
You made it even worse. Hold on.
See, only slow people think that this shit makes sense. They don't understand that trying to take shots at people. They always say when you can't attack the point and you attack the person, you just lost the fucking debate.
Okay. Okay. Are you done? Hold on. Okay, cool. So great. So you saying that you were 47 years old even further fucking steel mans the argument, brother. Okay. And again, it's not me taking shots. Am I not taking something that EtheMan said in the debate, Beans? The EtheMan brought up you.
Absolutely, that's what you're doing. But what I'm saying is you've been doing it tonight too as well.
Hold on. So
what
you
I'm
can't say
saying is that once you do that, that's what that is.
Brother, it was a yes or no question. You said yes. You love those. So listen,
absolutely.
Can't say I'm taking shots. I'm simply repeating something that was said pretty much verbatim in the debate. So I'm going to say
forget everything else you said previous to this.
I'm going to elaborate. Hold on, wait. I'm going to elaborate since you kind of missed it. I'm forgetting to bag about the bag getting to the bag, brother.
That's another shot.
Anybody with common sense would say, "Hey, a man that's comfortable with being on Section 8, 47 years old, has to therefore be against getting to the bag because he's the epitome of not getting to the bag." That I would hammer that shit down like John Henry. There's no way you can argue against conservative douchebags, okay, and what they're doing and all these different things, when again, you are the poor person that's benefiting from the conservative douchebag. You can't do that. Or I'm actually my bad. Hold on, no. You don't want the conservative douchebag, and this is what the white lady tried to say, because conservatives don't want people to have Section 8. So it's counterintuitive to your lifestyle for conservative douchebags to exist, because conservative douchebags are against government assistance. Your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is this: I'm trying to figure out. Fantastic. This is disappointing.
Stuttering. Stutter, nigga. I ain't stuttered yet, but go ahead.
I'm not being facetious, because at the end of the day, it's blowing my mind that you think this is actually relevant to the conversation. So if the definition of a conservative douchebag is laid out, right? And in that definition, there's only one thing mentioned about money, and that's that when they reach a certain level, they begin to see themselves as a part from their own community and their own people. So why is it that you think money has anything to do with the way that the argument is being formatted? He's saying he's for the bag and I'm against it. That don't got shit to do with conservative douchebagism. And you know what? I can actually use this to checkmate him, because he tried to make the argument that he ain't a conservative douchebag. So if you're telling me by him saying I'm getting to the bag and he's against getting to the bag, that's an argument for conservative douchebag, then thank you. Because that's another reason why he lost the fucking debate.
And
See,
you know
the
what?
difference between me and y'all is that I don't have to be dishonest. It's fucking rich that y'all think y'all do. And this is the only problem that I had with Aaron Noah, because he actually suggested that motherfuckers lie. And I'm like, well, why the fuck would you ever want to do that? But I get it. People actually want to win. But see, I wouldn't even take a fucking debate that I thought I had to lie to win. Right? I could just be honest. This don't have shit to do. Hold on, Fantastic. This don't got shit to do with me at all. The whole purpose, the whole point behind the conservative douchebag is not that they fucking have a problem with people on welfare. It's that they pretend like they don't know the plight of black people in America when they reach a certain economical status. What the fuck does that have to do with welfare?
Okay, cool. So first off, let me help you out, brother. You said certain economical status. So certain economical status would be that they don't qualify for welfare. They make too much money for welfare. Again, I hope you're taking notes. Okay, secondly, again, it has everything to do with you, but again, because the fucking conservative douchebag debate is because of you, and it's a term that you said in the debate that you coined. You said this. This is my fucking term. This is something that I coined. This is something that I made. So it's all about you, nigga.
Watch this, chat. Did the term have anything to do with welfare? Yes or no?
I didn't say
Did
shit.
the term have anything to do with welfare? Yes or no?
Shit while you were talking. Why are you cutting me
Okay.
off?
Did the term have anything to do with welfare? Yes or no?
It has to do. Yes, it does. And I'm gonna explain it to you again. Since you too slow. Hold on.
Right.
Since you too slow.
Right.
Okay. To understand it. I'm gonna say it to you again.
Okay.
The money matters because you said there's a cutoff. So that means there's a certain amount of money you have to make to be a conservative douchebag on
What
the
is it?
higher end.
What is
So
it?
that means, hold on, that means all non-conservative douchebags, to your definition, you just stated, makes under a certain fucking amount. And you, sir, will fit in the under. So therefore, you fit in the under would, of course, be against those in the over.
But what that got to do with him?
No, I got it, Sharon.
Sharon, why you?
If you watch the debate, right?
You just here for I don't even know why.
It's okay, I get it. So, Sharon, if you watch the debate, here's what's ironic about that. If you watch the debate, right, which I'm hoping you do, you're gonna see Hamp ask me the question: can a person who don't make that kind of money?
Aaron, can you highlight Angry Man's? Can you highlight Angry Man's comment?
And I specifically said yes. A person does not have to make a certain amount of money to be a conservative douchebag, technically, but that's based on the criteria that I set for the reason why
I said, nigga.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I said. Yes. What does that have to do with welfare? What does that have to do with welfare?
What
does
is
that have to
I
do with
do,
welfare?
nigga? I makes it personal.
Oh, my ears hurt.
That shit don't mean anything.
Why do?
Just because you saying that means nothing to only the people who
This
swallow
nigga
you. That's
actually
it.
thinks he
But the
nice,
fact
bro.
of the matter is that if you look at the definition when it was laid out to you, it misses any of that, right? Because the terminology itself is describing the people's behavior. Not their personal beliefs. The whole point. And then, hey, wait, Sharon, this is the crazy thing about it. One of the key words in the definition was that it's pretentious, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's the whole point of it, is that this shit is pretentious. They only acting this way because they feel a certain way about now that they have gained something in their life. When we tried to stomp down the number, we couldn't even do it. And I guarantee you, he's not going to do it either. Right? He only makes the argument that, well, it has to be people who don't qualify for welfare, because he can't make the intellectual argument. He can only do something personal. And this shit to me is absolutely fucking disappointment, because we're not even in a scheduled debate. So just us two talking right now, we should actually be able to converse without that. But it just proves to me that we can.
Okay, well, give me a moment to read the super chats that came in respectfully, gentlemen. JJ Carvel says, I do not think Being Podcast can properly define conservatism. And the fact that he never pointed out that liberals also cannot be DBS, his entire stance just sounds like a gripe against conservatives. Angry Man, the Angry Man says, Cap, your entire argument is, and will always be centered around the money. Must be the money. Yeah, it's always around the money. Okay, Trish Eveli says yelling on YouTube at 1:51 EST to another man instead of going out to raw dog some BBW. It is crazy to me.
Brother, I'm not raw dogging number throat, brother. But go ahead.
Brother. JJ Carver says, what's the difference between conservatism and the DB conservatism? Beans. I don't know if that requires him to make a distinction, but it might. It might. I think the argument does always center around money to some degree. I just don't know what that baseline is, but I think it always comes down to this money.
Aaron, is there a difference between a politician and a conservative politician?
Yes.
Like, I don't like this. To me, like I said, I want to thank you. I want to thank Cheeky. I want to thank Hamp. I want to thank all the people who helped me and convinced me to not worry about what stupid people think. Like, it's not my fault when y'all see. So JJ, I don't think JJ is stupid by a long shot, but he's obviously a conservative, right? So he should be smart enough to understand that there's a difference between a douchebag and a conservative douchebag.
Well, hey,
hold on. I know you want to
defend your pop mob. JJ is my guy. I know you want to
defend your man. I know you want to defend your man's, but hold on. But what I'm saying is, if he watched the debate, Aaron, I already laid out the definition. That's the point. The definition is laid out. It's not the definition isn't made up. The term is made up, and it's made up of just adding two words together. That's it. It's not like I made up a word, right? It's the term or phrase used to describe a certain people more palatable. Like I said, I don't want to go around calling people coons and sellouts and house niggas. That's disrespectful. So I just called them conservative douchebags. And here's the crazy thing, Aaron. I can't recall one time anybody ever actually being offended by me calling them conservative douchebags. In fact, they champion it all the time. And even Angry Man said he was going to make his own shirt. Right? So that's the point, is that I'm saying it this way to describe a specific behavior. That's it. I'm not making up the behavior.
I understand that 100%. I understand people's behavior. Some people's behavior is beyond me.
It's my fault though, because I have went around parading that I'm so smart, and now whenever people engage with me, they feel like they have to debate. They can't just communicate. So that's on me. I take accountability for that.
Okay, so again, I lost count of the eyes, but yet and still it's not personal. The most personal motherfucking, like, you know what I'm saying, pronoun or whatever is I. Okay, the most personal one, me, I. You know.
Say it one more time. I didn't hear you. Say it one more time. You said it 4 times, but I need one more.
I said it less times than he said it. So again, you know, this is the point. And I know, Sharon, listen, brother, you got to go back to those remedial classes in like middle school, brother, for you to catch that.
Hey, but fantastic. Hold on 1 second. I'll let y'all go back. So when podcast said he didn't make up the words, but he made up the definition, because douchebag does not mean that. So he actually did make up a whole new definition for a word that already exists.
Thank you.
When I first started building my debate, I actually looked up conservative and douchebag, a jerk, an asshole. That's what I was actually gonna do. When he entered, like, he didn't give me the definition of this until then. If I would have knew that we was going on a whole different narrative and we was making up our own definitions, I would have asked for the definition before time.
And EtheMan, that's why you lost. You were in good
I'm okay with
faith,
that.
true definition. Hold on, EtheMan. And this is what podcast has admitted to, but will act like this wasn't a major advantage to him winning the debate. He said, I don't know how many times about how he made up the definition, about he pretty much jammed a whole bunch of shit together that already had pre-existing definitions to coon and sellout and, you know, some other shit he said, but somehow he combined all of those different things into his personal motherfucking you know, I guess rendition or point of view of what a douchebag was. As you said, brother, you were doomed from the start because you were arguing. You were arguing.
Yeah, but I get it. But this a lot of this is supposed to be for entertainment, right?
Well, EtheMan.
Damn, you long-winded like a motherfucker.
Not smart enough to see his tactics. And again, I'm literally walking down his tactics verbatim by what he said out of his own fucking mouth. as he said, he thinks he's smart, but he's not.
Wow.
Nobody's really debating him as much as they're fucking like telling him, nigga, please stop. This shit is not impressive. You're not really even worth debating, and you're doing motherfucking rudimentary bullshit, and you think that it's fucking elite. Again, you won the shit on the technicality. You had 2 judges tell you, hey, you had an opportunity to press him here, all right?
Yeah.
And you didn't do it. You had
Yeah,
another.
you don't have to repeat it. You told me this earlier. No,
I'm not talking to you now, EtheMan. I'm talking to him. So since
Are
this
you
nigga
telling him what
It
you told
sounds
me? My
exactly
bad.
like you're talking to him because I won. So why would they have been telling me to press?
He's also smarter and whatever in his own head. Yeah, he's just admitted he was 47 years old on fucking on Section 8. How smart can you be? So I'm confused. I'm confused. I ain't never seen a smart nigga that's 47 on Section 8. Hell, like you gotta be the less than 1%, nigga. Niggas don't even get Section 8. What are we talking about?
I don't get it.
What are we talking about?
I want to hear from Sharon.
You know what I learned though before Sharon go? I learned that if we actually talk about something that we can talk about with statistics and data, like stuff that we really can get down into, ain't none of y'all niggas can touch me for real. That nigga had to make up a word to try to beat me, boy. I tell you, y'all niggas can't touch me. I know for a fact that y'all niggas just can't touch me. Go ahead, Sharon.
Man. I'm trying to watch it. I think it's interesting.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Sharon. Please keep talking. I just want to make sure I tell Aaron. Aaron, can you pull that back up on screen for me, please? Thank you. You can keep talking though. I don't even have to talk. I could just leave that right there. I don't got to say a word. Go ahead, Sharon.
I think it's interesting. I think we do understand that the people that call themselves very smart and data, I don't know. I just don't see it.
I don't agree to showing DMs and instant messages. I just want to say that that's not my thing.
Yeah, but it's a DM about the debate that we just did.
Look, y'all do whatever y'all want. Y'all.
Wait a minute. No, because Aaron, what was said was that I had to have been the one to approach this. But Sharon, my eyes
podcast. Do you want to debate versus EtheMan on conservative douchebags topic next Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern?
Damn, ain't that some shit? Because the narrative that was painted was I had to have been the one who broached this. See, I get it. My homegirl told me this the other day. I didn't want to accept it. It wasn't like it was the first time I heard it, but it's one of those things that you don't want to be true. She said, people don't give a fuck about the truth when the lie is more entertaining.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. That's how come Fantastic think that he be winning conversations.
See, and that's what I'm saying. More often than not, I could show that all I'm doing is telling the truth. And other niggas have to try to tear you down or make up shit or paint narratives about what you're doing, this and that, because they just can't accept the fact that they can't really fuck with you, right? You winning in these other areas, and I'm happy that you winning in those other areas. I'm not even checking for the areas that you losing in. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. Your car got repoed, your wife left you, you kicked your daughter on the pole. I ain't checking for none of that shit.
You was supposed to lose this debate based upon the opening statements, though.
Yeah,
you should have got cooked. I'm just
must be out your fucking mind.
No,
Are you basing that? Wait, but Aaron, are you basing that on the actual topic, or are you basing that on the 3 things that he sent me?
I'm basing it on your opening statement.
And we're basing
You
it
must
on
be out your mind.
and we're basing it on the 2 judges that said, hey, the reason why EtheMan lost is because he failed to capitalize on your mistakes.
Yes, and the things and Fantastic, you're right. That is what was said.
Just real quick, hold on, Beans. Did you say yes? Your first statement was yes, right?
That's what was said.
Yeah, no,
You're not
yes.
taking just one word, right? What about the rest of it? Yes, that's what was said.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, that's what was said, but it's the same thing when Aaron said, "Oh, motherfucker could have just lied."
What's that movie?
Right?
What is it?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like I
Mr.
don't
Glass?
necessarily
We call a
I
little
don't want to
podcast
say
Mr.
like that. I'm gonna be
Glass.
honest with you. I don't wanna-
Podcast. You ever seen that movie, Mr. Glass? That's the name of it.
You ever seen
Samuel Jackson?
You ever seen a nigga called Grover? You ever seen a nigga with a hairline that's on the top of his head, the middle of it, like the motherfucking Prime Meridian and shit? You ever seen that shit? Damn,
No.
it's sad when a nigga motherfucker ain't got no hairline, man. He gotta wear a hat at nighttime in the house. Just saying.
That's what y'all do.
It ain't talking about Angry Man ball. So Angry Man done showed the ball head. But we talking about this nigga here with the motherfucker, you know. I'm just saying.
What?
I got a hairline.
Every stream that
motherfuckers don't
take
that hat off in the house at night.
Every stream that I do, I never have a hat on. This is how dumb he is.
And you got one on right now at night.
I gotta say something. I was listening to y'all's little discussion, and
It wasn't a discussion. Don't try to. That was not a discussion.
Hey, y'all don't cut off the angry man. What's wrong?
You're
with you?
that is so rude.
Sorry about that, brother.
Sharon.
said that is so rude.
That is so rude,
I'm sorry.
Sharon.
I apologize.
I appreciate it. Podcast, why are you up here being intellectually dishonest?
So I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Mr. Fantastic. Angry Man, I just got through debating for 3 hours. I don't feel like debating.
You don't have to debate.
Okay, so then you're the one right now who's being intellectually dishonest if I've already explained the terminology. You can't, so you're not doing this, but people can't make the argument that it's my, right? I, that it's my terminology, but then try to tell me what the terminology is based on.
But
you can't have it both ways.
But I can do that if I know the time frame in which you started using the terminology, along with other statements that you made.
Right. So
because you
started it is a lie.
You started using the terminology, and you made supporting statements about conservative douchebags when you said you got tired of every time you debated someone, they were disqualifying you because of your socioeconomic standing.
That is not true. And see, that's what I'm saying.
When you fucking lie. Oh my God. Are you serious right now?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So, Angry Man, what show did I create the conservative douchebag label on? What show was it?
Bro, check this out. Check this out.
What, Sharon, just watch how many times my questions go unanswered.
Check this out. Yeah, I know you're a straw man expert, but
absolutely.
Here's the thing, bro.
That's what they say all the time.
Reason, first of all, I cannot tell you the specific show.
Right.
But what I can tell you is that over the past couple of years, you have gotten on my goddamn nerves with the same motherfucking argument. And the shit centers around money, nigga. Stop acting like it don't. Because what you did is you numerous times you've said, I'm sick of these dudes trying to disqualify me because I don't make a certain amount of money. You never said that.
What does that have to do with conservative douchebag? But yes, I've said that. What does that have to do with conservative douchebag? So you see again, Sharon, just count how many times I answered their questions. Don't say they straw man, steel man, blank man, and heavy man, and Superman. And I don't say none of that. I just answer the question as asked, and I keep moving forward. See, because like I said, I deal in honesty. These the niggas who got to make up shit. So I can tell you right now, I'm in the middle of a sentence, and I'm not gonna start talking because you angry, man. The term conservative douchebag, the term conservative douchebag was created on Chaotic Truth's channel because I was over there debating with Chaotic Truth, Blacks Who Defy, Black Thoughts, Uncle Tom, and those kind of guys. And they were always being dismissive of the plight of black people and always saying, you niggas always complaining about systemic oppression and racism and slavery and all this other stuff just because it was being brought up to say, well, this thing that you're saying about black people, there's a reason why they're that way. That's where the term came from.
Okay, you're bloviating right now. Now, here's the thing.
You can say all of those words.
Here's the thing. What's funny about this
is true or false?
The irony. Nah, you had your chance. You stopped talking. Now I'm gonna talk without having to answer your questions.
Right. See what
it ain't. Check this out. Podcast. I hate to have to repeat to you what Fantastic said.
Sharon.
I hate to have to repeat to you what Fantastic said, brother. You cannot do that to people that are intelligent. You're not going to lead the conversation where you want it to go to make your goddamn points. And here's the irony of it. The irony is you looking at me like I'm ridiculous for using the term straw man, which is an actual term, but then you turn around and use conservative douchebag, which is some shit you made up.
Right. Exactly. So here's the thing about that. But you're using straw man because I asked you what show did I make it up on? When you're trying to tell me what? Wait, hold on, Aaron. Aaron, I noticed your man's. But he literally tried to tell me what I meant by it.
Bro,
right?
check this
but
out.
He tried to tell me what I meant by it, but I'm straw manning if I ask him what show was it made up on.
Podcast. This is what you do. This is what you do.
That's all they got.
This is what you do, bro. This is what you do. You debate like a boxer that tries to get points. So what you do is you raise up points that you can be right about so that you'll be right more often than wrong.
Absolutely. Sharon, let me ask you a question. Who raised up the point
but they're irrelevant
about
points.
what between me and Angry Man? Who raised up the point about what conservative douchebag meant? Me or him?
I raised the point about
exactly. So therefore, I think I'm well within my right.
Back up. I didn't raise the point about what it meant. I told you what it meant.
Absolutely. That's my point. You raised the point.
And I told you what it meant based on your supporting statements. Not mine. Not my opinion. Based on your supporting statements. But see, this is what niggas do. What niggas do is they try. Wait a minute. What niggas do in any of these discussions where you're talking about the socioeconomic standing of black people, what you do is you always try to take money out of it and make it about some sort of justice or some sort of fucking mission to save the fucking community. You take the money out of it because you don't want to admit that it's about the damn money.
Absolutely. So Sharon, let me ask you a question. Do you remember that time when Angry Man said, what did he say? He said, Team Fatty.
He said,
that's a real nigga.
He said, Scoopity doop, poopty doop. That's what I said.
He said, Team Fatty. That's a real nigga. Yeah, I said it. Remember that time he said that? Absolutely. Remember that time you said that, Angry Man? Team Fatty. That's a real nigga. Yeah,
I sure do. I sure do.
Absolutely. Right.
I said it on his show.
Right. So now what he's doing right now is he's doing the same thing that Fantastic does, right? See, this is why I said I just deal in honesty. I don't have to bullshit, right? Well, everybody knows that clip was put together that way, right?
Okay, but you're also operating off of You're also operating.
Everybody knows that.
You're also operating in a lack of information because I recently was on his show where I said the whole thing for him.
So does that mean the original one wasn't? So that means the original one wasn't put together like that.
And say, do you remember when he said it?
Absolutely.
Or do you remember when you said it? I said yes, which is a factual statement.
Absolutely. So absolutely. So that means the original one that Fatty used was also not taken out of context. And
you didn't say the original.
I didn't. I'm saying it now, though, right? So that's the point, right? Because we all know the one that Fatty uses is not the fucking one that you did on his show. Everybody knows that, right?
Podcast is a stickler for specific statements.
Absolutely.
And he will pull it out every time. So this is what you said verbatim.
I already conceded to that.
Last time, do you remember when you said that? And I said yes.
Absolutely.
Do you remember when the original statement was put out? That's not what you said.
I didn't say original.
Okay, then.
Okay, now I'm saying it, right? So that's the point, because the point isn't about the fact that you said it, but the point is about the fact that you and everybody else know that statement was taken out of context. And
the original statement
right now, right? Remember, every time when he was talking, he kept trying to get me to be quiet while he talked, right? Let's pay attention to that, right? So therefore, this is what I'm saying.
No,
the same way how we all knew that
I'm not letting you get away with that. I'm not letting you get away with that.
Exact way that he tried to take my shit out of context, right?
No,
so we have
Nope.
10,000 conversations, right?
No.
You take something that I said in one conversation and try to apply it to some other shit that I said at another time, right? So now all of a sudden, it's my phrase, but I don't get to determine what
Your
it
ass
means
was
or
wrong
when I
just
created
now.
it.
You
That's
were
what
wrong
these
just
niggas
now.
think wins debate.
You were wrong just now. I caught your ass in a technicality. You didn't see it. And your ass was
Here's the
wrong
crazy
just now.
thing,
Because this is what you
Angry Man.
did.
You know what's so stupid about that? Is I already conceded to it.
While you're talking,
Aaron, did you hear me concede to it?
While you're
Did you
talking,
hear me
it's
concede
because
to it?
whenever while you are talking,
I don't give a
because
fuck
whenever
about
you
that.
take a L, you want to glaze over it. No.
I conceded to it. What more you want, nigga? I
I
ain't
don't give
no
a
fucking
fuck.
cocksucker.
I don't care if you conceded.
Exactly. You just want to stand on that point. I don't need to down that hill with you.
I don't care. Hey, they have sports commentators for a reason. They talk about how niggas lost.
Absolutely.
So
Go
let's-
ahead. Have fun with that. I don't got to talk about it. It's not my
First
job.
of all, no. What you did is
That's
you
not
said
my
this
job.
is what. No, you said this is what Fantastic to do, assuming and alluding to the fact that I was lying, but I wasn't. Your ass was wrong,
Which
Negro.
I already conceded to. It still don't change my point.
outta
It
here.
doesn't stop my point at all. This is why I said earlier to him, right? This man, these grown ass niggas think
Now
that
you
over
go-
talking makes them sound smarter,
Now
right?
you
But here's the
goalposting.
point. It doesn't change my. This is what
Now
I told
you moving the
earlier,
goalpost.
Sharon. I'm cool with losing the battle. It don't end the war.
No,
right?
you're not.
Just because you
The
got
fact
that
that you're
technicality, it don't mean
talking
nothing.
to Sharon
You can do
now,
all the
let him
laugh
know
and
you
talking you
lost,
want
nigga.
to, but at the end of the day,
fact
the
that you
fact
talking
still
to the
remains.
dumbest nigga on
Everybody
the
fucking
panel,
knew
let us
that
know
that
that you
goddamn
lost, nigga.
message that Fatty played was taken out of
fact that
context.
you
right?
are referring
So
to
this is the
Sharon,
same
nigga,
fucking
let
thing
us
that
know
he
you
does.
lost.
He's taking a
You're
statement
trying to
that
get
I
help
made
from
and using it out
Sharon.
of context, right? So when
You're
I
trying to
say
get
this
help
is
from
where it was
Sharon,
created,
nigga. You
and he
lost.
say that's a
Give it
straw
up.
man, but you weren't
You
there.
lost.
You weren't there. So how would you
begging for
know?
help from Sharon.
Right? So why would you even
lost.
think that I fucking would
Give
lie
it
to you
up.
about that? Why would I even need to? Who the
Give
fuck
it
are
up,
you that I would
nigga.
have to lie about that?
You are
Because
begging
your arguments about conservative douchebags
Right.
is against capitalism and all of that shit,
Absolutely.
which every last bit of that shit, a key component of it is money.
Money.
Absolutely. Yes. Here's the point though. Does that mean that the person has to have a lot of it? Checkmate.
That's not
This shit is
checkmate.
too fucking easy, bro.
That's not
Yes, the fuck it is. See, this is what I'm saying, y'all. So remember, the definition
That's
said
not
pretentious capitalist,
That's
right?
not
Pretentious capitalist. This
That's
is what
not
they gonna keep ignoring. Fantastic handed me this W a half hour ago when he kept saying that it was my fucking turn. He kept saying it was my turn. It was my turn, right? It's my turn. Right? So since it's my turn, then I get to determine what it means.
I'm gonna show you how full of shit he is. I'm gonna
That
show you
shit
how
is
full of
cold as hell to me.
This nigga have never played a game of chess.
I love gold.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Hold
show
on,
you how
hold
full
on,
of shit this
Angry
nigga
Man,
is.
Angry Man,
What's
Angry
a
Man,
lot
hold
of
on,
money,
Angry Man,
nigga?
just real quick.
Hold on,
Who gives a shit? It don't matter.
It
Who
does
gives a
matter.
shit? It don't matter.
It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Because
does.
it never was a part of the
You're
definition.
full of shit.
Because
You're
it was
full of
never a
shit.
part of the definition.
You're full
Angry
of
Man, that's
shit.
the
A
point.
lot of money is a broad statement, nigga.
Absolutely. That's the point. And so is capitalist, which is why the statement is actually pretentious
Capitalist is not a
right?
broad statement. There's
Yes,
an
it
actual
is.
definition.
Pretentious capitalist is the point.
Because this nigga keeps saying chess checkmate, and obviously you don't know what it means. So I just need him to
Absolutely.
name
Because
the
this
chess piece.
nigga trying to argue that it's my turn, but I don't get to determine when I made it or what it meant. That is the stupidest shit I ever heard in my fucking life, nigga.
Checkmate when
And
that's
you
not
think
the
that
case,
you
nigga.
actually won on that.
This nigga said
Fantastic actually think he won on that. It's my
know I
turn.
did. You got
it's
cooked,
my turn,
nigga.
but I don't get to decide when it was made or
You
what
got
it meant.
cooked,
That
man,
is
you
fucking
got cooked,
hilarious.
nigga. Hibachi,
That is
nigga.
fucking hilarious.
Hibachi, nigga. You got
That
hibachi.
shit is fucking hilarious, nigga.
Is it to you?
But anyway, like I was
obviously you
saying,
don't
Angry Man fucking.
understand that.
Oh shit! Oh my God, man! Let me tell you something. God might be good. God might be good. Because Uncle Tom calls himself Uncle Tom. This nigga got his own channel, his own squad. He ain't got no reason to come over here and shuck a job for nobody. Excuse me, Uncle Tom. Where and who was I around when I created the term conservative douchebag?
It was over there, but actually, you made it on your own channel, but it was mostly on Fight Club.
What about remember, Chaotic Truth,
Yeah,
Blacks Who Defy,
Yes, I know.
Black Thoughts.
But you didn't propose it until when we were on Fight Club.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hold on. Not Angry Man. Not this nigga wrong. Hold on, Angry Man. Not this nigga wrong.
That doesn't mean he have to. That doesn't mean he have to.
Every person he is accused. Every person he has accused of being a conservative douchebag.
Here's my question.
Somebody get
Where have I
to the
consistently
bag.
stated that a conservative douchebag was?
Stop it.
Where have I consistently stated that a conservative douchebag was?
I have no idea, bro.
Listen, okay. So let me be honest. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. It didn't change a whole bunch of times. Even on the show that you were just on.
Yep. See, shout out to Uncle Tom.
So what changed?
Well, you started off with one definition. If EtheMan Williams, like I said on your show, would have held you to what you said in the beginning, the argument would have been done like 5 minutes into the whole goddamn
Okay,
show.
but when you say it's changed over time, you mean today or period?
It's period. It's been changing over
Okay,
time.
so what? So what changed?
The crux of it was still was the same, but you added. Well, let me say it didn't change. You added on. How about that?
Okay,
Is that
hold
better?
on. Wait, so I gotta jump in. Everybody has been saying.
What was the add-on?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. So Uncle Tom is here. He just said this shit. Now, Aaron, do you say the same thing? You said I made the same similar fucking assessment to say, listen, nigga, you changed the definition of it, and you and Beans, I'm giving you credit.
Don't bloviate. Don't bloviate.
Nigga, shut your Oscar the Grouch looking ass up, nigga. Shut up. I'm not talking to you. You're irrelevant. I don't know why you
I'm
here.
like, Mr. Glass, you better watch it, Mr. Glass, before I push you down some stairs.
Nigga, you're mad because I have hair and you don't, and your hairline's in the top of your head. Take that hat off, nigga. You holding on to it. Go bald. Now again, stop. Now, Beans.
That joke is so clear because I never wear a hat on my show. That is
Beans. I'm gonna say this again. Beans, I respect you, brother, for the way you try and
get one of those sponge so you can at least have the nice nappy look instead of just actually having nappy hair. Like you should have the style so it could actually look good. So when you put sponge on it and it's actually a natural thing,
listen,
I'm not just rolling out the goddamn bed. You look crazy.
Nigga, grow your hair to a dark Caesar and then you can talk to me. But anyway,
hold on. Let me say this on about Beans real quick. What Beans is on the show, right? EtheMan lost because he allowed you to state what the definition was. So you cannot literally, he can't tell you something about something that you created. Because all you can do is add on to it whenever the fuck you want to.
Fantastic said that. Hey man, y'all brothers have a great night, man. Hey, the nigga that he just praised and said all this great shit came up here and just confirmed what me, Aaron, and when Cheeky was up here said. So you brothers have a great night. I'm out.
Brother.
No, I'm not gonna listen. He can't be wrong about his definition because he made it up.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. The more that man talked, the more Rimtastic looks stupid.
The core of that freaking definition, because I remember it specifically, it's centered around money. Because he kept getting on my fucking nerves with that same argument. In fact, we was over on your page. We was over on your show one day going back and forth about that shit.
I know.
I got some time on my hands, so it's not gonna matter because we on Aaron's chat right now. Don't nobody like me over here, so it's not gonna matter, right?
Hey, don't call my dad.
No, it's all good, Aaron. All I'm saying is this. When I get the evidence, all I'm asking you is just let me come on your panel and show it to your peoples. I know it's not gonna change their mind because they're gonna rock with Angry Man and Fantastic. Right?
Oh my god!
But I'm just saying. Look,
This
nigga. Wait, hold on. Because look, think about this. Think about this, Sharon. Uncle Tom just said, if it's his definition, how can you tell him what it means? You can't argue with him about what it means. And that's literally what Angry Man is doing, but nobody's calling him out.
No,
so that's how we know it's fucking favoritism, right?
No.
At the end of the day, the definition has been the same thing. Even if you want to argue, I'm letting you know right now. I'm about to do that through every fucking thing. No. I promise I am.
No, because
So,
you're being disingenuous
the
again.
fact of the matter is, so what?
You're
Just let me
being
finish my sentence
disingenuous
being
again.
disingenuous, and then
Because
you can say
it
what
being
you want
about
to say.
money was your
Right?
fucking definition, nigga.
Absolutely. So the point is
fuck
this:
outta here.
the whole reason why the term surface, right? This is how you know it ain't about money, Uncle T. Because if it was about money, them niggas wouldn't have had to do or say anything else. I would have just had a problem with them because they had money.
Bullshit.
Check.
No, it's not that you had a problem with him. That wasn't the crux. It was the crux of it was about money, because we sat on my panel for almost 3 hours and talked about it, literally about that.
Yeah,
but
the crazy part to me about it, like this whole conversation started about him being on Section 8. Does that have anything about him wanting to chase the bag or not? That was the real conversation. That's what it's
true. That's true too.
Just now, what we were talking about just now.
But that's true.
And
But
him being on Section 8 has no.
But that's how it came to where it was at. Was because of him. Not even when he got on Section 8, but was because he wasn't working or whatever the fuck he was doing. He wasn't doing nothing. He was just doing podcasts, and he wasn't. And he said he was broke, and he thought everyone. My argument was I didn't ever give a fuck about your money. I don't care if you make money or don't make money. That's on you. But
the conversation that we were trying to have today was about like just because he's not getting to just because he's on Section 8 doesn't mean that he doesn't want to get to the bag.
Yeah, my thing is this. I don't give a damn how much money a motherfucker make. I argue or debate based on the logic. But if he's gonna sit here and tell me that shit wasn't about money, as many times as we had that damn conversation, as many times as we went back and forth about that shit,
yeah,
it was about money.
I'll give it
what
to
I
you.
got from the overall sentiment,
it wasn't just about money.
So what I got of the overall sentiment of the
add-on
it
to
is
it.
not about money. What I got over the overall sentiment is not about money. Conservatism and capitalism are two different things. And I think what he was highlighting is the dishonest and disingenuous from certain blacks in the community that once they hit a certain threshold, they separate themselves, and then within conversation and the ideology that they push openly, it's disingenuous to where they came from and then the understanding that they should have. But they try to play dumb goofy and think things are just like he said, like pick yourself up by your bootstraps, or there are systemic things going on to keep black people at the bottom, and yada, yada, yada. So he highlights different things in terms of the conservative douchebagism outside of money. He highlights a lot more things outside of money than he does money in terms of conservative douchebagism in terms of examples.
But one statement is they put money over everything.
Yes, that was his major statement on
But
it.
it's not. But
He
it's
said
not.
one.
It's
You
not-
know, he
it's
said.
not
Well,
that-
Aaron just said one
it's not
statement. Like I
it's
said,
not
I
that
didn't
simple.
say, Aaron, that wasn't a statement that he brought in money, but in the overall statement of conservative douchebagism, he highlighted a lot more things that encompassing conservative douchebagism outside of money.
Absolutely.
He acknowledged money as a component.
not that
That's when,
simple.
like how I acknowledge old headism. And they like to try to jump it down to a number, but in my personal opinion, it's a mentality that comes at certain points in your life. It just gets more confused the older you get. So I feel like it's the same argument, but in the same breath, it's a little bit different. Like I said, he highlights more things than money, but y'all want to focus and fixate on the one point outside of the 9 other things that he brings up on conservative.
Okay, let's cut the bullshit. Okay, first of all, it is black people who are in a lower socioeconomic tier that are hating on motherfuckers that actually figured it out and succeeded. So they try to come at them with some sanctimonious bullshit about how those individuals don't want to save the fucking community. The only systemic thing that is affecting black people more than anything else is their own bullshit.
So the only contradiction that I heard from podcast is that he said he pushes individualism, but he's against conservative douchebagism. But a lot of people who focus on self are typically conservative douchebags in the long run. So it's like you're pretty much telling people to become the thing you hate, in my opinion. So but like I said, that we can play the numbers and say that's not true, yada, yada, yada. But in my opinion, the more people focus on self and try to grow self, they become more conservative. They say the youth, right? The youth, if they don't have a level of socialism, then they have no heart. If you're an old person and you don't run through capitalism, then you have no head. You don't use your brain. So at some point, what he's pushing as individualism is, in my opinion, conservative douchebag. And in my opinion, he is one himself. But I'm just saying, in terms of money, he highlights a lot more things than money and the overall encompassing of.
Okay, Sway. Let us ask you one question. Hold on, AM. You go right after this.
Appreciate you, Sway.
Wait, hold on, Pocket. You be careful because they get rid. Sway, one question.
No.
Do you believe, based upon all the conversation that you've listened and heard Beans basically spew out, that money is a primary component to his conservative douchebag conversation? Like, it cannot exist without it.
Typically the tie is the impoverished lifestyle that we come from and then we leave, and that typically is through money. So that I would agree with you that it is a component of his content. The main tie is, like I said, the lifestyle change and them separating themselves based off of how they feel that they're different now. And that, like he alluded to, that comes with different numbers.
You have to be the reason why the whole concept is disingenuous off the rip is because in order for you as a black person to overcome certain things, you have to change the way you think.
Hold
on. The problem is whenever black people are at a low level, and I know because I've been there, there's a certain mentality that is socialized in our community about how we're supposed to operate and how we're supposed to move. And it plays a huge role in us growing. Now, is that to say that those systemic things don't exist that hold black people back? Of course they exist, which is all the more reason that a black person has to operate differently than the traditional way black people operate in order to overcome those damn obstacles.
And you have to understand. Hold on, Beans. Right after me. Hold on. Right after me. You go ahead, Beans. You have to understand, for you to rise up and think you better than them, to look down on people would be an indication that they've risen above them, right? So part of typically what that reference is to people making more money and thinking they better than people. You don't typically have people doing that without the money aspect. So if they're rising up and looking down on people who they think they better than, typically their money can.
Beans never said it wasn't a component. He just said you can't put a number on it because it comes for different numbers for different people.
So Aaron, here's the Aaron, let me ask you a question. In your opinion, who was the term created for? Like, which people specifically was the term created for?
Niggas that disagree with you.
Absolutely, niggas like me, niggas like black with you, niggas like blacks who defy.
Okay, so Uncle Tom named those people, right? So what is the common thread with those people though? Right? It's a rhetorical question because I'm gonna just tell you they're right here on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Right? So if we go back and listen to my rhetoric in the beginning when I first created the term, I used to always say, these pretentious capitalists niggas, everybody on YouTube got to 6 figures. I used to say the same thing every time. So for another nigga to try to tell me what I meant by what I made up is fucking hilarious.
6 figures ain't money.
You got more subscribers than me. Right?
6 figures ain't money.
But see, this is what I'm saying. He's so smart, but do you see how he keeps avoiding the word pretentious?
6 figures ain't money.
Avoiding that, right?
I keep avoiding
if he acknowledges it, he understands that the point is that we don't actually believe all these niggas make 6 figures. That was the point.
I know that.
We don't actually believe that shit. I used to make fun of that shit all the time.
Believe that,
right? So that's what I'm saying.
I don't believe that.
Wait, Uncle T. What I'm saying is this. I didn't make the term about people in the street. I made it about people on YouTube. So this is what I'm saying. Once you encompass all of this, why the fuck does podcast have to be the liar?
Well, to be fair, you said you made it about the people on YouTube, but you didn't make it up because it already exists. You just kind of like framed it a certain way, like in a kind of like showman's type style. But you're saying you're not taking away all those other components of what you claim that it is, and those people don't exist on YouTube. So argumentatively, they would be carried into the conversation because you brought them in by saying it's encompassing all of those things. So you can't put limitations.
Okay, but Aaron, here's what's crazy about
So
this.
you're gonna acknowledge that. Hold on, you're gonna acknowledge what I said first, and then go.
I'm about to. Oh, I'm absolutely about to. First, I want to know if I can react to this show.
Yes.
Okay, because you're absolutely disappointing me. Because here's what's crazy: the argument that you're making right now is contrary to the one that Fantastic made earlier.
Right?
Right?
I ain't got nothing to do with Fantastic
You
Point.
didn't say it then, though. That's
Why
my
y'all
point,
don't say?
right?
Why y'all don't say his name properly?
Wait. You
Listen.
talk about You're talking about what you and Fantastic was arguing about. That's
You were right here with us, though. You were right here with us, though, right?
because y'all don't tend to let nobody else get in the conversation when
Okay,
y'all
I'll
argue
take
back
that.
and forth.
I'll take
Go
that.
back
I'll
and
take
watch
that.
it.
Right, I got you. I'm gonna react to it because you said I could, right?
I try to
this
jump
is my thing, though, right? What I'm saying is this: when you're saying that it's all encompassing,
the hell is that?
It absolutely is, right?
What
But
is
that's what I'm
even
saying.
that?
Well, I'm not arguing what it is. I'm arguing the origin, Aaron. Right now, I'm still on making sure that the checkmate on Angry Man is solidified. The fact of the matter is that the origins of the term itself stem from YouTube, stem from these guys on these panels. It had everything to do with the fact that they would protect. And here's what's so crazy, because Angry Man talking about he was there for all these conversations. And you know what? This how I know he's fucking full of shit, right? Because what I used to say to Angry Man all the time on Fight Club, I used to say, Angry Man, you ain't no conservative douchebag. Because on Fight Club, he would sit there and acknowledge all the shit that fucking black people have went through when other people wouldn't, and would call me a victim Olympian. But now he want to sit here and try to pretend like the term itself was specifically made to address money. And because everybody is stupid, of course, they're believing.
No,
Okay,
he said
so number one, you, even though you just acknowledged that to the contrary of what you've also done, which is call me a conservative douchebag on numerous occasions.
Absolutely.
So if you're including pretentious in conservative douchebag, that wouldn't apply to me. So how is it pretentious? Because what I'm saying I actually am. I'm not lying about that.
Absolutely. So let me answer that. Let me answer it. Aaron, do you hear me call people racist when they actually aren't saying anything racist?
Yes.
I wish Hamp was here. Hamp could tell you sometimes I say absolutely as if I'm conferring with the person and I'm actually not. Right. So we all know that. So that's my point. Sometimes I say conservative douchebag to people when they're espousing something that is something that correlates with being a conservative douchebag, but it's in jest. But Angry Man, you yourself started saying you were a conservative douchebag because of the capitalist angle that I use when I'm discussing conservative douchebags. You said that, right?
Well, many times I've heard you. Hold on for a second. Many times I've heard you use conservative douchebag.
You gonna sit there?
Many times I've heard you use conservative douchebag as a catch-all for anybody that's conservative.
That's a fact.
How would that be the case? I don't, Uncle Tim's, you saying that's a fact, so you have to tell me now. Wait, hold on. I'm not talking to you real quick. Uncle Tom, because Uncle Tom is agreeing with you. So he would have to tell me what thing have I ever stated that I have a problem with conservatism?
Here's the problem with that, because every time you came to my panel, we talked this. I said, I don't give a shit about your money. And I still got called a conservative.
That's not what I asked you. What have I ever stated that I had a problem with conservatism? What have I ever stated?
Every time you came up.
Oh shit!
I'll say the question was, what have I stated?
What have you stated?
Yes, where everybody else was just making all these statements about what I have said. So of course y'all remember, right? So what have I ever stated I have a problem with conservatism by itself?
That we think we better than y'all.
That's a douchebag. See, that's the point.
You put them together.
But that's my point. Yes or no? Wait, Angry Man, let me ask you a question. Angry Man, can I ask you a question? Is there a difference between a douchebag and a conservative douchebag? Yes or no?
But you put them together like they won.
Okay, but Tom, wait. What he just said is that it's a problem with conservatism. And I'm trying to let you know that it's not. That's the point.
Let me answer him. Okay.
It's not about conservatism.
Okay, I understand that you're making a distinction between the two.
Right.
However, you get into a lot of debates, podcast,
Absolutely.
and you conflate them. You do that.
The motherfucker.
Not conservatism. That's my point. The point of it being a angry man. Do you know what the IVE on the end of a word is? It turns the word into a descriptor. It becomes an adjective. It's not a conservatism douchebag. It's a conservative douchebag. So it's the adjective, and I've already expressed that the reason. Let me finish, bro. The reason why they came about is because I was on a panel with right-leaning people. That's why it was called conservative douchebag. It's not like I've ever stated that I have a problem with conservative, because I tell y'all all the time I don't even fucking follow politics. I don't give a fuck about liberal or conservative or any of that shit.
Then why is this? Because you said earlier you didn't want to debate. We having a conversation. Answer this question for me. If you don't have a problem with conservatism, then why is it when I stated I was a conservative the other day on Izzy's show, you told me I wasn't?
Well, y'all like to say trolling. I don't want to say trolling. I was fucking with my brother.
Oh my God.
It wasn't me. Angry man. So wait, angry man. You're saying if I play the clip, anybody's gonna think I was being serious? Really?
So Beans.
You were being facetious, but
yes,
the point I'm trying to make is when you try to pigeonhole somebody to certain things, you got to be mindful of how you're using the term, brother.
No, angry man, I concede to that. Absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. If the reason why when we came up on the show, I gave a straight definition and descriptor of what the term means is so there would be no misunderstandings. That was the whole point. I know what I birthed the term from. It was motherfucking chaotic truth. What's that fucking white boy name over there? With the fucking
monkey.
No, over on Chaotic Truth with the fucking white beard and shit.
Fucking dick in the booty ass little boy. What did motherfucking name is?
Bumpkin.
No, not Bumpkin. It's an old man.
Oh, you talking about with the mask on the Zorro? Be brave.
Yes, be brave, man. Chaotic Truth, be brave.
But it was before be brave though. It was pretty much every one of us that was over there that went from chaotic to my channel and everything else.
But I'm saying at that time when you got a conservative douchebag is legitimately 2 years old. I know. That's what I'm saying. I was over there enthralled. I was enthralled with the motherfucking conservatives, right? I was enthralled with right-leaning ass people on these panels intentionally. By the way, I went over there specifically to have these type of conversations and debates with them. But when I noticed that they wouldn't even acknowledge the things that black people have actually been through historically, that's what made me come up.
What does that got to do with conservative? Because at the point in time when they was going through that, the motherfuckers were conservative. The fuck is you talking about?
What the fuck did you just say?
Nigga, are you serious?
You mentioned conservative because the people he was talking to were conservative, and they were
no.
One moment, guys. I got to catch up on these super chats because you're not as smart as you think you are. Damn, that's cold blood. Like right from the jump, right? You are, or what everyone else here pretends. Conservatism as a political philosophy should not be conflated with the negative behaviors described by a pejorative term. That is definitely a statement towards Beans, for sure. Okay, pretentious capitalism. What is that? So he doesn't know what pretentious means either. Damn, smoke is up because you said he was dumb, basically. JJ says Beans is just a pseudo intellectual. Damn. That or he purposely trying to
obfuscate.
I knew I was gonna get angry. Obfuscate or confuse. Let me read.
Lucky Brittany ain't here.
I do it just for her for all the replays, okay? Trying to obfuscate or confuse the discussion with unnecessary jargon or made up phrases. Dang, he not done with you, okay?
With the vocabulary words.
Yeah, he does this to do this to me in person. He knows I can't read above 4th grade level. Pretentious capitalisms is an oxymoron. Okay, pretentious implies a false exaggeration. Capitalism is an economic system based on genuine market principles. It's incoherent and nonsensical. That was all towards Beans.
He said conservative, not capital.
Aaron, I gotta tell you, Aaron, you disappointed me. Man.
I'm reading the super chat. How you mad at me now?
Okay, let me finish what I was
Because
saying.
usually you don't do that, right? Usually
I don't
you would
read
acknowledge the differences, right? Like you see when he's.
I don't know, for some reason I feel like
right?
singing "No Diggity, No Doubt." I like the way.
Jesus Christ.
What is wrong with Sharon?
This is the longest I've been up here. What we doing?
Right. So really quickly, I don't know who that is talking, but really quickly, right? The premise of the word pretentious is that it's an exaggerated importance, right? He intentionally left that off, I'm sure, right? Because if he would have, then it would have actually proven that it wasn't an oxymoron, right? It's a pretentious. Pretentious means an exaggerated importance. And what have I consistently stated that conservative douchebags do? Sway?
Don't ask me.
Right. They act like money is the end all be all. They put money over everything, right? Make money more important than just even being able to acknowledge.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Teddy Riley wanted
It is circle around money.
Right.
It is circle around
Here's
money.
what's crazy though. The fact that you think that's an argument when Sway already said that he never said that it wasn't a component. He never said that it wasn't a component.
All that, man. Drop the low. Tired of your ass, nigga.
See what I'm saying? Angry man, know that that's the truth, man. That's like a crack a joke right there.
Typically,
he already told you. Nobody has ever said that it wasn't a component. It's just way more to it. Again, you can only make an argument. Hold on, I got it, Sway. You can only make an argument that it's about the money if that was all it took. But that's what I'm saying. It ain't about the money. I celebrate wins. I don't give a fuck how you get it. But the fact of the matter is, when your win makes you feel like you're apart from your people or forget where you came from, even Uncle Tom, who also is a self-claiming conservative douchebag, has sat on panels with me and acknowledged all of the atrocities that has been done towards black people. But at the end of it, he will still say we can't use that as an excuse. But he don't pretend like he don't fucking know, or he does not try to make eliminate it from the conversation. He is okay with the context, and so has EtheMan been.
So what is the catalyst? What is the catalyst from someone being a regular person and them transforming into a pretentious conservative douchebag? What is
I'm hearing something different.
What is the catalyst?
So it's not a pretentious conservative douchebag, it's a pretentious capitalist, right? And the reason why it was pretentious, Angry Man, just let me explain. The reason why I was pretentious, even though I know you're gonna forget and act like I'm not saying this right now in this moment, the reason why I was pretentious because the point was we kept saying these niggas ain't making no six figures. Everybody on the internet, on YouTube, is straight up and down, they all six figures. So that was the reason why that's the reason why it came about as being pretentious, because it's like we was talking every day like, oh, these niggas ain't making no money.
But the premise,
but they need to say that in order for it to make sense for them to espouse.
However, here's the problem with your argument, sir. If I will, here's the problem with your argument. Okay, number one, you just proved that the catalyst is money. Even if you know or don't know for a fact whether they make six figures, the premise is that they're making six figures, right?
No, Angry Man. That's my point. Is the premise was that.
Listen.
Ask me a question, please let me answer it.
Say it again.
The premise is that they fucking deny the atrocities and shit that happened to black people. They act like they can't even deal with it. When you bring it up, Angry Man, they call you a victim Olympian.
I get that part.
Because you're trying to express the things that led black people to the places they are that they're trying to have a conversation about. That was the premise. The capitalist part only came in because we was talking about YouTube niggas, and everybody know we always say every nigga on YouTube makes six figures.
I'm not talking about the first part. I'm talking about the latter. Because I asked you, I said, what is the catalyst? And you said it's not.
He gets what you're saying.
You said
he gets what you're saying. He gets what you're saying. He just don't want to admit it. He gets what you're saying because every time it boils down to money. Regardless, you need money to make the argument. You need money
Right.
to make.
So this is the thing, right? So again, this is how you know he's wrong because I didn't know anything about the income of the niggas who I made the term about.
The income,
Didn't
but
know
money.
nothing about them.
But you're saying that they made the but you're saying that YouTube niggas are lying about making six figures.
Wait,
So,
checkmate.
number one, wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
You got it. Go ahead.
Let me finish. So if they're lying about making six figures, they're proclaiming that they're six-figure earners. Now you can't confirm or you can't confirm that they're not. But the catalyst for it is six figures. So in order for you to identify the pretentious capitalist, it has to already be somebody saying that they make a certain amount of money. So the catalyst is money.
But it don't. That's the point. Like Fantastic said, I created the term. They don't have to say shit. You just said I made it applicable to people in conversations, and I used it all the time. So it doesn't. That's the point, right? So even this cat that's trying to come up.
Nobody want to hear you talk. We want to hear you sing.
Even this cat that's trying to come up now and ride the angry man wave, right? Again,
oh my God, see what I mean?
Right?
That's the bullshit right there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But he don't even know me, right? He wasn't there at all. So this is what I'm saying. Even he has no other choice but to say that I'm lying, right? So again, I didn't know anything about the income of the guys. Again, it was just a running joke that everybody on YouTube makes six figures. So because of these guys had these conservative leaning political views, right? I just connected the two in
some bass in your voice. Maybe we're
here.
For a person who never like to put words in their mouth. All I'm just trying to
you create a narrative about me that isn't true.
No. But you just made a narrative about me as a true, and you find you just don't release.
After you made a narrative about me, you do realize you said something about me before I ever said anything about you, right?
Let's get to.
You're not going to acknowledge that because you know it's true.
It sounds as if. Sharon, calm down, Sharon. It's just a guy on the panel. Just calm down, please. All right. So, Beans, what I'm saying is that it sounds like you need to work on the actual definition. That way, it's simple enough for people to actually understand what you're arguing when you're using that particular term. Because everyone's confused with your term.
But let me ask you something. Do you believe that if a person was espousing
his shirt matches
right-leaning political and financial views and racial views against black people, and they didn't have any money, that I wouldn't call them a conservative douchebag? Is that your stance?
Well, like you stated before, I haven't heard all your arguments, but the arguments that I did hear, every time someone brought up anything regarding money, towards the end of that, you called them a conservative douchebag.
Right, you heard that from who?
Arguments when you've done that.
From me, or you heard that from other people?
I've been in this space. No, I didn't hear that from other people. Beans, you don't know who this is?
No,
absolutely not.
You act like you don't know who this is.
We don't know who you are.
Beans, like, let's stop it.
I don't know who you are.
No, that is Telly Riley. That's Telly Riley. So we got Telly Riley and we got Mr.
So here's the point, though. So hold on real quick, Sharon. So here's the point. When Angry Man just made the statement, you heard me yell out checkmate, right? It was because he made the statement that I didn't believe that they made. Wait. See, this is what y'all do, Aaron. This is what I'm saying, Aaron. That nobody is ever acknowledging what I'm saying. They're just trying to rebut it, right? If I didn't believe, if I didn't believe that they made six figures, how could it be about the money? Watch the dodge, Sharon.
You still need the money component in factor. Money has to be a part of it for you to argue it. That's all I'm stating.
It doesn't.
But that wouldn't make sense if I don't believe that they have the money.
So it doesn't have to be. But then why call? When I make the old head argument, right, I espouse this multiple times that it's not fixated on the age. It's an observation that I made that this espoused ideology and tendencies happens to be from older people. It doesn't eliminate that a younger person can exhibit the same traits. A lot of times I personally get called a young old nigga, especially when I'm talking out of y'all or people my age. when I start having conversations because I sound like y'all or older people. So even when I have these conversations, you equate it to my argument about the old nigga thing. As much as y'all would want to make the catalyst of my content old niggas, no, it's the thought process and ideology on what they do and saying how they move.
This way,
You're
you notice,
you're not gonna call an 18-year-old an old head. Come on, bro.
But still, Angry Man,
that's not the point,
notice what you
right?
did,
That I'm
Sway,
trying
right?
to address. It's the ideology and how they move and the thought process. And it doesn't eliminate it. It can come from someone of a younger
But
age.
Sway, even the point that you just made, Sway, even the point that you just made, you still use the component young. You notice that, right? You're not gonna call a old person a young old nigga. You're gonna call him an old nigga.
I'm
But when it
using
comes
these
to a young dude,
in terms of we have a baseline of
there's a
understanding.
component. You
so we can follow a
have
conversation.
to. No, I get what you're saying, Sway. What I'm saying is you had to change the component of the old nigga phrase that you use to young old nigga. That's all I'm stating.
I didn't make up that phrase. That's what they call me because I'm younger than them.
No, I see what he's saying. He's saying if you were making a statement about a young person, right? It was the same thing that Angry Man was saying, is that you wouldn't call a young person an old head.
Right here is ridiculous.
You wouldn't call a young person an old head, right? But the thing that I think the thing that's being missed that Sway is saying, which is absolutely applicable to me, right? Which is that it's not the fact that they're old. Right? Yes, you're calling them old head, but you're not calling them an old head because they're old. You're calling them an old head because of their behavior. Right? Here's the thing.
Do me a favor, Beans.
Wait, man. No, I'm not doing you a favor until you let me finish my sentences.
Well, name
Uncle T, this is the point, right? We call women bitches, right? But when women come on these panels and niggas just go off the rail and start calling them bitches when they ain't doing nothing wrong, every nigga be like, damn, bro, why you say that?
No, they don't, not me.
Why you say that to her like that? Right? But we know we call women bitches, right? But we don't call all women a bitch. We don't call them bitches just because they're women. We call them bitches because of the way that they're acting. And that's the same thing that Sway is saying right now. And that's the same thing that I am saying. It's not about the money. You don't have to have the money to be a conservative douchebag. But my premise for me using the title is absolutely that when people reach a certain level where they feel like they are above other people, that's when they become those conservative douchebags. But you don't.
So what makes them above other people? What makes them above other people?
And I told them then, no.
What puts them above other people? Podcast.
Their own pretentious belief. They believe it. That's all that matters. Is they believe it.
Just their belief. So it could.
Therein lies the reason. Therein lies the reason why the black community cannot rise out of its current level, because the black community believes that everybody's equal no matter what.
Well, we know that.
And that's bullshit. And that's bullshit. So number one, if someone is at a higher level than another person because of their achievements, because of the things they've accomplished, that means they're automatically a conservative douchebag.
See? See what I'm saying? It just I'm the one that they keep saying is reworking it, though. I'm the one that keep changing the definition. Somehow Sway gets it. Somehow Sway gets it.
Just for clarification, can you be a pretentious liberal?
Hell yeah.
How many times have you heard him call somebody that?
I'm sure you could be a liberal douchebag too.
Here's the problem. On YouTube. Ain't no goddamn pretentious.
Here's the problem.
That would be the same thing as a conservative douchebag.
When fucking look, EtheMan's argument when he mentioned Obama was one of the best arguments he could have said, because
you're a pretentious liberal.
That came from the chat, Uncle T.
Oh, that came from the chat. Well, it was.
Somebody in the chat had
because
asked me
depending on what term he was in, depending on whether if he was a conservative or liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And he should have he should have landed that point right. Well, he should have stuck on that point right there. That would have helped his cause, because again, he would never win anything, because you can literally add anything you wanted to make your argument, because
like he's doing right now. Like
this is what I'm saying, Uncle T. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you disappointing the fuck out of me. Because here's the thing.
I'm just saying, I didn't say you did. I'm just saying he will never win that argument ever.
So you're not saying that's what I did. You're saying I could have.
Yes, because no matter
what, here's the thing.
Pull out anything and just be like, well, you know what? That's not what I mean by conservative douchebag. Because
no, absolutely. But absolutely, but this is what I'm saying. That to
And he
me,
didn't
I thought
hold
I
it
was
to
doing
your
the.
first- He didn't hold it to your first fucking when you initially started and saying what it was. You didn't stick to that. It did move a couple times.
Okay, here's what pisses me off when y'all do this. You say that, I ask you how, no answers. Like, why do y'all think it's okay to accuse people of shit without fucking evidence?
Damn.
Right? But it don't matter. Wait, it don't matter. I don't even want to go to that. You got it. It don't matter. I don't want to go to that. You ain't got no fucking evidence. I know you don't.
These niggas are not making six figures, and you don't have no evidence.
What the fuck are you talking, Angry Man? Just stop.
You just said the running joke is most of these niggas make six figures, and they really don't. You don't have no evidence of that.
Hold on.
Boom. That's the point. We don't have no evidence either way. I didn't make up that running joke. That was the joke everybody on this fucking space was doing. Everybody everybody in on YouTube got six figures.
But you running with it.
You fucking right. The fuck does that mean?
Prove
I'm not
Angry Man.
supposed to run with the same joke everybody else running with.
Hey,
Kiss my
podcast.
ass. I'm a part of this space just like you.
Hey, podcast, checkmate.
You must be out your fucking mind. That was a dumbass argument. I can't
Checkmate.
run with the same joke everybody else in the space is running with.
Checkmate.
Boy, shut the fuck up.
Checkmate.
Angry Man, you better than this. Stop. So, Uncle P,
Checkmate.
what I'm saying is this, though, right? The point is that if I come in a debate and I specifically lay out the criteria for what the word means and then stay behind that, I ain't moved from it one time. Whatever you want to fucking bet, let's bet the money. It's gonna get quiet now because niggas know when I say let's bet the money, I'm standing on it. Bet the money.
Okay, so you
Let's
didn't
go.
say.
Prove to me where I moved off the definition that I gave at the beginning of the show. I'll wait. Let's put the money up. No more talking.
When they asked you, right?
No. Money.
How much money you want to put on it?
Let's put
$500.
250 on it.
What'd you say?
Let's put 250 on it.
You got 250?
No,
But Uncle Tom, he said on the show.
Ass bet. See what I'm saying? I would do anything out of my fucking character.
He said on the show. That's
He
the key
mad 'cause
word.
I just
on
beat
the
his
show.
ass in spades, so he want to act like I got 250.
Aaron, how much you get to block people from the chat room?
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
man, come
well,
on,
for
man.
the
Stay
chat?
up here on the chat. Stay up here
Or
on the
like
channel with
permit,
us,
like
man.
permit, like if you want to block them for like, I don't know, you give me a time frame you want to block somebody. 6 months.
For the show.
Oh, for the show, it's like $20. Yeah,
$20. I got you.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
man, I need you up here, man. You got to be up here focused with us. Come on.
Man, I'm focused.
Okay, go ahead, Uncle T. What was you saying?
So when they asked you damn, Thomas, I ain't got 250. I'm broke.
Okay, come on.
Now, my question is, when they asked you literally on the show, what does it take to be a conservative douchebag? How much money did they make? What did you say?
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't. We never nailed down a number ever. I didn't, nor did EtheMan.
You didn't say between 60 to 85K.
No, he said if he had to put a number on it,
Yeah,
like
I said
ask me
if
if I
he
had
had
to put an age on it.
Fucking number
How
on
the
it.
fuck does Sway get this and you?
No,
didn't?
because it's like if you asked me if I had to put an age on it,
Put a
then I
number
would have
on
to.
it. Is that not putting in a fucking number on it?
No, because like I just espoused to you
Shit,
that it's not about the.
Wait, Sway, I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on,
Never
Sway.
mind.
I'm
These
gonna
niggas
tell
get
him why.
lost in
I'm
the
gonna tell him
weeds,
why,
bro.
Sway. Man, Sway, you my fucking hero. But I'm
I
gonna tell you
know
why, Uncle T. Here's
King
why.
Big Show
Because
right
I
now.
was also asked, what the fuck is that boy name? DJ Hemp. DJ Hemp asked me, can somebody making 25,000 be a fucking conservative douchebag? What did I say?
You tell me. You said it's
See
the
what I'm,
money.
now you don't remember what I said. A second ago, you remember what I said. You want to yell at me?
He said yes, but the amount of them that would be espousing the ideology of a conservative douchebag will be not applicable. It would be so low that it wouldn't even be something I would bring up in a conversation as a point.
This nigga Sway is the
There was a mindset too. But that
I
was
said it would be who is the majority of these people that you're finding a tendency that has this issue, and you're just applying it to a group that now I can kind of identify where this is kind of going towards, and you can kind of make a correlation. And y'all are so fixated on the money and not highlighting the actual issues.
I don't care about the money part because I said that the money part is the core of it. I didn't say it was the only thing. It is the core of it.
It's not though. That's the point. The only way you
Out
can
of
make
his
the argument, the only way that you can make the argument that it's the core is if I would have this, if I wouldn't have this same opinion if the guys had no money.
Why you
I
go
absolutely
camera?
would. See, but the difference is I like when I think it was Aaron or Angry Man who just asked me, is there such thing as a pretentious liberal, right? And that's what I'm saying. We are in this space. There are no pretentious liberals over here. Ain't nobody over here pretending like they're fucking liberal.
My fucking
They ain't been around us.
Well, they might not have been around us, but
you
if
want to
look-
watch me admit I am an independent.
if you look at all these so-called elites that give to all these other people, they will be pretentious goddamn liberals. And it's just not the fucking elites. If you look at any one of these motherfucking niggas that say, I don't do politics, but then they go back and they vote literally for liberals. You can put them
definitely
So how will we know who that is in this space?
Because when they call niggas like me or Uncle Tom just because I married a fucking white woman, you can put it there.
Or when you make entire arguments, or when you make entire arguments, or when you make entire arguments, when you make entire arguments and assumptions about people because they are right leaning.
That's another point.
Right, but see, wait, you're saying that's a point in the debate?
You call a motherfucker a coon just because he don't think like you is another reason.
Right. So does coon have a definition? Yes or no?
I don't know. You tell me.
This nigga here, Uncle T, we not fucking debating. Damn, man, we just talking. Y'all don't have to be disingenuous, man.
Do I know the actual definition of it? No,
I didn't ask you if you knew the definition. I said, does it have one?
No, it just says raccoon.
All I'm hearing is that people that are typically considered douchebags espouse these certain ideologies and
so
thoughts.
what do liberals espouse?
Liberal douchebags or liberals?
Liberals. What do liberal douchebag espouse? Because they make the same
man, if I
fucking
start
money.
running that down, the channel gonna get demonetized. We can't talk about that shit. You know how the liberals act.
Okay.
I mean, don't pretend like you don't talk about how the liberals act. You know they all about that council culture.
I ain't scared to say it. You are.
Hell yeah.
So,
I ain't like you, nigga. I don't work for the people you work for.
Podcast already got canceled. He ain't trying to go back. Let's just be honest.
So, Uncle Tom, are you saying that it's not a difference between a liberal douchebag and a conservative douchebag?
They're just two different parts of it. No.
Yeah, they on the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's it.
We just can't talk about the
Uncle T, you saw the whole debate?
Majority of it, yeah.
All right, and who you had winning?
Yes, that's the question.
I had podcast win.
Did you have him winning because he did a phenomenal job, or because EtheMan dropped the ball? And don't you lie on my show.
EtheMan dropped the ball. I said it from the get go. I came on Beans' channel and told EtheMan dropped the ball.
This is
you know what? When the show ended, Sharon, I was thanking Fatty, man. I was telling him.
Did I not tell you that when I came on your panel?
Nah, it's all good, man. I think you did, but it's all good. I just realized.
I'm not saying. Listen, I
no,
did
it's
say
okay, man. Listen, it's okay, Uncle T.
You stood on your square and you did what it took to win the debate.
Absolutely.
Kudos to you.
It's
not my
okay,
fault
man.
that he dropped the ball. Take the W, nigga. You got the W.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Can I point out something? Can I point out something real quick?
We making Edith Williams a fucking victim, right?
Can I
Somehow
point
this
out
nigga's a conservative douchebag. It's a bag, but he's a victim. It's cool.
Can I point out something real quick? You keep debating on whether or not who's a liberal douchebag. Podcast, you're a liberal douchebag.
No, he's
Well, according to them, I'm a conservative douchebag.
No, the hell you're not.
He's
Well, that's
literally
what they said.
I'm gonna tell you why he's a conservative, right? Have you ever heard his immigration status?
What is this?
Hey, the words of Uncle Tom do not reflect that of Lil Podcast, Beans, or any of his affiliates.
Shut up now. Have you ever heard his immigration stance?
No. What's his stance?
Damn, what's your stance, Beans? Go ahead, tell
Yeah,
us your stance.
just say allegedly, man. I'm not saying shit. I say it on your channel because you ain't scared to say it.
Absolutely. I said them motherfuckers shouldn't be over here, period. At all. Send their asses right across the border, no matter if they come from the north or the south, and it should be a thousand years.
Uncle Tom, ain't you the one that get banned every week? Like
No, I don't get banned.
they scream for a whole week because you don't know how to watch your mouth.
I don't get banned. I got banned once or twice. You know what I'm saying?
Well, once or twice.
I didn't say nothing bad. I didn't call. Now you should hear what I say about the little small people, but I leave that alone.
You should know they don't want to hear your opinion. They gonna ban
know
you.
they don't, but that's not the point.
But here's the thing
about
though,
midgets, Uncle Tom.
He not lying though, right? Wait, hold on, Sharon. Look, he not lying, right? When you break it all down, there is a lot of things that I would be considered more conservative leaning on, right?
It's
But
a
like,
lot, sir. You even cut
okay,
your
it's a lot. Okay, it's a lot by your standard. It's a lot, right? But that's what I'm saying. The point of the phrase wasn't to attack conservatives, because the point is this.
I know.
The whole thing, Angry Man, was this. I thought these guys was being pretentious about being conservative. I thought these guys was being pretentious about being capitalist. I don't believe that they really believe half this shit that be coming out their mouth. I think they just say it because they think they're supposed to, because they've made it to a certain level, whether that be educationally or financially. That was the whole point of the
guess what? So guess what? Now that he said that, I retract my statement. You're a neoliberal douchebag.
Well, I will tell you this. Like I said,
first of all, neo just means new, motherfucker. You ain't even really changed.
That's not no. It means a little more than that.
But listen, if he had 14 trucks right now, again, I said it again. If he had 14 trucks right now, he would be worrying about the money, not worrying about all the pollutants that these trucks are putting in the air, because he likes money just like the rest of everyone. So he's a pretentious fucking goddamn capitalist.
Uncle Tom, see, this is what.
No, fuck that. Listen, you get there with that bullshit with everyone else, but nigga, if you have 14 fucking nigga, your ass would be
hold on. Can I ask a question? I just need to ask one question
about that, because
what is the other definition of the word?
He highlighted the difference.
Neo.
Like he highlighted in the debate that EtheMan is a conservative douchebag, but DJ Hamp is not.
Fine. So now, what is the other definition of Neo?
What? Oh my days, Sharon.
Damn, I didn't even think about that, Sway. That is. Yo, check fucking me. Sway, that is beautiful. I didn't even fucking think about that, right? Because if the component was money, that means Hamp would have to be a conservative douchebag. But I literally said that he wasn't. Damn.
No, not. No. You're making a singular component. Nobody said it was a singular. They said it was the major component, meaning above all the other ones, before all the other ones exist. That money has
the major component that he highlighted the difference between DJ Hamp and Beans is the primary component of what he's talking about. It's not the money. It would be whatever he espouses the difference between.
No.
I guess no. Whatever you want to say.
No, I'm saying
it's Aaron. No, now he always.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, EtheMan is his man.
So that nigga say no, you wrong.
You know, Aaron is loyal to him.
Wait.
So he just told me I ain't his man. That's okay.
The craziest part is, man, if Aaron wanted to. If Aaron wanted to, he can be on our side and just make the argument for us. But he's choosing to do the opposite. He does this on purpose. He makes the conscious decision to argue for whatever he feels like.
Well, I didn't have to see the debate. I didn't have to see the debate to know that podcast won that debate.
God damn, he was debating. Aaron, you gotta let Aaron finish.
he was debating. He was debating EtheMan, right?
EtheMan too nice for you, sir.
So I already knew he would win that debate. That's why I didn't even watch it. But it doesn't mean that you're not full of shit, podcast.
He's full of shit.
What people are specifically arguing, right? So here's the thing, though. Here's the difference between me and the rest of you niggas. Even if you say I won,
that's pretentious. What you just said is pretentious.
Cool, you got it. Here's the difference between me and the rest of you niggas, right? Is that if I did win the debate, I didn't win it off popularity. So I'll take it.
No one said you wanted our popularity. I told you the reason why you won.
But if I debate Angry Man, he gonna win off popularity. If I debate Fantastic, he gonna win off popularity. If I debate Aaron, he gonna win off popularity. That's why I said I wanted to get outside.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Where we come from,
Damn.
An L is an L. An L is an L. We don't care how you get it. You get the L, sir. We don't care how it happens, sir. Okay.
And Beans,
Some
what do you
L's I
say
can
for,
get.
for
See,
podcast?
you must ain't never been in a one-on-one fight and got jumped on. I done been in a one-on-one fight. I took that L. Niggas jumped on me. I went and got my brothers. Nigga, it's a difference.
You done had no choice. They
all
want
L's
to
ain't acceptable shit. Some L's gotta be
So
redeemed.
podcast, you saying the only reason why you won because you are more popular than EtheMan right now?
I literally just made the opposite argument, Sharon. What the fuck, man?
No, wait, hold on, stop. Technically, you didn't really. So what Sharon is saying,
Technically, I did.
No, you
I
didn't.
literally said the word.
I heard what you literally
won.
said.
I didn't win because
We
of
heard the word.
popularity.
No. That's not what Sharon asked you, right? He's trying to wonder. Are you saying that the popular one is usually or going to win the debate? Is that what your indication is?
That may be true, but the words he used was me, right? He's saying, "Are you saying you won?" And I'm like, "No, I literally just said I'll take it because I know I didn't win off popularity."
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing, right? So when they gave you the argument about conversate, right, and converse being the actual word, we understand in communication, if what's understood exists, you don't have to nitpick. You understood what he mean, but because you want to be the way.
He said me.
No.
What the fuck are you talking about? He's literally said me.
So just to be clear, to be clear,
Wow.
you did not understand what he meant.
I thought he was literally asking me, which is why I said I just made that point, Sharon. It's me, Aaron.
Point, but what
are you talking about? It's me.
Wait. Here's the problem.
So all of a sudden, I'm not a literal person.
Wait. Here's the problem.
What I'm saying,
You literally just made a non sequitur, bro. Because in one hand, Jesus Christ, Sway, can you put the pom-poms down for a second?
No, he got them nuts in his hand. That nigga.
So this is the wildest part, right? First of all, I haven't thrown a single ad hominem.
You got
a single ad hominem.
Spits boom bomb right now.
So what does that mean about y'all? Why y'all holding guns?
If you would like me to throw ad hominem, I can't throw ad hominem. I'm trying to be respectful and not throw ad hominem.
That is not an ad hominem.
I guess that's the double standard. Y'all being old niggas, right? I gotta respect.
That is not an ad hominem.
Fortunately, Beans ain't one of you. That's not an ad hominem. He could throw back. I can't.
You just made.
Anyways, what did I say in this conversation that was wrong?
This nigga.
Say one thing that I said.
You just contradicted yourself. Everything you said was wrong.
Exactly.
You just contradicted yourself, right?
Exactly.
So this is what you did, right? You said specifically, I won not because of popularity.
Right.
However, an argument can be made that you're more popular than EtheMan.
That's a fact.
So you also said that if Angry Man or this one, it's going to be because of popularity. So if you know that exists and there's a possibility that you're more popular than EtheMan, your original statement is capped. You might have won off of popularity, bro. Because I heard a bunch of people say that off the rip, you made an argument that if EtheMan would have hammered down on it, you would have lost. So what pushed it in your favor, bro?
Because they're fucking stupid.
Hey, in the argument can be made, people had Beans winning before the debate even happened, meaning they did not hear no words exchange, they did not hear no positions exchange. They had a prior bias to even before he participated, which one could deem there could be an attach of popularity. Why I can't never finish a sentence over the show? Why I can't never finish a sentence? It's like I hurt people's feelings with 7 seconds. Go ahead.
And that's why.
It's a great point.
He needed a knockout instead of just.
And also, it was an uphill, impossible task for this nigga because the simple fact is, you can literally move the goalpost whenever you want to because you
play the violin song.
The term, and you don't want to need the violin, nigga.
EtheMan the victim. I'm sorry.
You a victim too.
So hold on. Here's the thing, Aaron. See, Aaron, you just proved Sway's point, right? Because that's actually a good argument.
You asked for it. You asked for it.
That's actually a good point that you just made, right? About people deeming me the winner prior to the battle even started, right? To the debate even started,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I usually make good points. I know that. Go ahead.
That's true, but that has nothing to do with the judges because they determined the winner, and neither one of them said it, right? So you see, I'm good at
Wait,
this.
neither one of the winners,
Neither one of the judges made that statement.
I can make an argument. They don't have to say that specific statement, but I've heard at least one make statements in your favor about your abilities when it comes to debating, etc. Which I could make an argument for prior bias. I could.
Well,
So,
that would be a good argument if you're not also making the argument that these same judges said if he would have just pressed me, I would have lost. So that means that. So that means that.
Wait. I got. No.
I can't never finish a sentence out my mouth on this channel.
First of all, we go back 45 minutes. I didn't say a word for 45 minutes. You're gonna be quiet and get this work. Let me just make this one point, okay? To be fair, we all know each other in this space. I could make the argument out of the only judge that don't know none of us like that, you lost. The other ones, we can prove bias to a degree. We can prove it. Whether we think it definitive, we can prove closer to that.
Aaron, here's what's crazy. You're saying you can prove bias on the other judges based off past tense. I can prove bias on her off present tense. She literally said it's why she picked EtheMan.
No, that's not. No.
Here goes.
Hold on. Wait. Are you saying the judge said that she picked EtheMan because she's biased against you?
Absolutely.
Oh, get out of here!
Wait.
Since we're being disingenuous, we don't have to be truthful, right?
No. We all know. Wait. This is gold. Listen. Wait. Hold on. Wait. This is gold. Wait. Hold on. One second. This is gold. This is why they coined me the gold. This is why. Podcast said I ain't doing no debates if I got to lie, right? Even though Aaron O said lying is okay, I don't believe in that crap. Now, just to win a point right here, you know what it says? I'll do it anyway because he want to be a part of the get along game. He want to be able to do certain things too, sir.
So, but I didn't win anything. I didn't win anything, right? I didn't win anything. It's not just the end of the debate, right? The whole debate when everybody was coming over to my channel and when that was in the chat, everybody was like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with this chick? The whole time she questioned me and only me.
I'm taking a next
EtheMan one fucking time.
Okay, but to be fair, the judges from the jump shifted the conversation. Oh, you going, Sharon?
Yeah, I'm out of here. See
you later. You need to go listen to Foo Fighters.
Get the hell out of here. It was a great show, by the way. I'm gonna need you to stay out. I like that again. I was very disappointed in the way you talked to her, Beans. Don't let it happen again.
I think that woman had a bias. It's just it didn't have to be Beans for it to show out. So she had a pre-bias against what bias.
No, but sway.
Wait.
Because most of her arguments
substantiate that.
Most of her arguments
she had a pre-bias.
Based off of most of her arguments, it was an emotional, moral-based argument. It wasn't based off of an objective take on the stance. She was most of her contention with Beans was all feelings based, and it typically her contention was Beans based off of her own bias.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
we don't even have to move in that direction, Aaron. We don't have to move in that direction. We don't have to move in that direction. Beans made a statement. Beans made a statement.
It didn't have to be Beans' position.
I'm just giving. But the thing is that's what it spawned on. Beans made a statement based on popularity. Angry Man pointed out that if you're going to state that, then you're more popular than EtheMan. Then you pointed out the truth behind it. So at the end of the day, we don't even have to spin off to everything else. We could base it on Bean's statement about popularity winning debates.
Right.
So you don't even have to go into.
Oh my fucking God, what's wrong with
struggle.
Can I wait? Hold on. I got it. Let me ask him a debate. Let me ask him a question. Uncle T, I want you to pay attention, right? I wish my man Chica was here. Like he said, they never answer your questions, podcast. They always duck your questions, podcast. Watch this. Manosphere, who determined the outcome of the debate?
You just said it. You just stated it. So why are we saying it again? You stated that it was based on popularity.
Do you see what I'm saying?
And they pointed
That's
out.
your man's right there, though.
No, wait, Manosphere. He
You
did not.
stated it was-
No. Wait,
That's your
Manosphere.
man's right
Wait,
there.
stop.
He stated.
No, listen. Podcast did not state that. He stated the judges determined the outcome of the debate. He said that.
Well, he stated that after the fact, because the main premise was that he could say that EtheMan was more popular than him. So EtheMan should have won a debate. That's why Angry Man.
You can see it right now. You can see it right now. There's a shitload of Beans Johnson riders in the chat right now. He's more popular than EtheMan. This chat, nigga.
That's what it is. That's all I'm saying.
Shout out to
This
the problem.
chat.
Okay, but Angry Man, see this is what I'm saying. This how we know it's a jump on Beans thing, Angry Man. You hear this nigga saying goofy shit, but you ain't checking him. Why you so focused on me? Nigga, I'm the reason why you got 3 new subscribers.
What did he say?
My gangster.
What did he say that was goofy? He didn't say nothing goofy.
He fucking I asked him who decides the fucking debate. And this nigga went into, well, you said that you was as popular as EtheMan. I never said none of that shit.
Beans, want to tell you why, Beans? You the one mentioned popularity. You mentioned that to begin with. So that's why I focus on the popularity.
But see, this is the thing with Beans. The thing with Beans.
No, he stated that he can make the argument that EtheMan is more popular.
Bringing up popularity is if people liking him, right? And people just dictating that he's right because they like him over the other person.
I'm not talking about
Hey, hold on.
The only way Angry Man would beat him. He said the only way Angry Man would beat him is due to the popularity of Angry Man.
Hey, hold on. Let me say something. Let me say something real quick. Hey, can you niggas in the chat pull my schlong out of your mouth for a second?
Oh my
God.
God.
For real. Because like y'all niggas keep my name in the chat like forever. Like how much do you niggas like the taste of my Johnson? I'm wondering.
Now let me get back to it. Let me get for real.
Jesus,
if you don't know anything about Beans, literally, he wants you to answer his question. He's why he even prefaced it. Uncle Tom,
Yeah, but the thing is that's not how conversation.
No.
That's
All
part
you
of
have
the
to
conversation.
I understand.
But that's part of the conversation. But the thing is he wants to guide the narrative, and that's the other statement you didn't notice.
Doesn't even matter about that.
His statement.
Doesn't even matter about that.
Uncle Tom, just let me say this, Uncle Tom. Let me say this, Uncle Tom. He made the comment. He made the comment, Uncle Tom, but you don't even know what I'm fully going to say. He made the comment, Uncle Tom. He made the statement. The only way Angry Man would beat him is due to popularity.
I heard that.
That was the comment that he made.
That have to do
for that to be true, they can use the EtheMan. I mean, he's him being more popular than EtheMan. His own statement.
Sure, cool.
Neutralizing, and that's what I'm basing it on.
I find it funny that
AO
wanted Beans to somehow interpret what Sharon said, but AO can't interpret what Beans means.
No, here's the problem.
This nigga is bullying me.
Did you just say bullying you?
Fuck you, Angry Man.
I need to put my goddamn gang up in this bitch. The thing about it is, when you talk to Beans literally wants you to talk to him and converse with him without the extra shit. So when he said, watch this, you just proved his stupid ass point, which is niggas don't answer the questions that he asked.
They don't
That's
listen.
a simple question.
That's not what my statement. That's not what my statement was based on. You want me to answer a question? So why derail it? It's derailing though. Watch this. Go ahead. I'm gonna show you exactly what he's doing. Go ahead. Make a comment. I'm gonna tell you exactly what he's doing. But go ahead and make your comment. And I'm gonna do what he does. Go ahead.
I don't have a comment.
Beans, ask me the question. Beans, ask me the question. I'm gonna show you what you do, Beans.
Absolutely. You want what question you want me to ask you? The one I asked you? Did you
Whatever question you want to ask me.
Absolutely.
I'll show you what you
Who
do.
determines the outcome of the debate?
The moderators.
Okay. Thank you.
That's where
because the point was to Aaron, right? That's what I was saying. He was trying to make the argument, Angry Man, about me having more
let me tell you what you
popularity.
do. Let me tell you what you do, though, Beans. At the end of that, Beans. At the end of that, Beans, you'll switch the subject to something very similar, and that's why people say you strong now.
You would never notice that because you didn't answer the fucking question. If you would have answered the question, he would have had to give another qualifier.
No. Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Beans. Here's the problem. And this is why I'm not saying anything to him, because I know exactly what he's pointing out, even if you don't want to admit it. The prime example is this. You'll ask him the question, who determines who wins the debate? You want him to say the moderators because that's the technical answer. But your black ass set up here and said it would be based off of popularity, which means if you debated with me and the moderators gave it to me, you would say I didn't win fair and square. I won because of popularity. So the argument we're making is that there's a possibility your black ass won off of popularity, even though the damn moderators gave it to you.
And that's why you answered the fucking
question. Out of here.
No, because then he's going to turn around and say,
fucking question, and then you continue to go.
Man, you called it right on the head. You called it right on the head.
Uncle T, you know I agree with you, right?
You could have did the same thing Angry Man just fucking did.
Right, but the problem with
just like that.
But the problem with that is Angry Man did the same thing that he doing, which is creating a narrative. Uncle T,
nigga.
See what I mean? Now you see how he don't never want to let nobody talk? That's his YouTube thing, right?
Logic.
You see how when he was saying his narrative, I was absolutely quiet, right?
Logic.
This is what they do, and this is shit. It works on the fucking chats too, right? But
This is disingenuous.
Look, this is what I'm saying, right? The fact of the matter is this: it doesn't change anything.
It does,
right? The reason why is because I'm already providing the evidence, right? That
want me to tell you why it changes?
Moderators weren't basing it on popularity in my case, so that still stands. If they telling you that I would have lost if EtheMan would have did something different, that absolutely mean it wasn't based on popularity.
Well, Big Beans, to be fair, most people
No. You made me acknowledge what you said first when you said something. So acknowledge what I said first. Did they or did they not say that he could have won if he would have did something different?
Man, fuck all
yes,
that.
but
so that means so do you acknowledge then
that.
that they did not vote off of popularity? Yes or no?
No.
You said it.
And because one, if anybody typically does something different in a situation, the outcome typically would be the opposite. If you say, yo, you should have did this in the situation, that's because you think you're going to get a different outcome. So for them to state, if you would have did this differently in the debate, you would win. Most people should win if they do either the opposite of what they did.
Wait, are you hearing this shit?
Aaron, hold on. Aaron, check this out. Aaron.
Wow.
Here's the problem. And I
the difference between infamous
hold on for a second. I've always given podcasts credit. He's very intelligent. But let me show you where he uses his intelligence. Wow. Okay. Right now, he's being full of shit.
Absolutely.
And the reason why he's being full of shit is because he does not want to acknowledge the simple fact that, nigga, if you want to say that the moderators determine the outcome, then stand on that 10 toes down. But don't turn around and muddy the waters for the future to say that, well, if I debated this one, he would win because of popularity. You can't have it both ways, nigga. You burning the candle at both ends. And that's what we trying to point out. It's either going to be the moderators called it or it was popularity. Which one? Pick a struggle, my nigga.
Actually, Angry Man, what he does is he actually knows that if he can stick to his point, which is accurate, he never has to go back to refuting your point. He just has to go on and say, am I wrong? That's not my point. I literally said that. Now, he know what you saying is correct, Angry Man, but he don't have to focus on that. He gets to fixate on being correct over here. And the thing is,
that's what he
that
did.
won't work
But that's what I meant. But that's what I meant earlier when I said that's what I meant earlier where he said, see, this is why he makes the big deal about people not answering his questions. Because what he's gonna do is he's gonna ask you a question that he knows he's right
That's
about.
just wild,
And
though.
so
Him
if
being
he
right over
gets a number,
here,
if he gets
and you not acknowledging
if he
that
gets
he's right over here,
this is why I don't like young niggas. This is why I don't like young niggas right here. This is
Hey
why I
man,
don't like
set
young
it
niggas
up.
right
Set
here.
it up, angry man.
See, he's trying to
see
shut
it.
it down. He's trying to
We
shut
want
it
to
down.
see it.
No, don't shut it down, nigga.
Literally,
What
Aaron just said
what he's doing is he's stacking the deck. If he can keep asking you questions and be like, see, you ain't answering my question. You want to answer my question because you know I'm right. Yeah, we know you right about that question, nigga, because it's your fucking question. So you're going to ask the question and then wait for the nigga to give the exact answer. And then you be like, see, checkmate. You done said checkmate 20 times in this motherfucking conversation, nigga.
Yo, this is what's so fucking
Hold on,
crazy.
Hold on, Podcast. Let me get this real quick.
So wait a minute. If I ask a question, it's for all of that. But when everybody else asks questions, it's just genuinely asking questions.
No, sir. You literally disregarded anything and everything that motherfucking EtheMan said because you said that wasn't part of the whole conversation. So to say that you, Aaron was absolutely right because you don't have to focus on shit EtheMan said because it wasn't in with your fucking argument to begin with. So you didn't fucking even acknowledge that his shit was even valid.
So here's how you're wrong.
Oh my fucking God! So you say
here's how you're wrong. Watch this. See what I'm saying? All of the demonstrativeness is not
No. Did you say that or did you not say that?
Yes, I'm what I'm doing right now is addressing the fact that you're saying I didn't acknowledge it, right? Because I obviously acknowledge it because I refuted it. But here's the thing. I know. Uncle T, the other dude is gone. The other dude is gone. We can have a conversation now.
You literally said everything you just said. I let you talk for 2 hours, and you're saying stuff that had nothing to do with it. So I'm not going to acknowledge it. That's what you said.
Right.
And just for the record,
just for the record, money do you want to bet that I didn't say I'm not going to acknowledge it?
Hey, Beans.
See, exactly.
Hey, Beans.
Hold on,
listen. Just for the record,
that's my point. I was trying to say something.
For the record, Beans, I'm not gonna front. It's annoying when you do it to me, but it's a beautiful thing to watch when you're doing it to other people because you be spinning dog shit in the diamonds. I be watching you do it, bro.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When Sway first came up on the panel, Uncle Tom, I don't know if you remember, he said a couple of things. He broke down understanding exactly what I was saying, right? Which shows that everybody else's contention is just the fact that they don't like the fact that they can't beat me, right? But Sway doesn't care about that, right? So he came up on the panel and he immediately expressed that he understood exactly what I was saying. And then he said something right after that. And he said the place where I felt like podcasts contradicted himself is because he acknowledged that even at the end of his ideology, he still expected marriage. So how could I not have acknowledged his take on marriage when I conceded and was asked directly if I was okay with marriage? And I said, not in a general sense, based on the age demographic of Black people right now, but yes, later on down the line, when men reach a certain level financially and in their lives, as far as being able to provide for their families in totality, which we all know the talking point is that's in the 40s, that I absolutely am okay with marriage. So I absolutely addressed it. And see, this is where we got distracted because I came up on the panel specifically for this. Fantastic and Aaron O was sitting up here treating this nigga like a fucking victim when we spent 3 fucking hours in that show talking about what he wanted to talk about. He came in, he broached his first point, which was that conservative douchebags are the foundation of the fucking Black community. I debunked that shit. Period, point, fucking blank. Then he brought in marriage. He got it all off, everything he wanted to say about it. But the only thing I needed to say was that it was irrelevant because all conservative douchebags are not married. So it's a fucking moot point, right? And then he brought up the chasing the bag part, and he's argued why he thought chasing the bag was the necessary thing to do, and I argue why I thought chasing the bag wasn't necessary thing to do, saying it's how most fucking people don't get to the bag. And then we had a whole conversation where he said that he believed most black people he said all black people have advanced and have gotten to the fucking bag. And there's no way anybody thinks that he actually believed that. But we sat on this panel tonight before I came up, and motherfuckers actually let this narrative be painted that we didn't address the 3 things that he wanted to fucking address. That shit is fucking insane. When we spent the whole damn time talking about that shit.
Who taught you the word moot? That's what I want to know.
You know what?
Do you know what moot means, bro?
I'm gonna let you have that, Angry Man. You probably did. I probably was around this motherfucker saying mute like everybody else. You probably did. I give you that. I don't remember. But that's the point, though, Uncle T, is I absolutely addressed it. I addressed every single fucking thing that he said out of his mouth. I'm not fucking disingenuous, bro. I answer questions when they ask to me because I don't think that shit is going to make me lose. I understand that you can lose the battle and still win the war. So even if I have to make concessions here or there's a bigger picture. You want me to concede to some shit that's irrelevant to the topic of the debate?
That's what
you can have it.
You did say that. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
want
you can fucking have it. I don't mind giving you that.
Yeah. That's what I stand corrected.
All right, we already heard your emotional diatribe. Let me
see what it is. See how you dismiss of it. See that? See that? Swing?
Oh shit.
Can't take it.
Hey, you a victim. You a victim.
No, EtheMan is the
You're
victim.
a victim.
According to y'all, EtheMan is the
Wait. So EtheMan's the victim. You agree? All right, let's move on now. JJ,
nah, that's some bullshit.
Hey, your words, like you said. JJ Carver says, pretentious capitalism is an oxymoron.
You read this one.
You read that one. I did?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
I don't think I read that.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Dang,
You don't remember me addressing the pretentious capitalism?
I don't know. I like to read again. JJ Carver says, now I get it. He thinks capitalism and conservatism is inextricably linked when they are not. Again, he is just a pseudo intellectual. The panel just don't want to hurt his feelings. Damn.
Aaron O, is that true?
I'm reading the super chats. Let me get
This
the super
nigga.
chats.
Oh my
That's
God.
all I can do. Okay. Stan Audrey says, respect, fam. Shout out to Stan. Doing what he does best. Okay. JJ Carver says, this is all EtheMan's fault. That is a fact. That is a fact. 100% his fault. You get no pushback from me. I can't believe I'm going through with this on a Friday night. Okay. Stan says, when are you committing crimes and robbing people you thought you were better than them? Make it make sense. Stop capping. That's an interesting statement. I don't know if he thought he was better than them. I think he probably, I don't know. I can't really decide that for him.
The fact that everybody got a lotto, like
hey, that's your problem.
I know I
Leave the chat
don't.
alone. Okay, Stan says the only person that complains it's everyone's else fault for their failures and brag about hustling the system, then get mad at people that work.
That sounds like a modern woman to me.
Shout out to Kazi, been a member for 8 months. I don't know why. Why did she switch to that icon? I'm not sure. I don't know if that's indicative of something, but shout out to Kazi. Okay, Stan says, now if the moderator said he lost, he would have said they were punching down too and get their mouths bloody. He would have not done that. He would have definitely said, I think they wrong and done a whole show on it, but he wouldn't have gone that far. He would have been upset because he really don't believe he ever lost. Okay, JJ Carver says, to be fair to EtheMan, questioning is a debate tactic, but it should be used to expose inconsistencies or gaps in your opponent's arguments. It's like he did the questioning, but left out the exposing. Yes.
Because it's EtheMan. Like what?
No, but he is a lot smarter than people actually know. It's just, I think he went into it with a certain, he said he went into it with a certain mindset and he didn't realize it was YouTube.
I'm not saying he's not smart. He's
I
just
know,
not
but
he's not a good debater.
Okay, fair.
You can be smart and not be good at debating.
Like, so
So yeah, let's test that theory. I'm gonna say this out loud. I'm talking to Aaron O. I know it's not gonna settle there, but that's okay. So Aaron O, a conservative douchebag, a black pretentious capitalist who espouses right-leaning racial and political views. They see themselves not only separate from but above their counterparts, and they pretentiously idolize money, right? And prop money up over everything and make it as if it is the solution for everything. So you're saying after I made that statement, somehow you were going to be able to just tear me apart. How?
Pretentiously idolize money. That would mean that they don't really idolize money. What?
I would tell you.
It would mean. Oh, I said I wasn't talking to you. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, you can't do your brother angry man like that.
Because we've already explained what the word means. We already explained that the fucking word means exaggerated importance, right? So that's what I'm saying. So
That's not all it means. That's not all it means.
I'll answer your question though. Okay, JJ Carver says, in conclusion, Beans won and lost the debate at the same time. Congrats and better luck next time. Okay. The way that you would have got obliterated in your opening statement is that all you did was make a definition. Kudos. Who cares? I don't have to respond to your definition. I don't have to debate it, debunk it, or nothing. You just made a definition about something. That's irrelevant. You did not take a position. You did not have a position against me per se, because I wasn't even given a position, because I only came there to argue about the conservative douchebags. Only if you tell me whether they're good, bad, point, need to exist, don't need to exist, whatever your reasoning for them. But just to make a blanketed definition of what they are is completely immaterial.
So I expected as much. Yeah. So that means y'all just, let me use the word that Angry Man said. Y'all was just bloviating, right?
No,
because
no, not at all. Because,
so I'll let you explain all of that. So I don't get. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah, you want to know?
I don't get to explain shit.
Yeah,
no, I want to explain.
When you came up with that term,
right?
When you came up with that term, you was bloviating, pontificating, and exaggerating.
Right. So
you was doing a whole bunch of shit.
You're making it seem like as if now the debate is over. Right. The point is this: I just showed you the email. Right. Hey, sup podcast. Do you want to come and debate E-Man on conservative douchebagism? Right.
Yeah, no, I saw that one.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying is this: when I made the statement, the only reason why I was making that statement was to clarify what it was. And here's the thing that you don't know: it was asked in the back chat before we went live, was that going to be done? Because she didn't know what it meant. She wasn't from our space. She had never heard it be used. So that's what I did, was clarify what it meant.
Yes,
that's it.
I'm not making an argument about why
I understand that, but what you're saying is that I would have just been quiet. Then how do you win?
Well, actually, I actually said a lot more than that going on. But to be fair, how do I win? One, because I would have, like I told him, I would have made you take a position. You would have not got to switch the conversation on my three narratives and make me be in the defense position. You would have had to make, what is your whole point about talking about conservative? What's the point? Either we should get rid of them, either they're not important. Once I find a position that you have, we can go from there. And I don't believe you would be able to give a.
So what is the fucking thing? Like, this shit is fucking insane to me. Because he took a position.
I agree.
But you didn't take one.
Wait, no. Angry Man. See, this is what I'm saying. Because y'all are so intent on trying to disparage me, you're not listening. He took a position, and what happened?
Yes.
What did I do with the position that he took?
Remember
your boy Manos fell.
What was my statement?
I understand that. I'm asking you a different question now. Is that okay? Or do I have to only be
absolutely okay? But the original
statement. Okay, so let me ask the question again.
I said what I would do. Now,
absolutely.
To go on,
but what you're saying, but Aaron, what you're saying, what you would do is inconsiderate of me. This is what I'm saying. You're
okay. All right, stop right now.
Stop right question, man.
Okay. I understand you want to make that statement. So, Beans, do you think anybody can beat you in a debate as far as in our space?
Ever?
Not ever, but in an honest statement based upon what you said in the past.
With all honesty,
don't do it.
Like I'm talking about, like no bullshit, no.
And no, you can have a little bit, but like in your general feelings about it. Obviously, nothing is 1,000% conviction because we all know what the
No,
possibilities.
what I'm saying is
are.
this: you suggested that a person lie. So I'm saying, are you saying the kind of debate that I'm talking about without lying or any other shit?
I'm saying the debates on YouTube, sir. Like,
absolutely, yes.
Okay, so right, I heard you say you they can't beat you. You the best at this, right?
Absolutely.
Before you even
Bullshit.
debated anybody, you made a position, right? In lieu of me arguing with you, me debating you, whatever the case is, you made your position known. I'm the best at this, right? So why is it so crazy for me to say I would have destroyed you without even hearing your second part, hearing your rebuttals? Why is that so outlandish of a statement when you then yourself make statements like that without ever debating anybody at the time?
Because I'm not arguing about the fact that you said you could beat me. I'm arguing about the fact that you just said how. And that's the problem. I don't see how it is that you're saying that. First you said, I wouldn't have said anything. I don't got to say anything. Well, you not saying anything doesn't win a debate for you. Then you said you would make me take a position. Well, that's fine with me. But there was another person who also took a position, and you see how I did him. So the point is that if you're arguing that you just think you could beat me, that's different. But you're making it seem like as if once I take a position, then I have no way of substantiating my own position.
Yeah, so what I said,
and that's how debating
and
works.
that's why I said like. Don't forget the word like. Don't act like you didn't
I
get that.
said was what I believe would have happened. Just like you think you the best and you'd beat everybody in the space.
Right, but remember you told me to address what you said, right?
Yes.
So what I just said was that you made it sound like I wouldn't be able to substantiate my points.
Yo, I would have loved.
Yes.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall whenever Beans got in trouble as a kid, and the explanation he gave his mama. I would have loved to heard that shit, bruh. Like, bruh, you be. Shit is crazy.
Is that mama? They lying on me, mama.
Like, not one fucking channel can you just remain serious. So, Aaron, no, what I'm saying is this. This is what I'm saying. I am just because I'm saying I'm going to beat you. Here's the difference between me saying I'm going to beat you. I'm not saying you're not going to substantiate your points. You see the difference? Because I actually think you're intellectually enough to substantiate your points. I just believe
keep on
that when it
backpedaling,
comes to
huh, bro?
debating, I'm going to do it better than you. But that's not me suggesting that you won't substantiate your point. That's insane to say.
I believe you can debate a bunch of points better than me, but this whole conservative douchebag thing, I don't think you will do well in a debate against me. No.
Okay, so
when you define it, you have to take a position. You're gonna get smoked.
Absolutely. So here's the thing: what would it take to get you to sign up for that? And not on Fatty's channel, not on your channel, not on my channel. And I actually want to get some professors to judge it.
Yeah,
nobody in this space can have anything to do with it.
I mean that's.
Would you disagree? Can I take my time and set it up for the future?
Well, just to be, as long as you take a position, right? So if you take
a position, Aaron, that's what I'm saying. It's in the fucking. It's like I said. If we're gonna debate reparations, if we're gonna debate abortion, if we're gonna debate any of this shit, one of us is debating for the affirmative, and one of us is debating for the negative.
Correct.
Right? So I'm opposed to conservative douchebags, and you're obviously affirming.
No, and that's the problem. I'm not saying that I am or not. It has to be a position that we strongly disagree on. The problem when it comes to this conservative douchebag, it is solely tied to how you. It's solely open to a lot of subjectivity based upon what we reviewed in the video, right? Even though you can say where you coined the term, you actually pull it from somewhere, right? But a lot of subjectivity comes up in there, right? And so what I'm saying is that if whatever your position is, if it's something I don't disagree with, it's a waste of a debate.
Okay, so do you think that it makes any sense to be a pretentious capitalist? Yes or no?
In the interest of money, yes.
You're saying in the sense of to inflate your you're an inflated thought of yourself, think you're more important than somebody else.
No. To pretend like money is the end all be all and the solution to everything. That's what the potentialist capitalist is, right? Like when they argue all the time, well, niggas just need to get to the bag, as if right now the median income for black men is 50K. So if the median income becomes 100K tomorrow, what does that mean for the economy, Aaron?
You know
this because you're in financing, right? We've had this conversation before, so you understand the inflation that's going to happen upon that, right? I can absolutely make the argument, which I did earlier today. The black man in 1960 made $9,900 on average. To go fast forward to 2024,
we don't have a disagreement,
right? I know. I'm just making it.
But listen, I don't think you should put money over everything.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. See, that's what I'm saying. So you don't think you should put money over everything. Do you think that you should pretentiously espouse right-leaning racial and politically and political views?
I don't have a problem with people doing it, especially if it's attributed to reasoning behind it, whether it's doing it for a movie, whether it's doing it to gain an advantage over somebody, whether they're competing. Like, there are reasons for why somebody would want to do that. Now, is it something that I would particularly do outside of YouTube? No, it's not something that I would actually think is a good idea. I understand the reasons for it, though.
I have already debunked the fallacy of that argument that you raised, podcast. You just stated clearly that the average black man makes $50,000 a year. If the average black man got a $50,000 per year bump in salary, it would not have an effect on the economy because we only represent 13% of the population, of which most of us are not men. There's more black women than black men. Black women literally outnumber us. So black men are the smallest group of a small group. Getting that type of bump is not going to affect the fucking economy, bro.
So, Angry Man, let me explain something just really quickly, right? Because I know Aaron ain't gonna say nothing because you're Angry Man. This is why I always say about the intellectual standard, right? That's why I said, I'm not trying to debate. I just spent 3 hours debating. We have a conversation, right? And the reason why, Angry Man, is because for you to sit there and even pretend as if the black man is going to get a 50,000 bump, but the income is not going to go up for anybody else, just to make that point, you're fucking better than that. You know damn well if the income goes up for them, it goes up for everybody.
First of all, what we're doing right here is it's a hypothetical. Okay.
Yes, but it's based on reality.
Let me finish.
One way,
let me finish. It's a hypothetical. It's a thought exercise. So the premise of the thought exercise is if black men and black men only got that bump. Now, if you want to sit here and say that everybody else, if you said every man in the United States was making 100,000 all of a sudden, that would affect the economy. But for a group as small as black men, if it's only black men that got that bump, that's not going to affect the economy the way you're talking about. It's not going to crash the economy.
Absolutely, but that's what I'm saying, Angry Man. So earlier today, right? We this is what I'm saying. We pick and choose where we want people to interpret and where we want to take people literally. I'm a person who says take people literally, so I can't necessarily be mad at you about that. But the black part was just an example of income. So it's not setting the premise that it's about black people. It's just an example of the income, because to be honest with you, I don't necessarily know the median income for all the other races. I tend to study our shit.
Okay, well, here's some numbers.
Wait. But I want to say thank you, right, for just at least acknowledging, though, right? You're doing the thing that the conservative douchebag doesn't do. Right? They act like if everybody just gets to the bag, everything becomes great all of a sudden. But even you're sitting here now acknowledging, shit, if the income go up like that, it's gonna go up like that for everybody. All it's gonna do is cause inflation. We're gonna be right back where talking the same shit. You're gonna go from you need to get the 6 figures to you need to get the 200 to you need to get the 500. It's just gonna be a never-ending cycle. So there has to be some other conversation that we
I
have
got a question to
outside of
ask.
just telling every man they need to get to the bag. That's the point. But I'm just really what I'm doing, Angry Man, is I'm just walking down the premise of the statement conservative douchebag, right? Because as Aaron O can see, like he said, well, being a pretentious capitalist, right? He doesn't believe that you should put money above everything else. So therefore, he wouldn't even argue that, right? He says he understands that there may be some room where you would espouse right-leaning racial political views, like if you had a YouTube show or a talking show like that, even if you didn't necessarily believe it, you would still just stand on it, right? As we say sometimes, down that hill, right? And then the other part is they see themselves not only separate but above their black counterparts, right? So the thing about it is, even when you make the argument, Angry Man, that the way out for people, right, is a mindset shift, and that a part of that shift is them seeing themselves above people, but I think there's a difference, right? I don't think it's necessarily above people. Now let's not go with the basketball stars and the NFL stars, because we know a lot of that is tax write-off, right? But you and I both know it's a lot of dudes that get out the hood and they come back, and they don't come back because, oh, I think I'm better than everybody else, and let me go show them how much better I am. They go back because they still remember and understand the conditions and what it takes to get out from where they came from.
Okay.
And so they go back and they try to help the people along instead of punching down and saying, no, I did it.
It is not. See, and this is what I mean by the foolishness. It's foolishness. It's ignorant nigga bullshit. It's black tax. Just because someone succeeds does not mean they have a responsibility to pull everybody else's raggedy ass up with them. That's
okay.
Number two. Number two. When it comes to the condition of black people, okay, we spend a lot of time blaming outside forces when there's a lot of shit we do that keeps us in the situation that we're in. And the problem is, whenever the conservative douchebags change their mindset and grow and become better, and they can look back because they are on both sides of the fence. They've been on both sides of the fence. They didn't know what the issue is. Whenever they say, okay, this is the problem with what y'all got going on, it is always perceived as them being douchebags instead of them trying to help the motherfuckers get out of the goddamn situation.
I have to agree with a lot of what Aaron said towards the end. That experience is something you
Aaron says you're gonna go, let me ask you. So the first part, did I say that they were obligated?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just like,
no, you didn't say it was obligated, but you implied it.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Caden. You said you wanted to get a question in.
Yeah, I wanted to get a question, Beans. I'm like, man, I said, why do you do podcast, Beans? Say what?
I'm not talking to you.
Well, then shut the fuck up then. Leave off. I say, shit, I don't want to hear what you got to say anyway, because you sound ridiculous as it is. No, I mean, you've been talking for a good little minute. It's time for me to say something.
I'm going to join the panel.
Well, then, go and join the panel then. Go ahead, cut your mic off and shut the fuck up. That's what you need to do. Let me tell you something, bro. I've been on the same side as you. I'm on the same side as you. Say what? No, I can't hear the nonsense in my ear because of your dumb ass talk.
Angry Man. Hamp asked me that same question on the show, and I told him no. Nobody ever said they was obligated. I'm just telling you why they do it, right? I never said they was obligated to do it. I just only explained why they do it.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Wait, can you acknowledge that first though?
But I heard you say that. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Okay. You may not have said that they are obligated to do it.
Mm-hmm.
However, whenever someone does become a successful superstar, basketball player, entrepreneur, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they take it upon themselves, which is their own personal decision, to go back to the hood and start doing whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
It then becomes an unspoken rule in the community that it is an obligation. And you know as well as I do that when it comes to our community, hell, we expect dope dealers to give out turkeys at Thanksgiving. It is an unwritten rule that it is an obligation of any black person who becomes successful that they are supposed to go back to the hood and help their community. If not, they are labeled a sellout, a coon, a Uncle Tom, which you just said was synonymous with conservative douchebag, because you said you would rather have a less pejorative term to give instead of saying coon or sellout, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the obligation is implied simply because of how we're socialized and the way our culture works. So whenever someone become successful, there are some people that understand, okay, if you still have that mindset, me giving you money ain't gonna help, because you're already in a situation where you don't know how to operate with the money. So the better thing for me to do is to see which one of you really wants to learn so that you can come out of that situation and teach you how to do something. But the only problem is that person that thinks that way is looked at as being miserly or stingy or a sellout or all of that type of shit. That's what occurs.
So right now, you and I aren't necessarily debating, correct?
No.
So when I say this, I don't want you to take it as if I'm saying we are. What you just did was you just highlighted, right? And you didn't do it intentionally because we're not debating. We're just conversing. But what you just did is one of the reasons why I win most of my debates, because people make points that are fucking irrelevant, right? I never said that it was an obligation, right? And again, I'm not challenging you. I'm just highlighting something, right? For the sake of highlighting. And that's that I never said it was irrelevant. I never said it was an obligation. But the same way how when you first heard it, it probably came off like that's what I was saying. For some reason, it does that with other people too, even though I have been saying for 3 years, take me literally, right? Because I mean literally what I'm saying. You don't necessarily need to interpret, right?
Okay.
I'm almost done. So again, I'm not debating you. I'm not pushing back on it. You and I are having a conversation. So I understand exactly why you said what you said. Now you expressed it to me. You literally just gave me the context to it, right? Which is that it's the unspoken rule, right? So you just gave me the context. So I'm not pushing back on you, but I'm saying this is what happens more often than not. My only point was, and again, it's literally in the debate, Angry Man, where I was asked, do I think these people are obligated? And I said, no. Nobody is saying that this is an obligation, right?
Okay, so is your position that it's not an obligation? Is that your overall position?
Yes, absolutely. I said as much earlier today in the debate. It's not an obligation. Who the fuck am I to tell somebody else just because they made it out they have to do something else? I'm not in no position to tell nobody that.
That's your overall position. So if that's your overall position that it's not an obligation, why the harsh judgment for those that don't do it?
I don't have to, again, that's not a part of the criteria for the conservative douchebag.
Then what is the criteria?
The criteria for the conservative douchebag doesn't have anything to do with the fact that you don't give back. The criteria for the conservative douchebag is if right now, if I start talking about what happened in Mississippi, what happened in Louisiana, what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, what happened in San Francisco, what's going on in Chicago, and I had that conversation with Angry Man is not going to say, see, that's them excuses niggas use. Well, no, Angry Man might say that. But if I had that conversation with Angry Man not gonna do that. When we was on Fight Club and we were talking about black people, and I just wanted to interject how black people got to these points that we love to talk about black people are at, and people were calling me the victim Olympian. Angry Man was the one who came up on the panel and was like, well, no, but it's like being said. See, this was done and that was done. And y'all don't know this went on doing slavery. And y'all don't know this went on doing the Reconstruction. This went on doing Jim Crow. This went on doing the Civil Rights Movement. This went on doing the Vietnam War. Angry Man was the one. Israel Mills, another person who is absolutely about the bag and puts the bag over everything, right? But also an intellectual person. He is not gonna pretend like he don't know something that he actually knows just for the sake of being able to say, I'm a conservative. And that's the difference. That's the thing about the conservative douchebag. And it's just that people need for me to lose, so they just won't accept it. right? But I got all these hours of tape that
Cry me a
I'm
river,
not
bro.
gonna run through trying to find it and get all the information. I don't give a fuck about these. You either believe it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing though, Angry Man, is why I don't even like I made up the term to kind of make it make sense to myself because you are successful. Fucking is successful, right? I know a bunch of successful niggas, legally and illegally, and none of them would pretend like the things that have happened haven't happened for the sake of their current success.
Okay, but the individuals who do not want to harp on that understand one simple concept that people who do harp on that, not necessarily you, but a lot of people use that as the excuse and the catalyst for why they don't accomplish what they need to accomplish. So a lot of conservative douchebags, whenever they hear black people bringing that up, that's why they react that way, because they know that right there, even if it is true, even if it does happen, may contribute to them not striving to do more.
Okay, and that's 100% because that's the same thing Uncle Tom said when we had our conversations about it, right? But again, Uncle Tom is another one, right? Fairly successful, right? But when he had those real conversations with me, he was able to put that conservative shit aside and say, well, just because I'm a conservative don't mean I have to pretend like nothing ain't never happened to black people. He talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma because he's fucking from there. He talk about all these other places that people don't even know about, cities that's been drowned and shit underwater, all this other shit. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that those guys are willing to have the conversations is why I'm looking at the guys that aren't willing to have the conversation and saying it's obviously mean there's something wrong with you. Because why wouldn't you be willing to have a conversation? To that point, though, Angry Man, if the conversation we're having is about you talking about why black people ain't shit, why are you comfortable with that conversation? Why are you comfortable? Not you, of course, Angry Man. Why are they comfortable with that conversation? Why are they comfortable with saying niggas ain't this and black women ain't that and black kids ain't this, but they aren't comfortable with having a conversation about how we got to that point? Right? That's the problem to me.
Because those things, those factors that played a role in black people being a certain way should not be limiting people to continuing to act like that today.
No, I agree. But understand the question. Wait, make sure you understand the question, Angry Man. The question is, why aren't they? Right? We're talking about people who are supposedly successful. So it's obviously not limiting them in any kind of way. So why wouldn't they be willing to have? They should be the ones absolutely being willing to have the conversation because they don't have that problem of it limiting them.
For the same reason, the reason why they don't want to have that conversation is for the same reason that a lot of modern day black folk don't want to eat chitlins. Because they look at it as if, okay, yeah, these things happen. Yeah, these things played a role. These things are systemic. But we now live in a time where you, as a black person, can make the decision not to engage in certain dysfunction. You can make the decision, because even if you look at the ghetto or the hood, just because it's a hood or a ghetto doesn't mean every black person there is engaging in dysfunction. There are working class black people there that live a normal life. They not gang banging. They not selling drugs. They not doing any of that shit. And the problem is the black people that are the quote unquote conservative douchebags that are successful. The reason why they are loud about niggas being ghetto and fucked up is because right now we have a problem with that portion of the black community. Even though it's not a huge portion, but that portion of the black community being our representation, and those people are mad about that. They're tired of it. They're tired of our representation being the Sexy Reds, the Meg Thee Stallions, the NBA young boys. So this is why they're loud about niggas not being shit, because they're looking at it like, why is that our representation when we have plenty of well-to-do, intelligent, well-rounded black people that may not be rich, but they're working class people that do what they're supposed to do.
So again, I think I'm not sure if you see the connection, but that is exactly why those people ought to be willing to talk about the circumstances that led to this, right? Because if they're tired of that being their representation, then Aaron, I would ask you, well, where does this representation exist? Right? Where does it absolutely exist? In the media, correct? Right? So when we say the representation, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about those are the people who are being highlighted, right? As the encompassing of Black people in general. So why don't you have a problem with the people who continue to highlight them instead of highlighting the well-to-do Black people? Why not have a problem with the medias and the music groups and
Beans, you're making excuses.
There would be no.
So,
You're making excuses.
We having a real conversation.
Hold on a second, bro. Let me just say this, because the argument that the conservative douchebags are making is that there would be none of that to highlight if niggas stopped doing the shit.
The angry man. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I shouldn't say what I was just thinking to say. Has there ever been a time in any society where the degeneracy didn't exist at all? Please, just yes or no.
No.
Okay, so that means it's always going to exist. So even if it was a smaller portion of it, do you
excuses,
think
man.
that the powers that be would still highlight it, even if it was a smaller percentage of it?
But the problem.
No, I'm asking a question. Do you think they would? I'm just saying, do you think they would? I can make an argument for why they wouldn't, but do you think they would?
And this is why I get it. This is why I get frustrated when we have conversations, because every question you ask, even though it can be a yes or no question, it's not always that simple.
Okay,
right?
but right now, opinion is not. We're not debating. We're talking. So I'm legitimately just asking your opinion. That do you think if the degeneracy in the Black community was like a really small percentage, do you think they would still highlight it? I just literally said I could make an argument for why they wouldn't.
If it's really small, they wouldn't do it because it's not profitable.
Exactly.
So number one,
that's the argument I was thinking in my head. I wanted to see if he was thinking.
If it's not profitable, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
So we know that the poor will always be with you. We know that degeneracy will always exist. But the only way we could make a legitimate argument for this case is we would have to measure how much the degeneracy is now compared to how much it was, say, in the early 1960s when Black people were at the height of our productivity, right? So we would have to be able to judge those two things. If I had to guess, I would say the degeneracy, even though it's not a large portion, it's much larger than it was back then.
Absolutely. No, but I agree with you on the point that you made that maybe they wouldn't, right? Because specifically, if, like you said, if it's not profitable, but then the next question that will come up then, Angry Man, is, well, who's partaking in it? Because I find it very hard to believe that the only people watching it, the only people listening to it, the only people buying it are the degenerates, right?
Well,
it has to be a much larger portion of the public, including those who we wouldn't necessarily throw in the degeneracy box, indulging in the material in the media in order for it to be that lucrative, right?
Well, no, it's us being complicit. It's us knowing that it's there and not being loud enough against it, which is the reason why the conservative douchebags are as loud as they are, because they're looking at a portion of the Black community that you would not consider conservative douchebags, that are the working class people that aren't loud enough about it.
Yeah, that part is absolutely true. Because, but I think about they used to say all the time, the biggest purchaser of hip hop music was white people, white kids or whatever, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Beans, what do you have? What problem do you have with the conservatives?
Hold on.
No, hold up.
Chloe, I have to get caught up on the super chat. Just give me one moment, okay? Stan Arthur says the moderates said that they didn't know they were judging on all three. not just the dumbest definition in the history of your own failures. Make it make sense. Okay, yeah, because they didn't know that they had all three components because they didn't. I got you, Stan. Truth and Reality says, how he gonna talk about idolizing money when he just like all of us that be on YouTube asking for cash apps and super chats? Now that's pretentious. Truth and Reality says, I feel sorry for anyone Beans ever dated. Laughing out loud.
Damn.
You think it was a lot of people? Stan says, this reminds me of the show The Family Business. He is definitely Uncle Larry in the insane asylum talking over as the director. I don't know if I watched that show. Okay, Truth and Reality Undefeated says, ninjas be having felonies, no college degrees, and want to blame the conservative D-bags. People that hate money wants it the most. Ish is hilarious. Yeah, everybody need money, they say. Truth and Reality says, none of us were here for none of that ish. Is this ninja a vampire? Is he 200 years old? Are we supposed to play victim for life? Push through, ninja. Push through. Dang. I was here 200 years ago. I was here. You stupid.
Beans. Beans. Why are conservatives douchebags?
Yeah,
why are we douchebags?
I'm sorry, man. I'm not doing this. Like y'all, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's so Aaron keeps telling me not to call people out their names, so I'm not gonna do that. But I can't pretend like, you know what I'm saying, like to even dumb myself down. Like if you haven't heard anything, you just want to come up and think
no. What I'm asking is, what problem do you have with what problem do you have with conservatives?
Clue, earlier you may have missed it, but he made a very strong distinction between conservatives and conservative douchebags. Okay. So his issue isn't with conservatives. He stated his issue is with conservatives who operate like douchebags. That's
okay. There's a difference.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a difference.
Okay, cool.
See how easy that was, Beans? That's all you did.
It was very easy. It was easy for you because he ain't got no pushback for you. I could have said the same thing and it would have been, but no, see, your problem is
there's no way you can know that.
But see,
I ain't got time for that.
But see, Beans,
I don't got time for
I
that.
watched the debate. I did watch the debate, Beans. And you said some shit that was kind of fucked up.
See what I'm saying?
No, hold on.
Thank you for proving my point.
Hold up for a second.
I could have said the same thing, and this would have been your rebuttal. So that's why I'm like, I'm not engaging with this dumb shit.
You said three things. You said three particular human beings. You said what you say, house niggas, and he said Uncle Tom's, and he said Sambo's or something. It was three people. And my response was, well, the three people that you named, they don't contribute to prisons.
Man, that was prolific. What would this show have been without that?
You know what I'm saying? See, I even made Aaron laugh. That's how good I am. I made Aaron laugh.
I agree with you. That was
because Beans.
You need to write
because Beans, hold up for a second, Beans.
That's awesome.
You said
the way he keeps saying Beans, man.
Stop laughing, angry man. Shit.
Oh my god.
Like this is I used to brag about white people, angry man, but I've been going over there with them and people was right. They do the same thing, right? But it's actually fucking sad, bro. Like that people feel like in order to get off their takes, they have to change what have been said. They have to mischaracterize your stances and your points. They have to do all of this other shit because if they actually address what you say, there is no fucking pushback, none. Right?
So why are we douchebags?
Acknowledging, right, that these people
why are we
have
douchebags?
This mindset because they don't like the fact that there is a subset of black people who tend to use this as a crutch, right? But even Angry Man has acknowledged, right, that there is still a such thing as systemic oppression. It's people on YouTube that argue there's oppression on YouTube, and then they pretend like it don't exist in the real world, right? So that would mean
you say it's systemic oppression?
There's still some people out there who are absolutely impacted by it, right? So if I'm having a conversation about it, I'm obviously not talking about the people who might not even be impacted by it, but maybe using it as an excuse. But I'm absolutely referring to the ones who are impacted by it and saying, well, somebody needs to be a voice for them. Everybody else has a voice for their section, right? And we always talk about everybody deserves representation. No taxation without representation, right? So it's just that those people deserve it. It's not like these people are all homeless, drug dealing jailbirds. Ask what's the fucking running back dude who just came out complaining because he got pulled over, and what's the boy now? I think he played for the Denver Broncos.
He was on a plane and they put
Terrell
handcuffs on him. Yeah, Terrell Davis.
Did you say systemic oppression? Wait a minute.
Hold on. Clue. You can't hog all the airtime. You people, welcome to the show. I don't know if you had a question or some ideas you want to get out. I don't want them hogging off all the airtime, brother.
No, they're fine. I know how to interject. I'm just sitting back here casually. Like when I listen to a person like Beans, the one thing I understand is he's not even worried about him being right. He likes to point out how everybody is wrong. So I understand that type of energy. Congratulations, Beans. You do a good job of being a professional troll. You have trolls, and you have a professional troll. You have established your premise as a professional troll. Right now, everybody should give you a check if they could, based on how you operate. Cajun, look, you seem like a sophisticated guy. I'm not saying Killer Mike has a brother, but if he did, it would be you. And so I'm glad to meet you. So we're going to set
I would take that, but I said, man, the way he be acting, I ain't trying to be like that.
No, I'm glad, but unfortunately, the stereotypes will be assessed, and you will be aligned with him by default. Aaron, nice to be on here. Never been on here. You seem like a sophisticated brother. Any guy that's willing just to wear a shirt like that, button up, like you're a button up citizen, that means you cheated on your taxes. When I see you, I know you cheat on your taxes. I'm not going to say it's true, but I feel like you do. If you didn't, I'm going to say you do, but you got a great accountant. Now, when it comes to this here, I'm hearing all this. Look, when it comes to these guys in the hood, I'm not going to support any shiftless and niggardly behavior. Like, that's just that. Like, I don't owe you a damn thing. The only thing I owe you is giving you a hard left. This is the thing when you got disruptive Negroes out here. Some people like to make 4 lefts. If we on the same street, why are you going to make 4 lefts when you just can make a right to get where you? I'm the guy that's going to make the right to go where we need to. Just think about, you got a whole diagram, left, just to get back where you started. I'm going to make it right. Some people like to make 4 lefts for no reason, that make life complicated. I'm just going to go ahead and make that right and get to where I need to get. And I think sometimes culturally, you deal with people who like to make 4 lefts when they just could have made 1 right to get where they need to be, and wasting all our times and stuff like that. Look, this is great banter. I'm sitting here listening to y'all. Y'all going to catch me up on the conversation. I'm pretty sure you will. But in the meantime, hey, I think everybody is respectful with the exceptions of Beans. Am I picking them out? Yes. Why am I choosing to have the big show with him? It's not his fault, but he and Black Democratic women all share the same room. Right now, if we could put a bonnet on his head, give him a comb so he could scratch his head and pat his head, they will all be happy. Like, they in the same damn room. Any guy who wants to argue emotions, I know I'm at a deficit. If you want to come with logic, statistics, facts, I'm great. An emotional argument, I can't do that because I'm going to lose every time. Because I learned that by operating with Black women. You want to go emotional? Not all Black women, but the ones that say emotions lead the argument. That's a damn bold-faced lie. Logic and decision-making. You got to pick a side. Right now, Beans can't pick a side. So that's all I'm saying. And I know Angeran, he had his finger up. This ain't church, but he did it out of respect. But I'm going to listen to whoever wants to speak.
The Terrell Davis situation, I would argue that that's not a representation of oppression as much as is a representation of privilege.
Explain.
Because he has the ability, being that he's an ex-NFL player, he has the ability to go on a freaking interview tour and get some justice. That's privilege. The average person, you know, if it was me or if it was Beans on that damn plane and we tapped the freaking flight attendant to try to get some ice and he ran and said, "Oh, he hit me," we wouldn't be able to get that type of justice. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there. Like him being anytime you see something happen to a black person that is a celebrity or whatever, like it's kind of hard for them to argue oppression when they literally have the ability to get a bunch of eyeballs on them so that they can point out what was done and then they're going to get some justice. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not necessarily
it,
about the oppression argument, right? It's just about the fact that he had to go through it, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Nobody, well, shit, I can't say that because you just did. So I can't say nobody would do it, right? But most people probably not going to look at this situation and then, you know, kind of look at it from the opposite angle of which you looked at it. They're just going to look at it like, damn, man, motherfucker shouldn't have to go through that. And because he black, of course, they're going to apply that to it, even though we can't say for 100% certain that it was because he was black, right? But the fact that people are going to think it highlights the long-term effects of something that either still exists or once existed.
Like what?
Yeah, I have, like, there's no need for me to communicate with people who want to badmouth me. I'm cool on that.
So there's no need
all I
to
said was
communicate,
like
or
what?
you don't know why.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Like what?
Yeah, typical
this is as sound as a church mother when she asks you for your gum right now. Like, it's like, I need that gum out your mouth, and it's just sitting there quiet, like I don't know what to do. Like in church asking you for your gum. Let me tell you, Beans, you made a lot of valid points. Aaron, though, I like you being a diplomat. When it comes to diplomatic brothers, he's Switzerland, and I love that, because when it comes to any argument, any discussion, any debate, you need somebody who's going to be Switzerland. Everybody can't be out here toting the AR, being disruptive. I'm here to learn from you guys, right? So when I'm sitting here listening, I can banter and jaw jack just for the sakes of it. But honestly, y'all all got valid points. My whole thing is, when it comes to these other niggerly and shiftless brothers who gonna ride coattails and think they're gonna pull me down, I'm not co-signing that. Like, we got an agenda. The agenda is to be excellent. And so when these other guys talking about we excellent because we brown, no, I know a lot of folks who brown, they ain't excellent. And you're not gonna operate and think you're gonna be in my same faction and regime. Look, I've got jammed up. I was the homie that made the bad decisions, and I always got jammed up more than the guys who are the knuckleheads. So I was like, you know what? You ain't got to punish me.
Aaron, please tell her what we was. We was gangs. We was all gangs. All of us. She was gangs.
We have reached the conclusion of the aftermath. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We'll have another show if I ever get some sleep to get to the next show. Make sure you guys leave your likes, comments, and support for the stream. And until next time.